Every driver wants to be the first, but today they get the rare chance of being the first to be the first. That's right, it's time for the first ever round of the Zenith Racing Series. I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth is former sports car racer Joey Atterbury. Joey, Sonoma is a gorgeous place to start off this brand new series.
A brand new series, a brand new day, and let's take a look at this track map that we've got out here in Northern California, wine country, Sonoma Raceway. The layout that we're doing is right about 2.5 miles, and it is filled with 160 feet of elevation. Elevation kicks off steep uphill into turn 1, and you continue that uphill all the way towards turn number 3. Look towards the left side of the track map. Turn number 7 is going to be our best passing area after the end of the drag strip. And then before turn 10, we are running that IndyCar layout chicane, which provides yet another passing opportunity for this entire field, Joe.
Which the field is already heading out. But before we get to the grid, we want to introduce our third member of the team, Sloan Polisner. Sloan's going to be down on pit lane. Sloan, is everybody ready to go today, or are there any issues we need to know about? Oh, looks like we'll go to Sloan a little bit later as she's looking into some other stuff, but we're going to take a look now at today's starting order in the meantime. Up on the pole, it is going to be Ben Waddell starting for the number 57 team. Then it is the 98 car there in the ZP2 class, who will start in P2 with Josh Green in the vehicle. Camden Hibbett starts from third in the number 4 machine, with McGoyrick in the 4th position for the number 59. It is Vaughn with Nimbus Motorsports starting in P5 for the 77. And then it is Matt Opolsky, then the Automatic Racing team, starting in 6. With P starting in P7 for the number 5 team, you have Gurgis for the other round 3 racing car starting in 8th, and Erickson will be 9th, and that is our ZP2 class. What about the ZR2s, Joey?
Yeah, we've got 4 of these ZR2 cars, and of course it is led off with Matt Million, our pole sitter in that ZR2 class, driving the number 95. Next to him is going to be Clark Camburn in that Janetta, the G55, and the blue number 177. And we have Barbary back here in 3rd place in the ZR2 class, and Garton in 4th, rounding out that ZR2 class. But, Joe, we actually have 3 classes involved. That fast ZP2 prototypes, these purple ZR2 GT4-based cars, and then we also have that orange ZR3 class.
Indeed, Sean Webster is going to be starting on the pole for them for Magic Developed in the 237. Then it is Messenger in the AOA number 14, starting next to him on the front row. Eric Powell will start from 3rd in the 555 BMW. Tyler Fox starts in P4. And then rounding out our 18-car field to start off the series, Chris Walsh will be P5 there in the ZR3s. 2 warm-up laps, and then they should be released here. It does look like it is a little bit cooler with it being in the morning time. Only 51 degrees on the track surface this morning, Joey, so hopefully they are using this time to scrub those tires well.
And typically in Northern California, especially on these early spring days, it can get quite brisk. And then you also have a lot of dew in the morning. So I think not only getting the temperature into the track and also into the equipment, meaning the brakes and the tires that the drivers are going to be handling out there, but also see what the grip level is throughout the width of this racetrack, especially if there is morning dew. You probably want to stick to that warm racing line that everybody's on, at least for a handful of laps.
Now, if you're just finding out about this series, if you're new, then one of the big things to know is that this is a much more open series according to these classes compared to a lot of modern sports car racing. They are mostly determining the classes based on power to weight ratio. That allows a lot of wiggle room for teams to try and develop. The one area that is going to be a little bit different is these prototypes in the ZP2s. They are pretty much all NP01s. That are out there. So they're almost a little bit of a spec class at this stage. But as we saw, that means that it's been very close. In the meantime, I do hear that Sloan might be ready to chat with us. Sloan, do you have a copy? And what's it been like on the way to the grid today?
Hey guys, copy you. Good morning from beautiful Sonoma Raceway. It is 51 degrees on the track, but it's about 48 degrees out here. The wind isn't too bad. My hair's not blowing, so that's good. Stay tuned for how many hairstyles I change, though. I'm not really sure, maybe between 4 and 5. But yeah, yesterday was awesome. The drivers are super stoked to be on track today. We have an incredible show for you the next 7 hours. We'll be doing some interviews. We'll be going to the gift shop. We're going to be going around, maybe interviewing some more sheep. But I'm super excited to take you guys around, and let's get racing.
And we are just about to get ready to get racing because the cars are lined up and ready to go here. You can see our ZP2s all in beautiful 2 columns around the final hairpin as they wait for the call from the flag stand. They must not pass until they get to that start-finish line. So everybody does have to wait patiently as we have a little bit of a split start here. And as we look for the call, there it is. The green flag is out. 7 hours begin here in the Zenith Racing Series for round 1 at Sonoma. Coming around turn 1 up into the first corner. Waddell does get a good shot as he looks for the apex. He's able to cut down, but it is still 2 by 2, pretty much all the way back through the pack, followed up by a mostly single file ZR2 and ZR3, Joey.
A perfectly clean start. That is exactly what we wanted to see here at the green flag for the Zenith Racing Series. And these ZP2-based cars, they are already accelerating down towards the carousel section here at Sonoma Raceway. I mentioned this is a roller coaster, and on the first lap, these drivers are tiptoeing through, trying to feel the grip levels while also trying to extend their gap away from their competitors.
Yeah, we've had an overnight for the track to cool off, and you can see they're still warming their tires. Even our leader scrubbing back and forth to try to get some heat into them. It is a cool morning out here in California as we get a little bit of a battle for third. Cut back underneath from the 80 machine, and he just about manages to get there, but not quite. It looks like he'll have to hold off for now in that 4th position. I think that is Vaughn just ahead of him.
Some great racing early on. I mean, we're only a half a lap into this, and we're already seeing some duking it out wheel to wheel down there at the far side of the racetrack. Now, this is, call it that IndyCar chicane, really providing us another passing opportunity on the backside of this Sonoma Raceway. And while I can say maybe the top 3 have started to stretch it out, this is definitely a huge pack here, I believe, with Opalski kind of the lead of the train here in 4th place. But look at all these anxious NPO1s trying to race their way towards the front.
Yeah, that battle for P4 is looking hot pretty early. Remember, everybody wants to try and settle in since it is such a long race. And no doubt traffic later on will play a part since this is such a twisty circuit. And if you get caught in the wrong place, that can offer opportunities for a change in position. As we check back in now with our ZR2 leader, Matt Million, up in the front in that number 95 light blue machine, and looking like he's running away a little bit in these early stages.
That's exactly the goal. He was your pole sitter in that purple ZR2 class, and like you said, he's trying to run away right now. Got a couple seconds over that 2nd place car of Clark Camburn as we keep watching this ZP2 class fight here. I believe this is basically going to start up here at 4th place, go through Polsky, Hibbett, Vaughn, and all the way back through Pease and Erickson, the tail end of this class, and they are stacked nose to tail. I'm going to be really kind of curious to see how they settle out, because I think the drivers right now, they're anxious to get going. They're anxious to get going wheel-to-wheel racing, but got to remember, still 6.5 plus hours. So when does that rhythm start to set in, and how aggressive are these drivers going to be for how long?
And as they come down the hill into the braking for the chicane, yeah, that stack up that we're seeing in these early stages is not doing many favors to those behind who look like they're relatively quick at this stage. They did require the driver who qualified to start the race, so theoretically they should be about where their pace determines, but sometimes race pace can be different from qualifying pace. And the other thing that is interesting that we should note is that the drivers had to start on the tire compound that they qualified on as well. So hopefully they took care of that rubber in the qualifying session.
It's always kind of that balancing act as we ride on board with some of these NPO1 cars in the ZP2 class. I think it kind of gives us an idea of really just how fast and how rapid these cars are. Now, when we were talking with some of the team members yesterday, about 190 horsepower is what these cars put out. But in terms of the G-forces and what is capable, they are incredibly fast because they are pretty small and very, very light out there. Pretty much just a modern sports racer or a small current prototype.
Exactly. So this is kind of a good starting ground, a good training ground for those kind of coming up and hoping to try and compete in this style of cars, which has definitely become more and more popular and more accessible too, thanks to cars like this EP2 class. So hopefully this is the start of something great here in North America to create another outlet for those who want to go sports car racing with these fast, high downforce machines. Up at the front, it is still Ben Waddell who is leading. Looks like he's got a gap of up to 4 seconds already. That 57 proving to be incredibly quick. Million still your leader down in the ZR2s, with Sean Webster up at the front of the ZR3s currently. But we are in such early stages, we can't really wait too much on this one. We still need driver changes as well, as it looks like we got a couple of our ZR3s and a little bit of a fight for position back here.
Some good inter-class fighting here, and these, like you said, are more the production-based cars, these ZR3 chassis classed cars out here. Saw a lot of the BMW M2s represented, the BMW 2 Series. Also, from the qualifying session yesterday, Joe, we saw a few of those E36 chassis cars out here. And also in this purple ZR2 class, we have the GT4-based cars. That's that orange number 94, I believe, that we're watching climb the hill here. Very familiar with other global competition, and especially here with endurance road racing in North America. If you watch a lot of SRO or IMSA stuff, that's basically the same GT4 platform.
Exactly. Barbary in that ZR2 class in the 94 as we watch them come down into turn 4. And I think, I'm trying to see if that is Webster in behind him. If that's so, that's our class leader for the ZR3s. And while they aren't racing for points between the classes, track position always desirable to the drivers. They'll come out of the downhill carousel onto the drag strip once again to turn 7. The two BMWs almost nose to tail.
This is the good primary passing opportunity here at Sonoma. I think when I think of really trying to get around similar pace cars, I look at the each end of the racetrack, meaning turn number 7, that hairpin that we just went through, and then also the far end of the racetrack, which we are accelerating towards, which is turn number 11. Now, I do like this layout that we are running. I'm very familiar with all of the layouts here at Sonoma Raceway. Got to race on pretty much each one of them. And this chicane right here, the drivers actually have to be really, really aggressive. When I think of driving Sonoma, it's more about the flow and really rolling the apex speed. But that additional chicane on, call it sector number 3, it totally throws a loop for the driver, and they have to be so aggressive up and over those curbs, which, Joe, is unlike anywhere else on this racetrack.
Yeah, exactly. A lot of the corners are drastically different from what you see in that chicane section. But I agree, it does create an interesting spot for the cars to maybe try and make an overtake, see if they could outbrake their competitors into there. Changes the nature of it just a little bit. But it is still tight on that exit with the wall to the outside. So you got to be careful. And I'm pretty sure that is Messenger in behind that we're seeing right now in the red, white, and black, just kind of hassling him at every corner. We'll see whether or not Barbary eventually lets him by, knowing that's not really his fight.
And I hear you. However, all of these drivers, they love racing wheel to wheel. And I mean, how many times have we seen it throughout multi-class racing that if you're grouped with another car, I don't feel that it pertains to the class per se, is that it gives you a challenge. How much can you refine your racecraft to get around this car, even if it might be a little bit faster on a straight line or might be a little bit slower going into the brake zones? It is a challenge, and it's an opportunity for these drivers to work on that racecraft.
Exactly. And as we said, there's a lot of them that are using this as a bit of a stepping stone here to try and work their way up through the sports car ranks and get to quicker and quicker cars. So this is where you cut your teeth now as you enter in down through the chicane one more time. And not much between them, but still no opportunity. That 94 with Barbary in the car right now. He's raced in SCCA racing before he came up here. So yeah, again, just an excellent opportunity to kind of step up. SCCA, kind of where a lot of drivers initially start off, Joey, their first sort of dipping of the toes into real on-track racing with other cars. But this is another jump up from that.
Correct. I would consider this more on the professional, semi-professional level out here with Zenith Racing Series. While when you talk about clubs like the SCCA or NASA, or if you're familiar up here, there's in Pacific Northwest, there's a few more. Depending on the region that you're at, there's always going to be a few more. But you're right, this is kind of that step up into that quote-unquote professional paddock, and just maybe even up the competitiveness a little bit better. But kind of to your point, yeah, everybody's got to get started somewhere, and SCCA is probably the most widespread as we get a nice pass here at the top of turn 3A going down into turn number 4. I believe these are both of the ZR3 based cars. It's an E36 chassis compared to one of the newer BMW 2 Series cars out there. So cool to see a pass on the racetrack out there. And I think the biggest thing about Zenith Racing Series really is kind of the inclusivity, right? Everybody wants to come out here and race, and it's not necessarily an exclusive paddock where you have to be a professional only. Is that everybody wants to come out here and race here, and it's providing everybody that stepping stone to get up into that.
Yeah, that was Fox making that overtake, so Tyler moves himself up into 4th in class now, thanks to that one. And he's already scooting away. So the drivers making very good use of that as we hop on board, coming down into the hairpin now. And you can see how early in the morning it is as the shadows still well being cast off of the billboards here into the hairpin. And that will continue to rise up. Hopefully it doesn't get in their eyes too much if it starts to come over the edge of those billboards. But we cross the start-finish line once again and head back up the hill. 6 hours, 48 minutes, and a lap left to go in today's long race.
Riding on board here. This is up at the very top of the circuit. This is turn number 3A. Very, very top, which the drivers get up to, and now we start the downhill plunge. This is turn number 4, downhill throughout the entirety of the corner, and a little bit of a breathe on the downhill here with an overcrest. This is a blind entry to the carousel section. You see varying lines on entry there. I think drivers really kind of feel out their car and what it likes to do, and then through that long carousel. Joe, we were talking about just the nature of Sonoma Raceway yesterday, and I mentioned it's so physical. These drivers don't really have anywhere to rest, to kind of take a break and take a breath throughout this lap. It's just one corner after another.
It is, yeah, so physical. It is so constant, mentally demanding around this place. We saw this a little bit earlier, this group of ZP2 cars that are kind of stacked up. Looks like up at the front, I think the main car, the lead car, is starting to scoot away a little bit and leave it down to just 3 of them kind of squabbling for position. And that is definitely a relief, no doubt, for that lead car, relieving some of that pressure from behind. But we haven't seen really much chance to relax for these cars in these early stages, which no doubt adds to it, being trailed by the Random Vandals machine of Ericsson, currently back there in the green and white 97, kind of stuck at the back of this. That is a very experienced team, so no doubt trying to help coach Ericsson on what to do. That's Pease just in front of him in the 5 currently, and then Vaughn that is the lead of those trios, while Camden Hibbett in the number 4, yellow and white, is trying to run away. We hop on board with Ericsson now, seeing that group in front of him. Look at how swiftly they head through those S's.
These cars are so capable and they are so fast. It really is amazing to watch their performance out here on the racetrack. And you're right, he's just kind of the caboose on the train as Ericsson, watching everything unfold in front of him. If anything, it's really this Vaughn versus Pease as takes a look down to the inside of turn number 11, backs out of it there on the entry. I think that was the smart thing to do, especially with such a long race today and tomorrow. I really think the emphasis on driver number 1 here is to get this race going, right? Get into the rhythm of things. We haven't even seen the first pit stop yet, so you want to make sure to take care of your equipment and limit any unnecessary risks early.
Exactly. And they will have minimum pit stop times in this series, so that will hopefully limit some of those risks as well, trying to make sure that safety is job one in this series. Like we said, with the inclusivity and welcoming in drivers who might be doing their first time going full endurance racing or just not have as much experience. They want to make sure that they get everything right, not have to hustle and make critical errors in the moment. Even still, you can find yourself an advantage there, as if you get everything ready, you can double check it all before you leave. And as Joey keeps reiterating, you don't want to beat yourself on pit lane. So crossing your T's, dotting your I's, very much one of the calls of the day. Not, whoa, there's a big moment there from Vaughn coming off the hairpin, catches the slide. I think Pease wants to try and capitalize on that. He gets close. There's no place to go through the S's. And as he approaches the chicane, Joey, unfortunately, he's not as close as he was before.
It was pretty fun to watch, though, and I think it kind of highlights what we were talking about on the pace laps with the cooler temperatures that we've got here, at least in the morning at Sonoma Raceway. It is relatively slippery in some sections of the racetrack, and I think this drone shot right here is a perfect example. We've got sun on the majority of the racetrack, but going into turn number 11 there, the drivers are dealing with that heavy shaded section, so it's not a massive difference in grip per se, but just I'm thinking about the moisture in the air, the potential moisture on the racetrack, and being only about 16, 17 minutes into this race, I think we're seeing the drivers' skill and their car control on full display, really wrangling these ZP2 classed cars and trying to get the most speed out of them early.
And want to correct myself, apologies, there is no minimum pit stop time in this series, so apologies for that information. But sounds like down on pit lane, we do have Sloan Polisner here, so let's check in. Sloan, welcome to the broadcast. How are things down there right now with the crews?
The only way I can describe pit lane right now is that it is alive. This is where the magic happens. All the preparation that the teams have done comes to life right here. I know this may look like routine for some people, but the things that go wrong could cost you the entire race. Pit stops that you have practiced last night and you feel like you have down to a T, one little mistake, all that hard work is thrown out the window. I know that sounds pretty intense, but I'd like to think that it is. So I'm really excited to be able to take you guys down here and to show you a little bit about what's on the side of things that you guys don't get to see. We're going to be talking to some teams. We're going to get to know them a little bit better, try to get you guys to really understand what goes into these race weekends, what goes into being part of a team, and what helps hopefully let them win and end up at the podium, where we will see you at 3:30 today. At least that's what it is here at PST, and probably 6:30, I guess, EST and other time zones. So I will be back soon with some more information for you guys.
Thanks for that, Sloan. Looks like we do have a car on pit lane, Sean Webster in the 237. We'll see if maybe Sloan can go investigate why they're in this early. This is definitely too early for a scheduled stop, so we'll see what the reasoning is for that. Is this now 3-car battle that was 4 earlier continues to be quite hot here, Joey, is those 3 just can't seem to get away from each other in this first 20 minutes.
I think this is the beauty of spec racing and kind of what we should expect here for the next 6.5 hours, with all of the drivers relatively close on their outright pace, and then Of course, the cars being so closely identically prepared, and also kind of a testament to the teams too, right, Joe? Because it's not always easy to have these cars go out there and perform at their maximum capability. And right now, early in the morning here on the West Coast, it certainly seems like everything is running tip-top. And remember, we still have kind of yet to get into those pit stops, yet to really see that team aspect, because it is only the single driver in the car as of right now.
Seen some information from race control that the 237 has actually gone behind the pit wall even. So this is more than just an unscheduled stop. There seems to be some serious issues with that 328i for Magic developed. Not what we want to see at the beginning of this race. But the old adage in endurance racing, Joey, is if you're going to have a problem, have it early.
I guess so. You never want to have the problem, kind of like what you're saying. But yeah, a little bit frustrating. It gives an opportunity for the crews to kind of diagnose what happened with the car, and maybe even talk with the driver if he was able to hear something that happened out there. But either way, a little bit of a bummer for that 237. I hope that they can figure it out and see them back out there on the racetrack soon enough.
Temperature on racing surfaces continuing to rise. We're up to about 57 Fahrenheit on the track surface now. Look at how close things are getting between Pease and Vaughn there down into turn 4. Pease just behind in the number 5 machine, continuing to put the pressure on, but can't seem to find a way by. Does look like they're starting to approach a bit of lap traffic, though, as I thought I saw Hibbett starting to get close to another car. And yeah, they're encroaching upon one of those BMWs, but I think they're going to get him on the drag strip. Will this allow everybody to get by? No, he is going to wind up splitting them. I think that is Walsh, actually.
It is getting busy, and that is the fun part about multi-class racing, is that, guess what? The other cars, they can't just remove themselves off of the racetrack, so just adds that little bit of competitiveness on who can get through the traffic that much better. And as you were kind of pointing out, 2 out of the 3 cars were able to get through, so it has separated this 3-car battle now. And if you ask me, it actually makes it just a little bit easier here for this number 5 car, because now they don't have to focus on the rear view mirror at all. They can go in full attack mode.
Yeah, and look at that. It was Ericsson who was caught out. He didn't even get by until he exited the chicane. So he spent the entire S's behind that BMW. I suppose trying to make it pass through those S's maybe a little bit too risky in these early stages. We heard one of the drivers talking yesterday, Joey, about how they don't think the straight line speed will necessarily be there for these prototypes, that it'll be more about the cornering that makes the difference between the classes. And I wonder if that's what's causing a bit of a headache in some situations.
It certainly could be, but guess what? It's the same condition for everybody out there, whether you're driving one of these ZP2 cars, whether you're driving a ZR2 car or a ZR3 car. It's basically the same for everybody out there. And I also feel that these drivers will get the hang of it more. Now, they have had the practice sessions out there. The qualifying sessions were split up into their own class, but they kind of still have to figure out, hey, where's the best place for me to put this ZP2 car in order to pass, let's say, a ZR3 car here at the turn 7 section of the racetrack, or down here towards turn 11, do I need to present the car to the inside? Do I have a better braking capability than a different class car? These drivers, they're still trying to figure it all out right now, but I gotta say they're doing an amazing job. The racing so far here in the first, call it 20 plus minutes, has been so much fun to watch.
And was watching Vaughn there in that ZP2. He comes from Spec Miatas, so he's jumping up definitely into this prototype category, very different from the sort of racing he's been used to in the past. As we come back to the 14 of the 94 rather of Barbary, who just can't seem to get away from Messenger in that ZR3 class. He's been just hanging on the back of that car for quite some time at this stage. So we are getting a little information from Sloan behind the scenes. We might hop over to her in a bit as she starts to investigate what's going on with the 237 team. She'll no doubt give us a signal if she's got an update over there. In the meantime, down the hill we go once again, almost a half an hour into our first ever race here in the Zenith Racing Series. So far, so good, Joey. I'm knocking on wood. No full course yellows, which in this series are actually code 60s is the way they're going to do them. So going to be a little bit different again from what we might be used to in a lot of road racing series, but that'll be really interesting to see as when we get that for the first time and watch the drivers have to get used to that change. Meanwhile, I am getting word from Sloan that she's got an update. Sloan, what's going on with the team down there?
Hey guys, I'm here with Justin from Magic Developed. We have some insight into what was going on. Justin, you want to kind of tell us what happened out there?
Yeah, looks like we've had a great weekend so far. Qualified on pole. Lost a water pump first thing this morning. So luckily we're electric water pump. We changed out the water pump, got the car back out, bled the system. And we're just going to have to try now to play catch up for the rest of the race. Luckily it was early, so we still got 6.5 hours, and we'll see what we can do.
Awesome. How are you guys feeling in total? You get some sleep last night?
Yeah, everything was going fine. Like I said, on pole, we passed tech and everything. Had a nice set down last night, and just don't know what happened this morning. Electronic failures. Can't plan them.
Yeah, you never know what's going to happen. We still got 6.5 hours left, so we're wishing you guys the best of luck out there. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Sloan. Not what the team was looking for, but I'm glad they've persevered, been able to replace it. In fact, I can tell you that car is already back out of pit lane. Sean back in the vehicle and on their way. Yet more of our ZP2s having to make overtakes on the slower class cars in the first half hour of this race. So we're starting to get a sense of how many times they're going to have to circulate past these slower classes, Joey, and it looks like it's going to be a fair few as he uses that downforce to go the long way around of the carousel.
Yeah, but kind of to my talking point just a minute or so ago, I think each time they come up and pass these slower classed cars, they're just going to get a little bit more familiar on, all right, I need to put my car over here and I can accelerate through on the outside because I know I've got the grip, or I know that I've got the braking capability to slide it down to the inside of turn number 7. So I do feel like as we progress into this next 6.5 hours that the passing will get even more efficient. But if you ask me, I'm really excited for this first round of pit stops. You know, I know that we're coming up to about a half hour in, but part of the best things about multi-class racing is the team aspect, is those pit stops, getting the crew over the wall, having them be a physical part of this race. And they are just as important as the drivers are to get them back out there on track.
Absolutely. In endurance racing, your pit crew can make or break your race. It can make the difference. And more than just the pit crew, Joey, we also have to talk about the strategy of it as well. I mean, it is a bit more free in this series since there are no drive time limits here in this series. But I think with those code 60s, trying to make good use of those, what time you lose out on track could be a crucial aspect to how this all plays out. So hopefully you've got somebody on the box who is on their toes.
Strategy is always so much fun to really kind of watch develop as we ride on board here. This is the 237 car. This is the car that was actually, we were just talking about, Joe. They are back out there on the racetrack, so they have overcome that mechanical problem, that hurdle with that water pump. And I got to say, it's extremely impressive that they were able to replace that, getting the car back out there. And I believe we actually have a replay. We've got a little bit of action. Joe, I think you were actually calling this one earlier. Remember this moment coming out of turn number 7? Watch these prototypes. They were all pulled up earlier, and on the exit curve, there was this big slide. I was really impressed with how the number 5 car was really able to avoid everything in front of them. Look at that slide, trying to put the power down coming out of turn number 7 early here at Sonoma Raceway.
Yeah, definitely going to be using up those tires as we hop back on board live now and head on up the hill in the 57. Our overall leader, Ben Waddell, in that machine. And he's been just kind of chugging along. I think the gap, well, no, that can't be right. My gap is showing at a minute 25. There we go. Now it updates. It is 20 seconds. Even still, 20 seconds of a gap in 30 minutes. Ben is really trouncing the field in these early stages.
What I think I'm most impressed with is, did you see that last lap? Purple Sector 1. right? So we keep talking halfway or a half hour into this thing. Well, the tires, they are not brand new tires. They had to use those same tires that they qualified on. So they have miles on them. Then they put another 30 minutes of racing on them. And Waddell is out there wringing the most out of this car right now. So usually when a driver gets into a groove, they kind of go silent on the radio. I have a feeling this number 57 is just out there humming along.
That's what you want in these endurance races, to have no dramas, to just kind of be running your own race, and especially at a technical track like this one, really be able to focus as a driver on what you're doing out there. Race the track, not each other, as they say sometimes. But we'll swap away from that 57 in the meantime, taking a look down at some of our lapping traffic. I think that was Camden Hibbett, who is currently trying to find his way past. And yeah, there we see how tough it is trying to go wheel to wheel through there. And yeah, a little bit of braking. The ZR2 car had to kind of give way a little bit to help facilitate that pass.
It's all the give and take and the risk limitation out there on the racetrack. That's exactly what you want to do, especially to start out this 7-hour race. You do not want to put your equipment into harm's way. If you feel like that faster, call it ZP2 class car, is going to chop the nose going into the S's, you're better off just to lift off of the gas, slot right back into the racing line, because at that point, what are you losing? Maybe a tenth or two, basically just a little bit slow on entry, versus putting yourself in a little bit of an awkward position that you might have to end up saving the car and using some of the car control that we've already seen the drivers put on full display here. But it's all about getting along on the same playground. Everybody's out there. It just happens to be that their toys are a little bit different sized.
Exactly. And yeah, I think you make a good point that, especially in the early stages of an endurance race, live to fight another day. It needs to be a bit of the ethos. And that comes with that give and take. As Barbary plugs along, still on the podium, we should point out, in this ZR2 class, so not doing too shabby out there. An update for fans watching Webster in the 237. They are 4 laps down currently, so that's a lot to make up, but they put it on pole, so they should theoretically have the 1-lap pace. Hopefully, as time goes by, it'll be a long slog, but their pace should help them start to catch up bit by bit. It'll just take a Herculean effort to make up that much ground. You just never know what can happen in endurance racing, such as holdups like this one that could cost you a few seconds at a time.
Definitely, and I enjoy what I'm seeing. Racing room being given, nobody trying to force the issue going into some of the corners, but the interclass fighting is fierce right now going into that chicane section. And you see Ericsson, he was the one that was threatening going into what was turn number 9, then ended up getting choked up right there. So it's actually a little bit of a gap that's ballooned out, but he saw the opportunity. He certainly thought about it, but realized there wasn't enough room early on.
And Ericsson looks like he's picked up the pace a little bit. He's been on the back of Vaughn for a few laps now, just can't seem to find his way by. That traffic at some point could potentially give him a chance there. You can see the spread that now caused between the pair of them. But they now approach Barbary up and over turn 2. This is a section of the track where there's very few places to find your way past. And once again, Vaughn has just got to play patient, and it allows Ericsson to get right up to him.
And we're seeing some of the ebb and flow between the two classes, right? That GT4 based car in ZR2, it's got a lot of horsepower under the hood relative in comparison to everybody else out there on the racetrack. So these short shoot straightaways, it can be very difficult for those ZP2 class cars to kind of squirt around one of those higher horsepower machines. But they both did a terrific job staying patient, and really now the battle rages on. If anything, Ericsson has used that traffic and closed it back in on Vaughn.
I like what I'm seeing out of Ericsson in this. He's just making sure to let the race come to him when the chances are there. He utilizes it, but if it's not there, he isn't pouncing on a low percentage move. But unfortunately, it just hasn't allowed him to make a pass quite yet. He's still keeping him honest, forcing Gavin to watch those rear view mirrors at each and every corner, and maybe just causing a little bit of a distraction. Look at how close, once again, it is between Barbary and Messenger. Messenger does look like he's pretty content to just hang out behind him the way this early half hour has gone.
And sometimes the driver just wants to get these miles accomplished early on, hand it over to their co-driver so that way they can get in the car and get their seat time and really start to drive the car forward. Every team has a little bit of a different strategy out there, and I know that I keep mentioning pit stops, the crew, the team aspect of it all, but it really is everybody's sport out here. Couldn't do it without the tire guys, couldn't do it without the fuelers, couldn't do it without everybody strapping in the drivers. And there's a look down to the inside from Ericsson. This battle's starting to heat up a little bit more, trying to get that car through.
Back down and around through the carousel once again. And he's still making sure that there is no moment to relax for that black and purple machine, the Random Vandals, number 97, with a handy gap behind as well. I think Gurgis in the number 3 is about 15 seconds behind, I'm seeing. So they are under no threat of being caught up, at least right now, by that number 3 car. He doesn't have to try and hustle his way past. Down through the S's once more. Past the Sheep, who we got a nice little interview with yesterday, who have moved to the other side of the track. You are going to see that over the weekend here at Sonoma, that they kind of place them in one spot one day and then they shift them all over to another section, as they are literally the natural lawnmowers they use here.
It's pretty cool. Very Northern California, right? Very eco-friendly out here. But yeah, it's always fun to see the sheep, see the goats out there. I mean, I'm a huge wildlife person, so personally at Sebring the other week, I was really nerding out on all the osprey and whatnot, but we have more of the farm wildlife here at Sonoma.
Exactly. I still say they're missing an opportunity to create hand-knit sweaters that they sell in the gift shop from those things. But, maybe there's other things that are in the way of that happening. In the meantime, continuing to follow these two up over 3 and 3A. Ooh, there's a little bit of a look. Is Ericsson starting to feel maybe a bit antsy back there? Does he think that it's time to start moving along? He's had enough of being held up.
He's been antsy, call it, for the last handful of laps here. I think that he really feels like he's got a little bit more pace in the car than that Nimbus Motorsports number 77 that he's been chasing of Vaughn. It's just a matter of finding the right opportunity. And see, once again, he presents the car down to the inside. What he's trying to do is he's trying to draw Vaughn's eyes off of the brake marker and onto the mirrors, hoping that he's going to make a mistake going into the corner, because I always say it, the easiest pass you can ever make is somebody else's mistake.
Absolutely, 100% agree. I think we may have had a change for position in second in the ZP2s. I just saw Opalski get moved up into that spot over Green. I'm not sure if that was facilitated by something like this here with lap traffic, but interesting that we've got a change in the podium up there between the 80 and the 98. And I think they're currently coming out of turn 4 right now. So that must have happened maybe somewhere into the hairpin, since I think that's where they would have been about 30 seconds ago.
Yeah, and I think we're riding on board with one of those ZP2 cars in that section of the racetrack. This is coming down through turn number 6. Look at that, just nearly 100 miles an hour throughout the entirety of this carousel section, and now hard on the brakes here for turn number 7. Trying to read that car number. It does look like the number 80 is up into that second place position.
Nicely done. So maybe didn't quite start there, but have done a good job moving their way into position. Unfortunately for them, it's a long haul up to first place. I see about 23 seconds now between P1 and P2, but they've passed third, or past what was second rather. Maybe they could continue to push up to Ben Waddell, who has been doing a good job up at the front. And I do know that Ben and the 57 team have been kind of experimenting with an engine this weekend as well. I know Sloan was telling us a little bit about that off air. Maybe we'll have her check into that a little later and see what all is involved in any of that and how that is affecting the race, because certainly isn't doing them any harms here today. Also an update down in the ZR2, since we haven't checked in on him in a while. Matt Million, still your leader over there. And if the interval is showing correctly, that's even wider than what we see in the prototypes, as it's up to 42 seconds currently.
It's pretty impressive what some of these early class leaders have been able to do in terms of extending that gap. And here we're getting one of the ZP2 cars. I believe this is Clark Camburn in that blue Ginetta. This is actually our second place car in the ZR2 class that the NPO1 is going to be accelerating around, or I thought was going to be accelerating around. This is a great example right here. 190 horsepower in that ZP2 NPO1 chassis car, while the Ginetta, more of a GT4 based car, has a lot more horsepower under the hood. So on the straightaway sections, that purple ZR2 class car, quite formidable, at least in a straight line race against these little prototypes.
Just saw Messenger, I think, finally get by Barbary. So our leader in the ZR3s, putting a different class between himself and Powell now. That extra buffer will no doubt be helpful. Wow, I just realized Ben Waddell just set the fastest lap of the race last time at a 1:43.8. So they are not resting on their laurels at all. That 57 team is trying to do everything they can to continue to stretch their lead.
Well, I'm going to draw the comparison to that car that you were just mentioning as well in that ZR2 class. So not only is Waddell a huge gap out front with purple fastest lap last time by 143.8, but Matt Million also in that ZR2 class, that 9.4 Motorsports car, he has got a huge gap, 45 seconds all the way back there to Clark Camburn, who we just saw get passed by some of those faster class cars. So right now, the leaders in both ZP2 and ZR2 really stretching the gap.
So this is Hibbett in the yellow and white. He's caught up to McGuire in the 59. He was a ways away for a little bit there, but clearly has picked up the pace and is now starting to put the pressure on. This is for P4 in the ZP2s. So some higher up positions definitely up for grabs here. And I like what I'm seeing here, Joey, is that there is a bit of an ebb and a flow out there. This isn't just a case of everybody stretching away from one another and we sit and watch cars circulating. There's some real battles happening, forming and maybe changing complexion throughout this race.
What my brain really enjoys about endurance racing is exactly what you are talking about. Who starts a little bit fast, but maybe doesn't have the car set up to go all the way through the stint, so they fade a little bit, or who's got the slower car to begin with, but really feels like they get into a rhythm, and as the fuel burns off, it just gets faster and faster and faster, and all of these things kind of play their own little piece in the strategy puzzle out here. And you're right, Camden Hibbett has actually been one of the fastest ZP2 cars on the racetrack, call it for the last 10 minutes, maybe even 15 minutes, before he caught the back end of McGorrick back here, who's actually turning 145. This is going to be a passing opportunity. Hibbett looks down to the inside. He slides there into turn number 11. A little bit of lockup there, but it certainly seems like he's secured the position, and now Camden moves up inside the top four.
Nicely done. Next on his list to catch green. Let's see what the timing says. 22 seconds, it looks like, to catch up to Josh and try to get on to the podium. The pace certainly looks like it is there at this stage. Hibbett, another one of our stories that comes from a background you wouldn't expect to see this driver in prototypes. He started out racing quarter midgets at the beginning of his career and has since switched out and has raced in Spec Miatas as well. Has done a lot of sim racing, races for Williams Esports, which is a big team. And obviously used that variety of experience well to his advantage. This is a driver I think that is looking like he is shining right now.
It is all in how many opportunities you get out there. It doesn't matter if it's sim racing or if it's real racing. When you have those opportunities, you want to take advantage of them. And that's exactly what these drivers are doing, right? Zenith Racing Series has provided yet another place for all of these drivers, whether they are up and coming, whether they're trying to prove themselves, or whether they own a team out here and are trying to advance themselves. It is all about bringing everybody into this paddock and showing what you are capable of on the racetrack.
And Joey, you've got to witness that, which I think is kind of cool, that through your racing career, being in the physical cars and coming up, kind of you have spent a lot of time in sims throughout that time. So you've watched that development. What have you noticed about that? What sim racing has done to giving these drivers opportunities or maybe experience that they wouldn't have gotten before this era?
I mean, I could talk for hours on that, but I think the best way to kind of look at sim racing now is really in the past few decades, we've always looked towards go-karting, right? Kart racing, where did you start? How long have you been in a seat behind the wheel? And typically that comes from karting experience. Well, I think one of the beautiful parts about sim racing now is that guess what? You can have a go-kart, aka a sim rig, in your basement, right? You don't have to be a region specific where you have to have a kart track out there. You don't have to be in a region that it has to be sunny in the winter time in order to get that track time out there. The sim provides all of those opportunities. So you look at the cost of an entry-level go-kart, whether you're a young kid trying to get going, and a sim rig is about that same cost as a go-kart. So I really truly feel like it is not replaced karting, but it's given another avenue to start racing for a lot of drivers or people that just plain and simple don't have the accessibility to kart racing. And plus, the beautiful part about a sim rig, you can fire it up at midnight. You can fire it up at the middle of the day. If it's snowing outside, if it's 120 degrees in the middle of the desert where you live, doesn't matter. You can go ahead and plop yourself in whatever car on whatever racetrack and start turning laps. The accessibility of what sim racing has been able to do, I think, opens a lot of doors. And Joe, as you know, it's just the hook in the mouth, right? It doesn't matter if it's real kart racing, if it's sim racing. Once you start going racing, you are going to want more. And then that leads into other bad decisions and brings you out here.
You tend to get bitten by the bug as soon as you get into racing. I think people that haven't been involved in motorsport don't really quite understand the way it draws you in. Speaking of being drawn in, Green is refusing to do that. I just noticed he set his personal best lap last time by. So he maybe was told that Hibbett made that pass, decided, no, you're not going to be going after this third place, and is pulled away by about 0.6 of a second that last lap. Considering the gap of more than 20 seconds, shouldn't make too drastic of a difference, but he is definitely ensuring that does not get any closer as things continue to settle in here in this race. I did hear from Sloan a little bit earlier that we may see some pit stops from the Stratus teams in a little bit, but we're just kind of keeping an eye out for those teams at this stage. That includes the 57, our leader of Benoit Dell, and then McGurk in the 59 car as well, racing for that Stratus team. Right now, it looks like that 59 sits in 5th place. So they're not doing too shabby. 2 in the top 5.
Getting some of this cool multi-class action here, part of endurance racing and part of having 3 different classes on the racetrack at the same time. And that was a pretty cool slide there from our ZP2 car making their way through those slower ZR2 and ZR3 classed cars. Joe, did you catch that huge moment after that first apex?
Yeah, but you talk about a cool slide. I don't think there's any cool points. In fact, one of the features of this that fascinates me is the fact that they are supposed to try and run this race on that one set of tires. Another thing that's kind of a unique feature is we get some space given down at turn 1 here. But again, an inclusive, focused series trying to limit the cost of go racing, and tires are often a major part of that. I think managing those tires probably going to become a factor here, especially with a twisty track like this.
I think so. However, everybody has to do it. So it's coming up with that baseline strategy and especially talking with the drivers, right? And if you know maybe the car balance is shifted a little bit forward for stability, but you have to deal with a little understeer, it just has to be conveyed to all those drivers, hey, don't go out there and really charge into the corners. We need to keep the front tires underneath them, or vice versa. Let's say if you got a little bit of a stiffer sprung car, or maybe just doesn't put the power down quite as well coming out of these slow corners like turn number 7 right here or turn number 11 at the other end of the racetrack, that, hey, be easy on the gas as you accelerate out of these corners, because we want to preserve the car. And preserving the car doesn't just come down to the tires. It also comes down to the brake pedal. Also comes down to how aggressive the driver is over the curbs. If you constantly are jumping over these aggressive curbs in this turn 9 section that we're here at this side of the racetrack, look at those huge holes on the outside of the racetrack, or I should say on the inside of those apex curbs. You don't want to go blasting your front right or front left through those every single lap. So when it comes to endurance racing, Joe, to your point, yes, tires are always so important, but all of the rest of the equipment is just as well.
Just saw, I think that was the Ginetta. Yeah, that was Camburn, who is coming into pit lane. So they're taking a pit stop down in the 177 camp. As Clark is going to get his experience for the first live pit stop, I think, that we're going to see in the entire Zenith series here. And excited to see how that goes for them as they come to their stall. There they are now. And it doesn't look very hurried, though. Of course, they would not be changing any tires, but I wonder if there's actually something wrong and this is not scheduled.
I'm not sure. Maybe we can send Sloan down there to see if she can maybe pull a little bit more info, but I'm with you. I actually do see some fuel going in the car now, at least. I've got some pictures on my side of things as we keep on the action on the racetrack.
Okay, that's good to hear. I was a little bit afraid that there was just one person kind of hovering around, but yeah, at least fuel is being put in. But yeah, it sounds like Sloan's going and checking that one out, and we'll head to her once she's got some info on how that pit stop has gone. I'm showing them still sitting in pit lane. They're continuing to lose positions currently, but only to our leader in the ZR3 class of Messenger. So that's not going to cost them too much in terms until, well, Barbary has now just gone by. So they are now losing track position out there.
And Joe, I think that Sloan is actually standing right there in front of that Camburn car, ready to report with us.
Hey guys, it's looking like it's going auto routine. We've got a few. Oh, we're heading out of the pits right now. Let's go see how we feel that pit stop went. Want to follow me? Let's come real quick. Let's get some live reaction post pit stop. Again, this is really where the magic happens. Are they losing position? Today was a good pit stop. How do they feel? I think capturing the emotion is a very important part of this. So let's see what I can get here. How do you feel like that pit stop went?
It's all right. Could be better.
Yeah, what do you think? Why do you think it could have been better?
Just a bit more coordination.
Okay, you guys still feeling good, or?
We're feeling good. We're feeling good.
Okay, all right, well, good luck for the rest of the race, guys. And there you have it. Sometimes it doesn't go to plan, but we're still staying positive. We still have 6 hours left to go. And, it's an endurance. It's not a sprint. So, might have lost a few positions there, might have not. Maybe they can bounce back. Maybe they won't. Stay tuned to find out.
Great stuff from Sloan. And that kind of goes to what we've been touching on, Joey, that this is very much a learning experience. New rule set for some of these drivers, new cars. For the team's new cars. So I'm sure there's going to be some things that they come out of Sonoma and off to the next race and say, all right, we have lots to improve on.
Well, I think it can even happen and adapt here in the course of the next 6 hours too, right? We don't even have to wait until the next round as we get some more of this multi-class battling going around one of the ZR3 machines. That's actually a pair of those ZR3 machines that the ZP2 made its way by. But this is only the first stop of today, right? How? What went wrong with it? Was it an okay stop? And if you feel like you can make things a little bit better, how do we fix those things? And basically convey that to the team and say, hey, you know what? We're going to have another opportunity here in about an hour. Let's go ahead and clean everything up and see what we can do to really maximize our pit stop next time around. And remember, it's that ever-evolving puzzle that you just want to make it perfect by the end of the day.
Can report that our leader has now pitted, so Opalski inherits that top spot. I saw them on our shot being released as well. So the 57 returning to the track. But to tell you how much a pit stop costs, they have fallen all the way to 8th. And that was, let's see, about 54 to 55 minutes for that first stint. So we'll have to make a note there about the ZP2s on how far at least the leader went. We'll see how long the other cars in the class go.
As we're watching these cars come down through this carousel section, this is a fantastic battle that we are watching here between these ZR3 based cars. And Joe, you can maybe correct me if I'm wrong here. I believe this is Fox and Powell out here in this battle. This is the 555 machine of Eric Powell, and directly behind is that 722 of Fox, I believe.
Yep, that is Tyler Fox that is chasing currently. Eric Powell currently holding on to 13th position. And back once again to one of the battles that we saw a little bit earlier on in our ZP2s. I think Hibbett versus McGoyerk. Or is that, no, this actually is a different car, I believe. That is not Hibbett. That looks to be, I think that's McGoyerk and Pease, actually. Yeah, I think that is for 4th that we've got on screen right now.
The ebb and flow of endurance road racing. This is a fantastic fight here for, like you said, 4th place Pease chasing McGoyerk. And I believe we have just a little bit of that ZR2 traffic just in front. Actually got all 3 classes, so this will be pretty interesting here. These 2 cars fighting for the 4th place position are going to have to work their way through that ZR2 car, work their way through a ZR3 car that's actually just in front of that as well, all while trying to maintain in contact with their team, figure out what their fuel strategy, what their pit stop strategy is going to be, and talk about catching these cars at the worst possible moment where these ZP2s want to carry the speed. This could be an opportunity here for Pease to look down to the inside, but all of them staying very, very patient on the racetrack.
Tries to cut back underneath, but you saw a little bit of wheel spin as the car wiggled under power. Eventually going to be able to get by one of them, maybe 2 under braking with that extra downforce coming into the slow final hairpin. Nope, they have to sit and wait behind the BMW. This could open an opportunity. Is it a pick? Maybe. No, it works the other way.
And watch the horsepower difference. Oh, that was very generous of that ZR3 car to lift off of the throttle. I think they realized how much of a fight these ZP2 cars were really in and didn't want to insert themselves in the middle of it. And now we're seeing them kind of roll the apex at the top of turn number 2 here, and they are freed up without anything obstructing their windshield or the apex is directly in front of them.
And Joey, I know you've done some spotting as well. How much are the teams in communication with the drivers on those situations? How much are they usually informing them of, hey, you know, give it a little extra space, there's a really hot battle coming up behind you sort of thing?
In this level of racing, I don't believe they'll have any spotters out there on the racetrack. However, when you start to get into the more competitive series, maybe later on in the career, as this is finally the move down to the inside that Pease has been looking for the last couple laps, outbreaks his competitor, and now the number 5 car will move up into 4th place. But back to your point about spotters, this is really the foundation of where these drivers are going to learn their racecraft, and so it's more on their shoulders versus a spotter really on their shoulder telling them, hey, there's a car driver's left or a car peeking out to the inside here going into the corner. And I think that as a driver, you don't need a spotter. It is a nice thing to have. However, as a driver, if you blow the exit at turn number 11, you better know that that car behind you is going to have a run going into turn number 1. That's really more the foundation that these drivers are building right now is their racecraft, and where would a competitor place their car based off of my performance on every single corner.
So it looks like Clay's gone into pit lane, abandoning a bit of that fight, choosing to maybe take this time to get out of that battle. There you can see that number 59 heading down to the Stratus pit, hits his marks, and then they should be getting refueled and on their way. In the meantime, that is a great job by Pease to make that pass on track. Carter actually comes from another driver that comes from a open wheel background, racing the Lucas Oil Formula Race Series, but has also done some sports car racing as well, a bit of endurance racing before this. So he's not completely coming into a new realm, while we continue to watch Carter overtake more of these slower class cars. And Mugoyek, the latest. Oh, and now Opolsky, I just see coming into pit lane. So Joey, it looks like about an hour is what we'll see for most of these ZP2 cars on their stint.
Yeah, the 59 car just left their pit box, and like you said, Opolsky, the number 80 car, has just entered pit lane. I know that Sloan is really running around down on pit road, trying to make sure that we cover everything down there. I really appreciate all of her hard work. But, Joe, I am not envious right now because pit road is a very busy place, and she is trying to provide us all the action that she can, but they are just coming in one after another on her.
If you want to be a pit reporter, comfortable shoes would be my best advice, honestly. But yeah, she's getting to work out here today. Hopefully that'll spread out a little bit more as the race goes on for her, and strategies split apart. It sounds like Sloan is ready actually right now. Sloan, what have you got?
I really should have wore a hair tie because I've been running back and forth. But as you can see, pit stops are happening constantly right now. I am having to run up and down pit lane trying to get you guys the best coverage that I can. But truly, this is the pit window that matters the most. This is setting you up for kind of the first half of the race. No tires are going on right now, so what it seems to be for these teams, really just refueling. Whether that's a full tank, whether that's a half tank, I don't know. That's really where strategy does come into play. I've seen all different types of things. Sometimes you see a car literally being pushed back into the pits because they just kind of estimated wrong, or they thought their strategy would kind of go better. You're hoping for a yellow, but we'll see. So yeah, I'm doing my best out here. I will say I am wearing New Balance shoes. These are very comfortable. So I want everyone to know I am very well prepared, and I am running to get you guys the best coverage that I can. But stay tuned. I think we still have a lot more cars that are coming in. Super excited to bring you guys even closer. And definitely a little chaotic, but my Apple Watch is really proud of me for closing my rings.
Great work there, Sloan. Chris Walsh, the latest to come in. I think that's among the first for a scheduled stop for our ZR2 or ZR3 classes. So Walsh getting service there. Opolsky's back out. I just saw Josh Green coming in as well. So that's going to hand over the lead to Camden Hibbett. This is thus far promoted Waddell up to 7th. He's shortly, he should have shortly gotten 6th place from Opolsky, but it looks like maybe the 80 has beat the 57 out. That could be for the overall lead. We'll have to wait and see how the entire pit sequence unfolds.
Yeah, and just kind of have to be patient too. We mentioned that these are the first round of pit stops that these teams are going through on the racetrack live here in 2026. So it could be a matter of not everything ran absolutely perfect in our first stop, and how do we go ahead and fix that for our second stop so we don't run into that same issue. Or it could be that the team is already a well-oiled machine, everything ran perfectly out there, and it's just a matter of making sure that everybody continues to do their individual job out there. When we think about pit stops, it's relatively simple, right? We take the driver out of the car, we put fuel into the car, but there's so much little minutia that goes on that can get looked over, and that's when those fractions or even seconds start to add up.
Now, I do want to keep half an eye on Waddell and Opolsky because I think it's showing about half a second between them. So they emerged relatively close. A much shorter stop for the 80 team has put them in a great position. Also, in regards to these pit stops, if you're wondering, about the tire situation, well, what happens if they have a cut tire? They are allowed one tire change to take care of those sort of situations. If they change more than that one tire, here's where I like their system here, Joey. They get a lap reduced. So this isn't a time penalty. They are put a lap down. In endurance racing, that is not the end of the world, but it's definitely a serious inconvenience. So you want to try and do your best to make these tires last. Granted, if you do choose to, you could maybe make a strategic decision to put on fresh tires and really blitz your way through the field.
And that's just going to come down to those strategy aspects and figuring out what is going to work best for your team, your car, your drivers out there. But we are going to basically watch it all unfold directly here in front of us. This is still our best fight on the racetrack right here. And as the pit stop cycles are going on, you're going to see these two cars kind of cycle their way up through the order. But it is Opolsky with Waddell giving chase. And Waddell has been that fastest car all race long. You see that purple icon next to his name there on the start on the ticker. That identifies the purple fastest lap of the race so far.
Another stop happening down, and I think we might actually have Sloan there. Let's go to Sloan.
I ran, I caught it, I'm here. So one thing that's interesting about Stratus is that they're not just running Stratus, they're also running Nimbus. They have two ZP2 cars that are also running. So it's kind of expanded their pit box too, which is super exciting. Lots of space under here for me to hang out in the shade. But they're refueling right now. They were doing a driver change. I believe Hunter just got into the car, trying to get some more information, kind of wondering how long their stints are going to be, whether they're going to run out of fuel in their stints and come in and refuel, or they're just going to do every hour. You got no idea. It's kind of the whole strategy game. You don't know what somebody's going to do next. So kind of exciting. I also like their pit stop sign. It's kind of nice. Kind of reminds me of like iRacing, when it's like engine on. So that's kind of cool in my opinion. And these cars are loud.
It sounds like it. That's what we want, though. As we might have a move being made down into the final hairpin. And this looks to be with the 80 car involved. So Opolsky and Waddell swapping around as Ben has retaken what is now third place, crossing the line. So they may have emerged behind another driver after the pit sequence, but they're making good on it, Joey.
And did you see him just carve to the inside of that ZR2 class car going up the hill into turn number 1? So those ZR2 cars definitely have more horsepower on the short shoot straightaways, but these ZP2 cars are so light and nimble, especially through these faster, call it medium to high speed sections at Sonoma Raceway, and really just tucked this 57 down to the apex like it was absolutely nothing for this car to do, and drove around him. And this is another section here that I'm sure is just an absolute blast with these cars. The carousel, it is downhill. It has a compression at the bottom. It has a fair amount of grip. I'm sure the G-forces are being felt in these cars here today.
No doubt. We continue to ride on board as we switch over to Max Opolsky now. This is in the number 80. It might actually be the 97. Yeah, I think this is the 97 that we're on board with currently. Ericsson being shown in the car. And yeah, you can see how much he is really being aggressive with those curves through that chicane. No doubt these cars really made to try and race them hard into the corners. Hearing that we might have 3 more cars coming into the pits here, so I'm assume we're going to be heading off with Sloan here in a short amount of time as she's been hustling up and down the pit lane. But we ride our way up into turn 1 once again, and you talk about those G-forces, Joe. You could see it with the helmet, even with him strapped in, just bounding him around.
And I want to echo what we were talking about earlier. Sonoma Raceway, there is no place for these drivers to really rest at all in terms of the lap. So it is one corner, one apex thrown after another, and you find the multi-class traffic on top of it, and these drivers are definitely very busy.
And let's go down to Sloan. She's got another live pit stop.
Yeah, you guys can see here, we've got a driver change going on. We've got fueling at the same time. And there are regulations for how many pit members can actually be over the wall at the same time, or else there's a penalty that can be thrown. So we have one of our cars in right now. I believe we're going to have two more to follow. As far as I'm aware, there's no tires that are going on right now. Just fueling, just driver changes. So we are also getting up close and personal by the driver that's about to go in. You know, it's hard to hear what they say in these helmets, too. I try to talk to them sometimes, and they're like, I can't hear you. But I can't hear them either. So it kind of goes both ways. But it's also good to know that they're protected very well because, you know, the brain is very important. So here we got another car. We got our number 4 car in the ZP2 class coming in. Looks like we're just doing fuel over here. No driver change. See if we can get up in there. Get some good content for you. Some good, fire bottle. Also very important. Visors must be down for the fire bottle. Seen plenty of teams forget to do that. Causes penalties. You see our pit lane really wants to keep everybody safe here, making sure that everybody is, you know, in their correct spot, just in case anything were to happen. We always want good vibes for these pit stops, though. So looks like they're doing a good amount of fuel. Very curious to see what their strategy is here. You never really know what to expect with these. But it looks like they've got a pretty good gap coming in here. Looks like the 9-4 car is also stopping in for fuel. Not sure if they're doing a driver change yet. We'll try to get some more info from them as well. We got our last round 3 car behind right over there. Looks like they're ready to rock and roll.
Indeed, and that was the 4 that we were closest to, with Hibbett hopping out. Camden's replaced by Olivier Piatek, who we saw waiting patiently to get into the car. Another sim racer coming into real-world racing here. And as he slowly exits his way out, he'll hit those cones, can take off the pit speed limiter, and off they go.
And just to kind of get a little bit technical, we were watching Sloan and all of those pit stops going on. And if you say, hey, you know, why are they filling up with 2 fuel jugs, one on each side of the car? It's actually one contains the fuel, and then one is basically a vent can on the opposite side of the fuel cell. So fuel goes in one side, the vent comes out the other, and when the fuel cell is completely full, the fuel starts popping out the vent. That's exactly what we have the can there for, to catch any extra fuel, and therefore the crew knows the car is full.
Great point. As we continue to follow down the hill once again there with that 4 car. Actually, we might be on board with the 5 with Peas. I know they're very close together on track, trying to make out who exactly we're watching with this one. Do see that Hunter Yaney, I think, has set a personal best of 46.0 in that 77. So that car looking like it is very good now that he has hopped in to that machine, taking over for Gavin Vaughn. Meanwhile, riding on board now with the number 5. So here we are actually following with McGurk chasing on Hibbett.
Yep, and just before we hop on down to Sloan real fast, I just wanted to point out how small those ZP2 cars were in comparison to some of these other classed cars, but I believe that Sloan is standing by with Matt Millian, who led his entire stint down there on pit road.
I'm here with Matt Millian, who was the leader of the ZR2 class. You actually had a 45-second gap from your competitor behind you. What was the track like out there? How are you feeling? How do you feel like your stint went? Give us all the nitty-gritty details.
Yeah, first stint out in the ZR2 BMW for 9.4 went really well. We only had one little technical gremlin in the middle of the stint that luckily we were able to resolve on track, and so far so good. Yeah, we're starting today on the Yokohama 200 treadwear set of tires, trying to get as far as we can into the race on these tires today, hopefully about at least 3.5 to 4 hours before we switch over to the Pirelli slicks. Stint was good, really clean stint, a lot of respect out there on track right now, no code 60s, everyone's driving really well, so really pleased.
I see you're also in some Stratus gear. Are we going to be seeing you make an appearance over in one of the Stratus cars?
Yeah, so I'm going to go get myself recovered, going to go get ready, and be on standby for the 57 car over at Stratus, and probably going to go do a stint in that car after Ben Waddell hops out of there.
Wow. Okay, so there you have it. Leader of the ZR2 class and going to hop into the ZP2 leader's car as well. Well, congratulations on a great first stint, and we are looking forward to seeing you kill it out there in the 57.
Thank you very much, Sloan.
Back to you guys.
And that is allowed in the rules. Drivers may be entered in multiple cars. Now, I'll have to dig into how the points work out on that, because that is definitely an interesting one, but not a thing that we have seen in endurance racing in quite some time. I'm pretty sure most series will only allow you to hop into a single car, but that is a fascinating one, especially hopping from a ZR2 car to a prototype. That's got to be an adjustment in the same day.
I think probably looking up towards people, somebody like Ben Keating, right? How many cars does Ben Keating hop in on a course of an endurance weekend? So Matt Million doing a terrific job down there. And I'm sure that when you're that good behind the wheel as well, you're going to be doing a lot more than just driving too, right? You're going to be doing a lot of the car setup work. You're going to be doing a lot of the data review, the video review with the other drivers and whatnot. So sounds like Matt Million doing his part down there to make sure everybody is up to speed.
Yep, watching another of our BMWs back out on track. Colin Garrett in the 95 for Matt Million. And back into the lead from what I can see. By a pretty decent gap. Just about held what they had before they took their pit stop. So back to the status quo for Colin as he lets another of our prototypes by. Hour and 15 into this 7-hour plus 1 lap race now.
Riding on board here. This is, I believe, one of those ZR2 classed cars. Pretty wide. Okay, that's exactly why that was, I believe, the Random Vandals racing machine of Ericsson going down to the inside of the carousel. I was just noticing this car placement was maybe just a touch driver's right than what we typically see in that section of the racetrack, but it's because it was leaving racing room for other cars, and here as well, I expect, left plenty of room there. I believe that was Yaney trying to get by as well. And oh no, Joe, it looks like we have a car stalled out there on the racetrack, but this is actually not on the physical racetrack itself. This is on the turn 9 section of the S's. You see everybody in the background taking our racing line, so they did a terrific job to not obstruct anybody, but it is still a stalled car.
Yeah, that I believe is we're hearing it might be a broken axle. Yes, we're seeing it as the number 5 car out there. So they're coming to a code 60, and they're counting it down now. For those that aren't familiar, essentially that means everybody has to slow to the same speed on track. This is so that they can allow safety teams, and you can see it has now come into effect. And this is going at about 60 kilometers per hour, hence the name code 60. So what this does is this keeps this fair for everybody, Joey, but it also keeps it safe.
That's the whole point, is safe. Yes, we want to make sure it's fair on the racetrack, but timing and scoring, administrative capabilities, we always have that as a fail-safe as well. But I think a code 60 is a great way to neutralize the field out here, make sure that everybody maintains those same gaps. And if you say, hey, this looks pretty familiar to a lot of stuff that we see over in Europe or maybe even F1, it is basically very, very similar. It's kind of along the same lines, and we don't necessarily have to put a safety car out there to gather up the field per se. It's that everybody is already traveling the same speed, and therefore the gaps stay at the same rate, and everybody is traveling at a safe pace on the racetrack. And the best part, we already see the Sonoma safety crew out there talking with the driver, assessing exactly what's going on with the race car. And I believe from what we hear, it might be something in the drive line.
Yeah, and I saw the hand across the neck motion, which means that thing ain't going. Sounds like Sloan is at the team. Maybe she can give us a bit more info. Sloan, what's going on? Well, we might not have Sloan at the ready yet, so we'll head to there in a moment. Now it looks like we've got her ready. Let's head down to Sloan and see what the news is.
Hey guys, down here at round 3 right now. It's always interesting when you don't know what's actually going on the track. The best way for the drivers to communicate. It's interesting too because I heard that there was some pretty tough walkie communication, especially at Sonoma. Really on the back turns, it's hard to hear a lot. So it sounds like we do know that there is a broken axle. It sounds like the car might not be able to move again, but it really is kind of a head scratcher until the teams kind of know what's going on and the best way to move forward. So let's see if we can get a little more information over here. Try to find out how do you guys figure out what's going on? What are you going to do to bring him back in safely? What's kind of going through your mind right now?
We're talking about the wow, that was loud. We're talking about the 5 car, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the 5 car. We've had an issue all weekend. We broke 2 axles yesterday. Sounds like we broke an axle again. So they're towing the car back right now to Park Ferme. Then we got to push it into the garage, probably change out an axle. It's too bad because our driver was doing really well moving up through the field.
Yeah, do you think you are going to come back out, or are you just going to have to take a closer look?
Yeah, we'll get it fixed. We'll get it back out. I mean, yesterday we actually got it fixed during one of the qualifying sessions and got back, or practice sessions, got it back out during that session. So it's not that long of a job, just disappointing.
So tell me, do you know what causes a broken axle? As for somebody watching at home who doesn't know what an axle is, can you kind of explain what that's like to break one to replace one real quick?
Yeah, absolutely, because yesterday it was my fault. So on the test day, I had a big spin, and I missed when I was spinning back onto the track. I missed the clutch with my left foot. My left foot hit the dead pedal instead of the clutch, so the car hopped along the track backwards. That shocked the axles pretty badly. Both axles ended up breaking the next day, so I take that one myself. That was my fault. This was a brand new axle we put in yesterday, so I really don't know. That's what I just sent them back. I said, let's look at everything. Let's look at ride height. Let's look at what's going on. Do we have some weird stressor happening? We thought maybe a couple of the big hills here where you're going up loaded and then it unloads and you come back down. Is that shocking it? But it isn't happening to the rest of the cars. It's just happening to this one.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, you kind of never know. It's always trial and error. Are you going to be hopping in the car later today?
Yeah, I'm supposed to get in last, so pressure's off me now. Now I don't have to perform. I just go out there and turn laps and have fun and wave to the sheep.
Yeah, we love waving to the sheep for sure. Well, thank you for that insight, and we're wishing you guys luck for the rest of the race.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Thanks, Sloan. And yeah, I'm sure he didn't want the pressure off. We could see that the car is just about on the flatbed, Joey. It sounds like you might have some insight as to what could be causing some of this.
Well, this is purely speculation. I do not know for sure. Typically, axles, they can be temperamental, especially with how you drive them. So when I heard kind of skipping across the racetrack, I hear impact vibrations. And what else do we get impact vibrations from? We get impact vibrations from alligator curbs, or maybe driving a little bit too aggressive, dipping a wheel. Now, I can't speak that that's for sure the issue that's happening. Just in my racing history, it can happen in those situations.
Ooh, and I think it looks like we got some work being done on the 80 car, and Sloan is saying that it might be something with the exhaust here. I was about to say this is a convenient time for them during the Code 60 to be into the pits, but if they're doing extensive work, this is going to be only mild comfort for them, Joey, because this does not look like a quick fix, although they are starting to get the rear on.
And typically, if it's maybe just alignment of some parts in there, I think that's kind of what the hint of the issue was. It's preventative, right? It's not necessarily costing them performance out there, but what happens if it keeps going? What happens maybe if one of those exhaust manifolds starts rubbing on some of the carbon bodywork? It's just a what if. So I think that this team is doing the perfect thing right here, making sure that the car is A-okay, and then essentially sending the driver right back out on track.
Got to get that door closed back there. So I wondered, they looked like they were in a hurry to try and fix something. And as they hopped out of the truck here, now they got it closed and they are able to carry on. This Code 60 should end once that truck is back out of harm's way and everybody can carry on racing. So we had our first experience with that here in the Zenith Racing Series, and drivers now have a taste of how strategically those might play out and what they can use them for. Just saw that Alsup was stopped for a second in the number 41 machine, but he switched over to being in pit lane, so I don't know if there was some issue that we had missed on that front. And in fact, so this is that car heading back out onto pit lane. A bit mysterious on there.
What I see, though, is look at all the fluid on the windshield. On this thing.
Yeah.
That's what it could be, something that was just a little bit of overflow and the driver and the crew are not worried about it at all, but it's just an observation that I see.
And they're counting down until the Code 60 ends here, and there it is. Green flag is out and they are underway once more. Now, it looks like Ben Waddell has returned to the lead since then. And because we saw Opalski in pit lane, they have lost a ton of time. I think my time and scoring should update to them, I would assume, maybe farther down the order, although they may not have gotten past during that pit stop where they were working on the car. Garrett, who has hopped into the number 95, is current your lead in the ZR2s. And Messenger, who's still in the number 14, is leading in the ZR3s.
Great to see green flag action back out there on the racetrack. Going to see how everybody sorts back into that racing rhythm. Really just a huge props to the entire track crew, and also, Joe, the Zenith Racing Series for implementing that Code 60, right? I mean, look at how efficient that was to clean up. It was so simple on the racetrack for everybody to understand and completely now get why they have opted to go that route.
I think the thing I love is there's no wave around procedures. There's no
simple,
who is allowed
right?
to come into pits when. Yeah, no, this is fantastic. So I'm a big proponent. I am sold on that one instance right there. Meanwhile, I do still see that we have Barry in the 722 in the pit lane. So they have changed out. I think it was Tyler Fox in that car a little bit earlier. In fact, that may be them that we see from this above shot just now working on it.
Yeah, I think you're right. That's the only car that's currently in pit lane is that 722. So maybe we'll see exactly what's going on down there as everybody is back up to full racing speed up here. See one of these AOA BMWs up here go through turn number 3 and 3A at Sonoma. Such a blind over crest apex, and then continues to be blind on exit there. And downhill through turn number 4 here. About an hour and a half into this 7-hour race segment that we've got here on Saturday at Sonoma Raceway.
Absolutely. And looks like they're just about settled in at this stage. So as we watch the drivers pick up speed, it looks like this might be a good opportunity for us to take a little bit of an onboard. We're going to watch what it's like from the driver's perspective, and we will be back in just a little bit. unfortunately, we have had some more issues out on track, not just the 722 being wheeled back, but it looks like Pease in the number 5, Nick Desai in the number 3, rather, came to a halt. I'm not sure. I am seeing on the track map that he is going now, but thankfully that did not cause another code 60. This is unfortunate to see. And only an hour and a half into this race, we always expect some technical gremlins in an endurance race, Joey, but not at this stage.
It's part of racing. It's part of the hardships that nobody wants to experience. But this is racing. Not everything goes according to plan perfectly out there. And it's really up to these drivers and teams on how much they can adapt when they have a little bit of adversity in front of them. And obviously maybe a little bit more adversity than they were hoping for here, having to push the car all the way back. So not under its own drive, Joe. I'm sure we'll get a little bit more info on what happened to that 722 as the crew now gets to work in the garage.
Yeah, it was looking so strong today. So that's a bit of a shame as we come back on board with the 57, our leader of Ben Waddell, who continues to plug away up at the front. So we weren't really into a pit window on that one, so if we did get a code 60, probably wouldn't have changed much unless somebody really wanted to go off strategy, especially, Joey, since it seems like a lot of the teams are looking and aiming at about an hour per stint, and that seemed to be across pretty much all 3 categories.
And that's pretty typical from what we see in most endurance racing. Now, obviously, it's up to the sanctioning body to kind of limit how long they want to. But in terms of endurance racing, that's typically what we usually see, about 45 minutes all the way up to about an hour and 15. And here at the Zenith Racing Series, it certainly seemed like they were all pretty grouped in right about an hour. Some of them maybe a little bit sooner than others.
Exactly, and it could still be a bit more open than what we thought as well. It sounds like Sloan has caught up with, I think, the 722 team. Sloan, what's going on?
Do that again.
Okay.
Hi, guys. I'm here with John, who is also the team owner. First things first, are you okay?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we're fine. We just have some potential durability issues. We'll see. I was not driving. Tyler Fox was in first, and Grant Berry was just going out. We had some water temp spiking issues. We've got a catch can that's puking something that doesn't look great. So we'll see. Definitely a mystery issue with water temp. Oil temps are totally fine and solid. So it's not an overfill issue. But it would be interesting to know how much water is in the coolant system and if it's head gasket or some mystery coolant issue. But we decided to not push it and come in and try to figure it out. So we're pulling logs and sending them to our builder, and we'll see what we can do.
Yeah. How long do you think an issue like this takes to resolve?
It really depends. I mean, anywhere from an hour to weeks. So yeah, for us anyway. So yeah, it just depends. I mean, we might be able to just cool the car down and then bleed the system, and that might fix the issue, just because of the way temps were spiking. However, we've been running for Thursday, Friday in practice and qualifying, and for the first 2 hours with no issues. So yeah, it's a mystery as of now, but we'll see. I wouldn't say mechanical things are not our strong suit as a team. So we try to phone a friend, and we have a good friend at Arc Flash that will try to help coach us through over the phone. So we'll see. We really want to get back out there, and if we can't get out there today, then we want to be out there tomorrow.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you guys are staying positive, and we hope to see you out there today or tomorrow. So thank you so much for your insight, and good luck to you guys out there.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Yeah.
See you.
Sounds like the 277 team trying to keep their chin up in spite of what is looking a little bit grim at this stage. Also worth noting, Race Control is looking at an incident between the 177 and the 98. The 98 is Josh Green for the Random Vandals car. The 177 is Camburn in the Ginetta out there for ZR2 class. So a little bit of inter-class action potentially that they weren't looking for.
It's unfortunate, but hey, you know what? Once again, racing, sometimes these things do happen, and it's all about pivoting when those incidents do happen to make the best course of your race in the next, call it 5 hours and 18 minutes. I mean, this first 90 plus minutes has already kind of flown by. You were just making the comment that we usually get these pit stops about an hour in, and just after that is when we got a little bit of that drama out there on the racetrack, first with that driveline issue and having to go with the code 60, and then coming back and having that car a little bit stalled up there in turn number 1. But I was just going to kind of feed into it. We're only maybe about 15 minutes away from that next cycle of stops, too.
Yeah, and apologies, that's the 722 team, not the 277 out there that we were just having the conversation with in pit lane. How much of that, these sorts of issues cropping up, Joey, would you attribute to, you know, the car being stopped in pit lane or going slow in a code 60? Because we often hear about race cars needing to kind of operate at high pace to be in the right temperatures and things. Do you think that might be something to do with some of this?
No, I don't think so. Typically, when we have those types of issues, the cars have been running hot and hard and then completely stopped or shut down. As it looks like there's the car coming back out from the other side of the tires there. Just thought we maybe had a little bit of an issue, but everything's all good. But I don't think it's anything like you were mentioning. I know that 722 car is actually one of the older cars that we've got out here in the ZR3 class. That is one of those E36 chassis cars. So it is in potential of nearly, 30 years old. Those cars came out originally in about 1993. The M3s in the U.S. at least came out in 1995. So when it comes to spare parts or maybe specialty parts on the race car, it might be a little bit more highly tuned than some of the GT4 machines or even some of these NP01 cars that we've got here in the ZP2 class where, hey, if an issue happens, we just break out our spares that we've got there in the trailer, swap it on out. It might not be as simple as some of these other more modern race cars.
That's a good point, yeah. And one of the things that comes with the way that they go racing in this series as well, I have to remember, with it being so open, teams can obviously experiment a little bit more, and maybe that experimentation can wind up biting you in the end. But that is the risk versus reward that is involved in all aspects of car racing. We are, as we mentioned, about an hour and 45 minutes into today's event, so still lots left to go, and we are getting further into the morning. I can report that the track temperature is actually now raised to about 70 or so Fahrenheit, compared to the 50 degrees Fahrenheit when we got the green flag today. That is going to be so much easier, I'm sure, coming off of pit lane on those cooled down tires and getting them back to working temps.
And I think that we'll probably have kind of a live reaction of that too, because remember yesterday, Sloan was up there talking with the goats, and she was just in the comfy, nice Zenith Racing Series polo, but I noticed she's got the coat on here this morning on the West Coast, so it is a little bit more brisk in the morning. But Joe, kind of to your point, I have a feeling that pit lane is going to be getting warmer and warmer and warmer throughout today.
Without a doubt. I mean, we saw Matt Million with a little cap on and everything. So, yeah, it looked like it was pretty cool out there. But it is spring, so we're going to see some swings in the temperatures as we wait for the sun continue to rise here in beautiful sunny California, which that is the other good thing. At least we're getting nice sunny weather for this weekend, at least for this first race, to kick things off. The last thing they need is more complications of precipitation.
Have some of these multi-class traffic battles going on. ZP2 car going around. ZR3 class car. And Joe, don't say that P word, precipitation. That's not something that the drivers or teams want to see on the horizon out here at Sonoma. I think it's a beautiful weekend. for racing, and we just keep our fingers crossed for the blue skies that are over the racetrack right now.
I already get blamed for incidents. You think I can control the weather now?
I mean, you're the one talking about it.
I'm just a punching bag when it comes to all the bad stuff that happens to cars out there. But we carry on. Waddell still our leader. The gap I'm showing about 45 seconds now over Opalski. I'm guessing some of that is due to the extra stop during the Code 60 that the 80 car had to make, doing a little bit of work on the rear of the machine. But they held on to second place. Looks like it's about a 30-second gap down to Camden Hibbett, who has also stayed in the car, as have those top two since the beginning of the race. No driver changes in those vehicles, at least for now. And again, if you're just joining us, there are no driver time limits for these teams. So it is down to when they think is the prime time to swap out to keep them fresh. From your experience, Joey, what tends to be about the limit? What does the timing look like for most drivers where you think they're losing their edge out there?
You have to go to what the car is capable of, not what the driver is capable of. So if it's 45 minutes, you need to make it to the end of what the car can do out there. Because if you are short pitting, you're just kind of putting handcuffs on yourself in terms of how long you can then stretch the car. And also, when it comes down to the strategists, the engineers, the crews calculating the times on, hey, when are we going to stop out here? This ZR2 car is trying to make its way around the ZR3, so these are different classes. I'm going to tuck down to the inside here, use a little bit more of that grip down through the carousel. But typically the crew will be on the radio with the driver saying, hey, you know what, you got 30 minutes left. Hey, you know, you got 10 minutes left. Hey, you know, you got 5 minutes left. And from personal experience, Joe, whenever they say 5 minutes, oh, you got to make it 5 minutes in the car, it usually seems more like 25 minutes at that point. It always seems to be longer than what they're telling you.
Yeah, it should only be 3 laps, but for some reason, it seems to just go on forever. But you do have that adrenaline helping you push through some of it. Then when you step out of the car, you'll probably start to feel that exhaustion as we check in with Colin Garrett, our leader in that 95, having taken over. Colin's another one that is kind of a fun story. He's raced in GT4 America, so he's used to this GT4 spec M4 out there. But he's also done some racing in NASCAR in his past, so he's kind of run the gamut a little bit out there, and is certainly doing more than turning left here today. In fact, with this being a clockwise circuit, there's lots of right turns that he's going to have to deal with. But he's continuing to lead. It's about 36 seconds to the next car back, but that is his EP2 car. So he's even got a buffer between himself and Camburn, who is sitting P2 in the ZR2 class.
I think we're just kind of patiently waiting here for this next round of pit stop cycles. I was just chatting with Sloan behind the scenes, and actually, Joe, she's kind of given us an idea that the 57, our overall leader, is coming down onto pit road, and I believe she's standing right there at the pit stall with the car coming in right now. Sloan, what have you got for us? And you know what? I don't hear any audio coming out of Sloan right now, and I believe she's going to be coming right back to us. And now we've got her standing right there with 57.
Hopefully you guys can hear me now. But I was going to say the driver change is happening right now. Ben Waddell just got out. Matt Millian just got in. These NPO1s are like little rocket ships. They are small, small spaces. And I saw that Matt actually put a seat insert in. So, you know, that obviously adds a little bit more time, too, instead of just getting right into the seat. But, you know, buckling the driver in, making sure that they're safe. Drivers got to put their headset in. They got to make sure that they're all hooked up. There's all these little things that go into these pit stops, especially when you're leading the race. So where's the car going to come out once they're done with their pit stop? Where are they going to end up? We don't know. So, you can time it perfectly. You can really try your best, but truly, you don't know till the car gets back out on track. This is the turbo car. There are some specs about it that I can't speak to just yet, but I'm hoping to get some more information about it on how this car is a little bit different than the other ones in the NPO1 class. But they've had a really great day so far. They had a really great testing day. Quali was great, obviously. He's taking off now, so we'll come back to you in a little bit with a more update and more information.
Thanks, Sloan. We saw Ben, in the background there, just kind of getting out of the car. Didn't look too tired from his body language, so that's a good sign that even after nearly 2 hours of racing in a prototype, he's still seeming at least decently fresh.
A race car driver loves to be in a race car, Joe, so I think that no matter how tired Matt Million is, he is always going to be ready to hop into whatever race car has the open door out there. I think that he is living the dream and certainly is enjoying every single lap out there as the number 80 of Opalski continues to lead our ZP2 class, and that number 95 of 94 Motorsports leads our ZR2 class. And I mentioned that just because we were talking about Matt Million. He was the first stint driver in that ZR2 car that still hangs on to the lead.
Just want to give a little update for fans of both the 5 and the 722. It does look like the 722 is still behind the wall right now. However, I can tell you that the 5 has returned to the track. It looks like Pease is in the car once again. They are 3 laps down. I'm showing for the next one up. As far as from the overall leader, though, they are 13 laps down. So this has been a heavily compromised race for round 3 racing. As we heard, they're probably just going to be getting back in and circulating from there to try and get some laps in, which, as we've been alluding to, Joey, could be useful because we go racing for the same thing again tomorrow.
You're right. We've got another 7-hour race tomorrow as this random Vandals machine gets around the outside of one of the ZR3 class cars. But yeah, we've got our 7-hour race here today that we are just shy of 2 hours into as of right now. And then we simply rinse and repeat and do it all again tomorrow. So I don't know. This is a little bit more than an appetizer, right? This is all the way halfway into the meal. So I'm not sure what to call it at this point.
Yeah, this is the first course, I guess you could say, of this 2-course meal.
Multi-course meal. I like that.
Yeah. And Opalski has taken over. This is the leader that we're following right now in the number 80, but they still owe us a second pit stop, and we are getting close to that point. Interesting that we got an early one out of the 57 car that time, as they went, I believe, maybe just a little bit past the hour on the first one. So that was a slightly shorter stint for them. But Max, we had mentioned this before, one of the drivers that actually owns the team that he's racing in all this. This is automatic racing here today, but he runs in the Mustang Challenge with the MOR team, a young driver that's been working his way up right now. His lap's looking good out there. In fact, his last lap quicker than just about everybody else in the field.
I'm seeing Opalski 44.9. I'm going through the rest of timing and scoring, and nobody is in those 44s. So right now, the 80, the fastest car on the racetrack. So yeah, just setting the pace, 31 seconds and growing out there. I am curious about the number 59 from a little bit a while ago. Remember, they made that little bit of the unscheduled stop out there. Same thing with the 57. So the 57, I'm sure, is going to be going back up onto pace here, especially with Matt Million in the car. His last lap time not representative because he was on that outlap, and there he just crossed the start-finish line. 146.2. So Matt, who just hopped in the car, you were making the comments about swapping different classes. It's actually the second fastest car on the racetrack in that brand new machine.
Great stuff. Ginetta being a brief roadblock here for our leader. Doesn't seem like we've seen many cars able to make this pass between the chicane and down into the hairpin. He's going to look for it under braking, uses that extra downforce, and that allows him past to carry on once again. He's got about 31 seconds over Camden Hibbett in that number 4 machine. And with Million back in the 57, he's got to make up some time now and also wait for these cars to make their pit stop before he starts to regain a few positions. Although I see he is close behind the 59, so we may see a change for that third position based on the speed that Matt's got at this stage.
That's what I was just noticing, is that Million is right behind Gregoric out there on the racetrack, only about 0.2 of a second, and I have a feeling that probably going to be passing that number 59 here soon enough as we continue to watch our overall leader in the automatic racing, number 80. This is Opalski leading the way, the black car with the bright orange highlights, currently heading down through the carousel section that we've got here at Sonoma Raceway. It's the second NP01 car. It's actually going to be going by this other car. Put them just about a lap down here, I should say a lap down, because these are both ZP2 classed cars. Sneaks down to the inside and off he goes.
So there you go. That moves him up back onto the podium. We'll see whether or not it'll change back around. Remember, the first pit stops, that 80 car did change position with the 59, or 57 rather, and managed to put automatic racing into the lead temporarily, but they took a shorter pit stop. We don't know if that was maybe less fuel or anything else necessarily involved. He's going to be able to get by the 41, who stays off to the outside through the hairpin. Still leading by a good gap, by about a minute actually, over the 57 of Million.
And I want to correct myself. We actually just saw Million go by Megoric down there in turn number 7. We were kind of clipping between the number 80 and the number 59. They're so similar out there, but we did see Matt Million. That was the pass being made down into turn number 7. I thought it was our leader putting a car a lap down, but no. To Joe P., your point, that was the number 57 moving up into that podium position.
Nicely done. And now trying to run away from him, although the timing is showing them quite close last time they went by. So that could be fun if they get up to a good potential passing spot. I think this is on board with the 57 now that we're riding, of Matt Million. Down into the braking of the hairpin. He is coming upon the number 85. That is Chris Walt, currently, who has made up to the podium. Glad to see Chris has had a good race so far. They, remember, started from last on that ZR3 field, but has already made 2 overtakes so far, and they're going well. I think they are a little bit behind Eric Powell at this stage, but never say never as he kind of gets off to the side to allow the 57 through.
And I also saw that once the 57 went through, he tucked immediately onto the racing line there in that turn 3 complex. Now, we keep talking about how Sonoma Raceway doesn't give the drivers any sort of break out there. And let me tell you, if you are off of the racing line in some of these corners, it can really sacrifice a lot of lap time. So what Chris Walsh was doing is, as soon as this ZP2 classed car went by, he tucked in right behind so that way he could maximize his run through turn 3 and 3A. Perfectly executed. Sometimes it's those little itty-bitty small things that keep you alive and also keep you moving up through the order like you were mentioning his car is doing.
Checking up and down, and I don't see any immediate battles right now, but the strategy is definitely getting fascinating out there. I do see that 8th and 9th overall are kind of very close to changing positions, but that is a ZP2 and a ZR2. Camburn currently in that 177, who is trailing Nick Desai, who hopped into the 3. We had a few issues with the 3 a little bit earlier, but they've since gotten the car going. Not sure. Hopefully, no more problems. We might see if we could send Sloan down to that number 3 car's pit stall, see if we can discover what pulled them off to the side of the track briefly. In the meantime, or actually, no, that was the 5 car, wasn't it? Now that I say that.
You know, you'd have to copy and paste the exact incident into my brain directly in front of me. And I think I see Sloan saying that it was the 5 car. So I think you got a little
Sloan.
bit of backup.
Yes.
But you kind of touched on the strategy, as well as Clark Hamburn out there, who's running second in that purple ZR2 class. The reason why I mention it is because Clark has yet to hop out of the car. Most of the time, what we saw out of that first stint of drivers is they accomplished that hour on track, or roughly 1 hour, and then they hopped out of the car, did the driver change to a co-driver, and then sent him back out. But that number 177 is on a little bit of a different strategy when it comes to the drivers in the car. Still on that roughly 1 hour fuel time, however, doing a double stint with their driver.
So these two, I think, are on different laps between them. No, excuse me, that is not the case. That is the 14, actually, that is going by Walsh. So yeah, that's the leader, I think, lapping Walsh at this point. But that tells you the gap that we're dealing with, because like I said, Walsh is in the podium spots. It sounds like we actually have Sloan ready to talk to that AOA team. Sloan, what's the mood like? Oh, we'll go back to her in just a bit. Now we've got Sloan ready to go.
I'm here with John, who's the team owner of AOA, and I really think we've given a lot of love to the ZP2 and ZR2 classes, so I really wanted to give some more information on ZR3. So, John, what do you think the biggest differences are with the ZR3 class compared to the ZR2 class?
Well, the biggest difference is the power to weight ratio, which on the ZR3 class is a 10.5 versus a 9.0. So our cars that we're running in the series are like perfect for this class, and I think we've been proving so far that we're doing well. So.
Oh, it's very exciting. Do you have any crazy strategies planned? Are you kind of playing things the way you usually would? Anything exciting you can share?
No. We'll keep those cards in the back pocket. So we'll see how it plays out, but it's looking good so far. I'm very happy with the series. I think it's going to go to big places. So I hope they can keep doing that.
Yeah, no, us as well. So good luck to you guys out there. Thank you for your insight, and we're rooting for you.
Thank you.
Yeah, interesting. I like learning about the different classes. Obviously, this is a brand new series, and these are categories and team series class names that we've never heard of before. So kind of getting an inside look at what the differences are, and we'll dive into that a little bit later as well, kind of showing you the cars, talking more about the specs of them. But hearing it there from John, they're super happy with how it's going so far, which is great. We're happy to hear that. Even though they kind of are pegged as maybe the slowest class on track, doesn't mean that they don't have as much traction and aren't as, fast mentally as the quote-unquote fastest cars on track. So super exciting to hear that, and yeah, we'll be back with more later.
Thank you, Sloan. I can report that Camburn is in. Clark is taking a pit stop for the 177. I'm not sure that Barbary is going to be able to catch up and overtake them based on the gaps that I am seeing. We hop on board with Colin Garrett, leader in the ZR2 classes. I think that was the Random Vandals that just snuck by down into the carousel. Their gap looking mighty handy at this stage. They were already well ahead of Camburn, but with that pit stop, this might actually put them a full lap ahead.
And I'm all about the data, right? I'm all about hard facts and analyzation when it comes to racing. And this car we're riding on board with right now, last lap time at 148.8. You compare that to Camburn in second place, a 150.8. So not only have they already grown that gap to a pretty substantial margin, but the pace out there on the racetrack, this BMW from 9-4 Motorsports is certainly hooked up.
They are seeming to be very hard to beat today. So everybody's going to be watching 9-4, taking some notes. Maybe coming back for tomorrow, see if they can make it a little bit more of a challenge for them. But again, you never know what can happen in endurance racing. This is far from over. We can't write this off yet, even if they do have a large lead. Looks like a nice little battle heading down. Here is the 555. finds themselves, I think, actually with a lapped car, it looks like. So that's not for position.
Jump over here to Ericsson here in the number 97. This is that Random Vandals racing machine. And since we are past that 2-hour mark, I think that we're just kind of patiently waiting for more and more of these cars to finally hit pit road, have that second cycle of pit stops out there. Really everybody settling into the rhythm of things. I can't say enough about how good the racing is, and talk about a commentator's curse. I mentioned the Random Vandals machine. This is Ericsson, who is now slow on the front straightaway here. Not really sure what is happening right now to the number 97, but definitely slow on the racetrack.
We're hearing there's a bit of smoke coming out of the back that I don't think we can see from this shot necessarily. And they are coming to a halt. This has got to be a Code 60, because that is in a part of the track that is both very fast and with no place to go, essentially. So unless they get this restarted very soon, I'm pretty sure that's going to be coming out.
I would assume so. Probably just a matter of time. What I like seeing right here is that race control is trying to let the driver recycle the power, try to get it going under their own power. And I'm sure if all of those don't happen, then yeah, we'll be going Code 60 just like we saw. What was it? About an hour ago, almost exactly.
Yep, counting it down, and there it is. It is now Code 60. They're going to go and try and retrieve that car. Everybody slows down. Now, this is where it gets interesting. Those teams that were able to make it to now without making their second pit stop, Joey, theoretically have a very cheap pit stop at their hands.
Yes, theoretically. And the best way to kind of explain that is that under racing speeds, the cars are traveling much, much faster as we're getting onboard shots. I'll get to that here in just a second. I'm looking at the onboard. You see the driver's head shaking. I don't see anything flashing on the dash per se that is saying, hey, you know what, I've got an issue with this car. So I was just trying to read what's going on. It looks like they're talking to one of the corner workers right now who's next to the race car, and certainly seems like maybe another driveline issue where they're going to have to at least flat tow or put it up on a flatbed.
Random Vandals not used to this. They're a tightly run ship. So for them to come to a halt like this is less than ideal. And they were
Joe,
running, I think, about fourth.
They were having a fantastic run. You're right. I believe they were up into fourth. What I do like seeing here, though, is that typically if it's a transmission issue, you have to put it up onto the flatbed. But they are going to flat tow this thing, which tells me the driveline is at least rolling.
It sounds like Sloan is caught up with Paul Sparta from Random Vandals. What's Paul got to say, Sloan?
Paul, can you tell us a little bit about what's going on out there?
Yeah, we think something just popped in the drivetrain, and it's probably an axle is our guess, but something just in the drivetrain physically let go. So, we'll take her back and see what we can do. Hopefully get out there again. It's only, there's 5 more hours to go, so get out there and hopefully salvage a few positions and a little bit of points.
Yeah, how long does an issue like this usually take to fix?
If it's an axle, it can be pretty quick. I think probably 10-15 minutes in the garage and we'll be back out. So disappointing, but you'll learn, and everything's going great otherwise. So we'll try to get back out there and salvage what we can and focus on the next one.
Yeah, awesome. Well, I'm glad you're staying positive, and wishing you the best of luck.
All right, thanks a bunch.
So unfortunately, that's another drivetrain issue that we are seeing, sounding like that's one of those parts that drivers maybe will want to baby a little bit out there.
I think so. Potentially, right? We don't know for sure if it is that issue, but what I do really enjoy is, look at this, Joe. We are already green flag racing. That Code 60 was only, a couple minutes long, and we're already back to full speed racing action.
I see a lot of cars that actually pitted in. I think the 80, the 98, the 3, the 77, the 14, the 50, the 555, and the 85 all came into pit lane. The 59 is now heading back out. So is the 80. So they were trying to take advantage of that. Maybe thought it was going to be a longer period of time, but it has unfortunately meant that they are now losing more than they expected. Now, since so many of them pitted, I don't think it'll cause too many dramas strategically, Joey, but not what they were expecting, I think.
And this goes back to my extremely long-winded point about your question a few minutes ago. Under the code 60, yes, you have a cheap pit stop compared to under racing conditions. So, yeah, I think all of these teams were expecting the code 60 to maybe last a little bit longer, because when everybody's doing 60 kilometers an hour on the racetrack, that time stationary in pit lane, you lose a lot less distance to them out there on the racetrack. Now, when everybody's at full racing speed in comparison to the very, very slow 60 kilometers an hour, when you're stopped stationary on pit lane, those cars at full racing speed are really starting to stretch that gap. So all the teams were trying to get that short, cheap pit stop, but it went green and I think caught a few of them out.
Absolutely. And the good news for Opalski, who stayed in the car for another stint, it looks like he has not been caught by Matt Million. So Max holds on to that second place. That'll be the second time that they'll have jumped the 57 in the pit stops, albeit this time with a little bit of outside help.
I agree, and I see just kind of the overall gaps, although now they're kind of going through all of these timing and scoring loops and cycling really into their standard running positions. But I think that things have closed in just a little bit between second and third, even though that pit stop did happen. Just kind of have to wait to see it really settle in here on timing and scoring.
Yeah, we'll make sure that we get a solid picture here. I think I saw the AOA team also coming back out. Yeah, it looks like it's showing Walsh is still in the car there. The 59 just setting a personal best middle sector. Right now, Alder in that car. And that's Jason Alder, I should clarify, since I think we have two of them out there. But obviously going quite quickly at this stage. This means, since the 4 team did not pit that time, Camden Hibbett, currently in that machine, is our new overall leader.
And remember, Camden Hibbett was one of these cars that started more towards the middle of the pack, and they've just been on a solid trajectory towards the frontier. And as of right now, with the pit stop cycles and everything, that number 4 is leading the way. This is the number 57 here on the far end of the racetrack at turn number 7. See how they navigate here through this traffic. An interesting ebb and flow, I think, especially between the ZP2 and the ZR2 cars. The orange ZR3 class doesn't have as much horsepower, so I think our prototype-based machines are really more driving by them. However, the combination of these two classes is a little bit different, and it does require a little bit of a two-way street sometimes.
Ooh, and a personal best from Hibbett as well on that last lap at a 45.1. So picking it up a little bit, and most of it seems to be made in the third sector. I mean, that was the only green sector that they had, which is another fascinating aspect to how this race is unfolding. But Hibbett is another young driver coming in with what looks like a bright future ahead of him. In fact, I've got notes that he played with his high school bands and also enjoys video production. So I wonder if we'll see him on our side at some point in his career.
Yeah, very, very well. Certainly could be. I think one of the best parts about racing in the paddock is that everybody wants to be a racing car driver, right? Everybody wants to be the center of attention and go out there and perform and collect those checkered flags and the trophies. But there is a plethora of jobs and roles and responsibilities that go alongside with driving. Think about the team manager, the team owner. We have to put together this entire crew to go out there and essentially perform over the course of the weekend and kind of to tie it all in here. Video production on the other side of things, it's something that I never thought I would be getting into from my driving career, but I have really enjoyed it, being on this side of the microphone and everything, being able to analyze and watch racing. So you never know where driving or even just being at the racetrack, what jobs it can lead you to.
Yeah, and I definitely want to stress that because I know this series is so about the inclusivity of bringing opportunities, and I think that's another great aspect of it is, you, like you said, you don't have to be the driver if you want to get involved in racing. And hopefully this series will continue to provide those opportunities for drivers to get to live out some of those dreams, even if they aren't in the cockpit, that they could wrench on the car, that they could manage a team. There's PR people, there's catering people as well. If you like to cook, there's even a place for you here in pit lane if you want it, especially in endurance racing. Because as you like to say, Joey, a race team does need to be fed.
Absolutely. And trust me, if you're on the catering team and you're making excellent food out there, it is really close between that ZP2 car and the ZR3 machine. And I actually think this is going to allow a pretty close battle here. But if you're making great food down there catering, you're probably my best friend on a weekend.
Now, I think that's the 97 team, isn't it? So I think that's Ericsson back out on the track, although I'm showing him still is stopped on my timing screen, unless I'm misidentifying this car here. So I'm trying to figure out if they've gotten back out.
So the other thing to consider is we do have two random Vandals cars out there. Kevin Boehm is driving the number 98 car. I'm right there locked in stride with you, Joe, because the cars, I believe, are identical. And once again, a really close moment down there at turn number 11. These two cars duking it out on the racetrack.
Yeah, you're right. That is Kevin Boehm, a very decorated driver in sports car racing at this stage, although the 4, who is our leader and trying to put him a lap down, is having a hard time doing so. They're going to go wheel to wheel up and over turn 2. Kevin is playing him no favors. Camden Hibbett getting a real lesson on where to pick his battles. Right now, Kevin is forcing him to have to lose some time here, and eventually that yellow and white number 4 does get around.
Look at the racing, though, that these NP01s provide. Kevin's going to have the shorter distance here, and now it's going to go back Camden's way through the downhill turn number 6 carousel. I think that Bo going to be on the losing side of the battle through this very long corner. He's going to have to duck back into the racing line behind that white and yellow number 4 of Hibbett, who is our overall leader. And now that the pass is complete, I think that Boehm is going to take out the notepad and see where exactly this number 4 is a little bit faster. That is always the easiest way to find out where you need to gain a little bit of speed, is follow the fastest car on the racetrack and see what they are doing differently.
Yeah, and Kevin's been around the block, so yeah, no doubt he knows all the little details as he watches to try and pick up. I find it interesting that he did fight him so hard. That is his first lap down, so it's understandable. Kind of wants to stay on that lead lap if possible, even though we won't have any safety cars to bunch the field up. It's still best to try and at least stay within that 1 lap range. It'll help you out tremendously. As we got 1 car down in the pits, and I think that is the 5 of P's.
Joe, I'm going to draw a parallel, okay? Because you were just mentioning that Boehm was putting up a pretty good fight to our overall leader. When we're go-kart racing, you're still going to fight me when I come up to lap you, right? It's the same sort of idea.
I figured that's where you were going with that, but so we watch. Yeah, it looks like he is not giving any inch out there, because you never know what can happen later on down in the race too. So he might be the one battling with Hibbett, and those extra couple seconds could wind up coming in handy at some point. But that is our leader on your screen right now, Camden Hibbett, just plugging away here on the lap 74 of today's race so far. We are definitely going to be racking up quite a few of them in this race. Is the 722 going to be getting back out on track? Because I see them going from stopped to being in pit lane. They're 19 laps down. I'm trying to see if I could spot them on our track map here, and I don't see them right now. So we'll check in on that. We'll see if we get anything more on that front. Might have been a false dawn on that one.
You know, I was just doing a little bit of math behind the scenes here because we're about to click through to lap number 75. You were just mentioning that. With Sonoma Raceway being about 2.5 miles, we are already approaching mile marker 200. This will be about 190 miles complete for these drivers just in the span of about 2.5 hours. Plus, we had those slower code 60 moments out there. I'm with you. I think that the clip that they are going at is incredibly rapid. We've had some great wheel-to-wheel moments, some great battling between the three classes out here as well, and they continue to rage it on.
I like seeing that Million team is not resting on its laurels. They've already caught and passed the 80, which has had Sebastian Rist take over in that car. So they've since overtaken them. In fact, they're about 10 seconds ahead, it looks like. And so they have made quick work on trying to find their way past them. In the meantime, they've got a ways to go to catch up to the number 4, but the last lap was showing it about 1.5 seconds faster for Matt Million. He is reeling in Camden Hibbett.
He is fastest lap of the race as well that last time by, like you were just kind of mentioning. I know that we were having a little bit of talk over here, at least on the West Coast. It's approaching lunchtime. I think snacks are starting to get important over here on the desk. And Sloan, I think, is also on pit road because it's not just us that needs to keep the energy, but the race teams, they need to keep the energy out there as well, Sloan.
Yeah, so a little fun fact. Before I started this role 2 days ago, I was a team coordinator for a few different teams throughout a few different series. So I know quite a bit when it does come to snacks. However, I kind of want to show you guys a little behind the scenes. So some hospitality setups are a little crazy. Some just have some good little snacks here if we want to just show the area how nice. We've got some breakfast sandwiches still out. They've got a whole bunch of waters, Gatorades, things just to pull when they run out. And then obviously we have a very, very, very big Stratus pit box here, which is very nice. We move on to round 3. They've got a really nice setup. I'm a big fan. Their snack situation looks like they've got some oranges, some bananas, just some nice tiered stuff here. Popcorners are always really good, not sponsored. But, you know, it really is what keeps the crew going throughout all of these hours. I kind of like energy drinks. Some people like juice. I know that some people just kind of prefer water. Some people are on their 4th coffee of the day, and that is a true fact. It's kind of terrifying. Let's see. Random Vandals, keeping it simple. They're kind of keeping things in their boxes where they've come from, but a nice clean setup. Always do appreciate that too. And let's see, what else we got here? Over at 9-4, oh, they got a snack bowl. Just a bowl. They just want to keep it incredibly simple. And it looks like they got some Pop-Tarts in there, so definitely I'll be snacking on that later. We'll make our way down here to Camber. Not seeing too much, just some Lara bars, I guess. Again, not sponsored. And then this is one setup that I really wanted to show. We got a TV in here. We have a TV. We've got some...
And we may have had a little bit of a technical glitch there, so we seem to have lost Sloan. But I do love that we're getting a good feel of all the logistical things that have to go into making a race happen, Joey, because that's, you know, that goes back to what we were talking about all the people that are involved in racing that are not the driver. Just imagine having to coordinate all this stuff just to get this race to happen.
There's so many people beyond just the driver in the car. Yes, we focus on the car performance and the driver, but you're right. So many roles, so many responsibilities. Even just maintaining the pit box, like what Sloan was saying, you got to make sure that the crew members are fed, that the crew members are on top of their game, so that way when the car does come down pit road, everybody is able to perform. it is not just the driver that needs to perform. It is everybody from the tippy top all the way down to the people making sure the tires are clean, making sure the fuel is ready to go in the car. So everybody has a role on one of these race teams, and everybody is important in that victory, hopefully at the end of the day.
And talking about our temperatures as we did earlier, I think it's up to about 60 Fahrenheit air temperature now, but continuing to raise on the ground. Sounds like Sloan has just a little bit more ready for us. So why don't we head back down to Sloan, see what other information she has.
You know, I find it a bit rude that I was cut off there, but I'm going to let it slide this time. Next time, though, I might not. My feelings get hurt very easily. I'm a little sensitive. That's a joke. Please be nice to me. Anyway, it actually is 63 degrees. My coat has been shed. It's very nice. I did get sunburnt the first day here, so I'm in a...
Joe, I think we're just working with the receiver and the camera and everything, making sure that we got Sloan on pit road, and I think they might have just stepped just a little bit too far. I know that she's working on getting us some awesome information from behind the scenes down there on pit road, and I actually think I see a doggo down there too.
I was waiting for you to mention that. We could see her camera, but of course it's not a race weekend without Joey finding a dog out on track. In the meantime, we have Hop on board the number 4, our leader of Hibbett, with clear track in front of him right now. Actually, this might be Barker. Actually, I think that we are on board. Yes, this is Barker. Excuse me. This is the 77 instead. So Ethan Barker out in that car since hopped in and taken over for Gavin Vaughn.
A note that I just kind of want to put out there, these drivers that are currently, especially this ZP2 class, they've taken it up a notch in terms of the performance level. The first couple stints we were typically seeing these cars do maybe 146s, 145s out there. Waddell was the only one in the 44s. And now that we've got some other drivers in the car, as we get some good class fights here going down towards turn number 11. I see a lot of purple being set. Matt Millian currently has the purple fastest time at a 143.7, but wrist directly behind a 44. Kevin Boehm in the car at a 44. Seeing a lot of these drivers step it up just a little bit as we're side by side here in turn 1.
Yeah, the 98 of Kevin Boehm sees another car sneak by, but they went by a car in pit lane. That's our leader, Camden Hibbett, who was our leader, I should clarify, because now Millian has inherited that top spot. So the 4 team executing their latest stop with 4 hours and about 30 minutes left to go. And it definitely feels like we have kind of drifted away from that 1 hour mark that we initially thought these stints would be lasting. So that will complicate things.
I'm with you, and that's one of the beautiful parts about endurance sports car racing is that, guess what? The table, the timesheets, everything kind of shifts just a little bit depending on what driver's in the car, what track position you have out there. So it's always kind of that moving puzzle piece that you kind of got to put a finger on. And you also have to remember, the faster you go, usually the more fuel you burn as well. And that'll also equate to a shorter stint length time. So what might work for one driver and have a little bit more fuel might be a little bit less for another driver who's pushing a little bit harder, that might have, call it 3, 4, 5% more full throttle time per lap. So it's just that ever-evolving strategy that the teams have to stay on top of.
Pietek has now hopped in the car, and it looks like they've already sent them out. So the 4 will return in 4th place appropriately, ahead of Kevin Boehm, which was, well, to your point a little bit before, Joey, that was the car that they were battling with to not be lapped. So they are going to be close to being on the same lap. I'm not sure if they will be actually battling for position because I'm still trying to get an update on the gaps on track. But yeah, a great example of what you were talking about, where sometimes you'd battle with that car even if it's not directly for track position.
It's also experience, right? For instance, what happens later in the race when you are in that position where you are battling for, call it second place, or even the win, and even just this reference to hour 2, come back and say, oh, you know what, they were really fast or confident going here into turn number 7, or I felt that I could really roll the speed through the S section better than the number 4 car, at least when we were battling earlier on the track together. So yes, at the time the number 4 was going by, putting a lap on that number 98, but you never know when that knowledge is going to come into play later in the race.
Especially with such a long one here today. 7 hours is quite a bit of time. In the meantime, with Camden Hibbett finally out of the car after a 2.5-hour stint, it sounds like Sloan has caught up with him to get his thoughts.
Fresh out of the car, I came up to him and I was like, do you want to be on the live stream? He said, let me grab a water, but yes, sure. Camden, what can you tell me about your stint? How'd it go out there?
Very long. It's hot. Overall, pretty good though. I mean, just kind of saving tires, saving fuel for Oliver and Thomas, getting in for the rest of the race. I think I'm going to probably get back into finish, but not really pushing super hard, just trying to manage the car. You know, it's a long race. The first 3 hours is maybe even 4 hours is just survival. Then the race really starts with 3 hours to go. So overall, pretty happy with the first stint. Hopefully Oliver and Thomas can keep it clean, and I think we're in pretty good shape. So.
Awesome. So for the viewers out there who might not know about you, what's your history? Have you raced endurance before? Where'd you come from?
Yeah, so I started in quarter midgets on the ovals when I was 5 years old, and then when I was 12, transitioned into Spec Miata, and then Spec MX-5, I was a shootout winner in 2024. So mainly sprint racing. I've done a little bit of another endurance series, but never anything to this physicality, and it was in a Miata, you know, so definitely a different animal from what I'm used to in the sprint racing world, but you know, the R3R guys have given us a great car and a great program to work with. So I think we got a really good shot for not only this weekend, but as we keep growing as a team and as a driver trio. I'm really happy with where we're at.
Awesome. Well, congratulations on a great first stint, and we'll look forward to seeing you for the last stint.
Thank you.
Very cool. Always fun learning about drivers and their stories, where they've come from, where they want to go, and I personally just love hearing their history. So, yeah, back to you guys. I'll get better at that, by the way.
That's fine there, Sloan. Love getting the background as well. The diversity that we can see from drivers jumping into this is really a testament. Also, Joey, Matt Million now set the fastest lap of the race last time by. Our current leader is stretching away from literally everybody.
He's improved it even more. It was a 143.7, but now it's down to a 143.3 that last time by. So, yeah, I'm with you. This number 57 is hooked up right now. This driver that just got out of the 9.4 Motorsports car and into the Stratus racing machine obviously is very comfortable with Sonoma Raceway. He's looking to put that car directly in front of him, a lap down as well. And if they continue at this pace, I just don't see another car that is within touching distance if there's no mistakes or issues out there on the track.
And that's going to be the key, always in endurance racing, keeping mistakes down, limit those mistakes. You can't be perfect, but the more that you can try and squash that side of things, the better you're going to result in. The 95 is since in. Colin Garrett looks like he might be hopping out of the car here soon. Actually, no, I take that back. Matt Million's in another car right now, so he can't hop out of it right now. So Colin's going to have to carry on. But they've been leading handily over Pacelli in the 177, who since took over a little bit ago in the Ginetta. So as we carry on in the race, the complications for some drivers make themselves apparent, especially those that have chosen to drive for two teams in the same race here today. I mean, I'm sure there are drivers who have done more, but man, if you're getting in and out of a car and you're doing close to the full 7 hours, I mean, have you ever done close to something of 7 hours of racing at one time, Joey?
Not to that extent. I would say in endurance racing, triple stints are pretty common, especially once you get up into the higher forms of motorsports. You just need to be able to get plugged into the car and be able to go. So triples, no big deal. The good thing that Matt has going for him is he did one stint in that call it ZR2 classed car earlier, and then was able to get a little bit of a breather. And I think when we think about working out inside the car, it's really making sure that your body is fueled up, and that goes for not only food but hydration, right? If you're not hydrated, you're going to really suffer it with the brain power out there on the racetrack, and you need your brain going every single corner, every single brake marker, every single apex out here to stay on the pace. So what I do like is, I mean, even 15 minutes outside the car, if you can pound a water bottle, pound a couple Gatorades, get those electrolytes, get that water back into the system so that way the body stays functioning. At that point, it's autopilot for the muscle memory.
Also want to give an update on the 14, our leader in the ZR3s. Looks like Alex Pollard has hopped in to replace Ren Messenger while we were last looking at them. And so they continue to lead now with a new driver in the car, and can confirm that Garrett is back out and rolling now. They're on their out lap, continuing to lead in ZR2. Yeah, all three classes, it seems like the leaders are looking comfortable for now at the moment, but they have to keep on their toes. They have to make sure and mind their P's and Q's in today's race. So we watch the 57, our leader in that ZP2 class, just keep logging lap after lap here in the beautiful green hills of Middle California.
I always like to really try to read timing and scoring, see if there's going to be any battles on the horizon. I'm in agreement with you that our class leaders appear to be really the fastest cars on the racetrack, and so they are continuing to grow those gaps. However, in the ZP2 class, there are some drivers that are a little bit faster that are further down the order. Kevin Boehm in the number 98 car, he's one of the faster cars on the racetrack, and he's currently in 5th place right now. So I expect that number 98, that Random Vandals racing machine, to progress and keep closing the gap up to Piatek up there in 4th place. Back in the ZR2 class, it really is the leader kind of setting the pace. That last time by a 46.8. We go back to second in class with Pizzelli in that Camburn performance car. That's that Ginetta out there. And they are currently turning 149s. Barberi directly behind that is turning 151. So I think in the ZR2s right now, it's really about the driver performance and maximizing what the car will give you on the racetrack. While over in the ZP2 class, I think we're going to have some gaps continue to kind of grow and then also close in at other points in the race.
Agreed. And we just saw that Pizzelli was put another lap down there, our second place in the ZR2. I want to give credit to that Camburn team for kind of being the lone one to go against the flow. We've got just a sea of BMWs down in the ZR2s and the ZR3s, and they show up with the Ginetta and are looking relatively competitive at this stage, running on the podium for them. They just need to make up that last little bit to get up to Colin Garrett in the 9.4 Motorsports machine up there. So far so good. Not going to have a quite as much reference, or maybe as many spare parts wandering around the paddock with them being in that single Ginetta out there. It looks like the 94 has pitted in, and the 41 has also been in their pit stop what seems like a relatively long time. Will also currently showing in that car.
And I hope it's maybe just a little bit of a timing and scoring deal. But I do see that Kevin Boehm's car in sector number 3 maybe is coming down into pit lane, but I just see a little bit of an anomaly on timing and scoring. I also see the number 94, Joe. That's Barberi. He has officially hit pit lane in that BMW M4 for 9-4 Motorsports as well.
Gonna look up the inside here. Is our overall leader. Put another car a lap down. And in fact, I think that's the 98 just in front of him, Kevin Boehm.
And Joe, I think that we're getting a pit stop on pit. Oh, no, this is what I was talking about. This is the number 98 car. Yeah, so this is that other Random Vandals car in a very similar spot to where we saw their team car, albeit this is off of the racetrack.
Interesting. Okay. The question is, how far off the racetrack? Do we need a code 60 for this? They're not showing it right now.
Here's the problem, is that they will have to transport that car across the racetrack, right? They are on the inside, so there's no way for them to get to the garages or pit road. So eventually, they will have to make that decision.
So sounds like we're hearing from behind the scenes, they are in fact doing exactly what you're saying, where they'll get the car on the truck first, since it's out of harm's way, and then they'll slow the track down with the code 60 and then send him across. So it'll be a very, very brief interruption, but man, Random Vandals not having the best of days. I can also report sad news for those who are cheering for the 722. They are officially retired. They are first retirement in this race.
It was a bit of an oddity, too, just kind of talking about this Random Vandals racing cars out there. Nearly both of them at the exact same point on the racetrack. So I wonder if both drivers had this issue at the exact same point. And so I've got my fingers crossed that they at least know and know where to address the car, because I do see that other car back out there on the racetrack currently running.
So I got confused with the opposite situation last time. This time it is the car of Bank in the 97 that was being lapped by our leader, who's approaching. I think that is Walsh just in front of him right now in the 85. Indeed, it is. Look how close he's getting. Oh, but he's just about got enough space. He finds some room to sneak in down at turn 3. Still hustling every pass to try and make up time, even though they are many laps down at this stage. In fact, 12 laps down from the leader is what I'm seeing for the 97 car.
But the lap time's extremely impressive from Peter Bank. That last lap time, a 1:44.7. You compare that to our third place car turning 45s. So, yeah, maybe not representative in terms of their overall position in regards to their pace that they're running out there on the racetrack. But sometimes when you hop in as a driver, you're not always going to hop in the lead, right? You might not hop in second place or third place, and you have to make the best of what you're given. Right now, Peter Bank is obviously proving he's a fast race car driver, and even though this car is a couple laps down, it is still fast on the racetrack.
I always love a never say die attitude out there on the track. And certainly looks like Random Vandals have instilled that in their drivers as Peter Bank is going at full tilt. We're hearing from Sloan that Ben Waddell might actually be getting back into that 57 soon. So that'll be neat to see, especially since he ran such a great stint. I mean, he's the one that essentially set up this big lead that they have.
And I was actually just putting a note down into Sloan, because it's always interesting to me. Every team, every driver, they're comfortable in their different strengths, right? And some drivers want a single stint out there. Some of them want a double stint. Some of them want even more, a triple stint, so that way they can really kind of get into the rhythm. But it'll be really interesting to see as this race develops over the next 4 hours, who continues with those single driver stints and who feels more comfortable about leaving their drivers in to just kind of chug away laps.
And that's exactly what they got to do right now, is just put lap after lap in, even if it seems a bit dire out there. The information could still be very valuable for tomorrow, and you just don't know where you're going to wind up on this field at the end of the day either, especially since we are seeing some attrition play a factor in this one. There are teams that are going so well, and then suddenly it falls apart. I mean, the Random Vandals are a perfect example of that. They might have problems. Well, somebody else could easily just see themselves having a mechanical and electrical issue out there on track, especially with 4 hours, 14 minutes, and 1 lap left to go as we once again head down into the chicane. Back to Million. He's going to stay out at least one more lap. Almost wonder if the team is going to make him try and wait for that code 60 call, even if it is going to be brief.
Yeah, and Joe, I was actually just looking at some of the other cameras that we had on the screen, or at least on my screen, and I think we just had a car off at the top of the hill at turn number 2 up here. It was one of the ZP2 class cars. It was a white and red themed car up there. I'll see if I can grab it, but it didn't look like they spun around at all. I just saw him off track, driver's left, rejoining.
It may have been the 3 that has got John McClintock currently in there. As far as red and white cars go, it could be the 57, but I doubt it the way they've been running so far. That's the only other car I see with red and white on them out here today. And
now
there's the code
60. Yep.
Yep. Okay, so things slow down, unfortunately, for Million. If he did want to try and pit in and capitalize on that, they are way far away from the pit lane. I'm pretty sure if it should be just a matter of crossing the circuit with that truck, he's not going to be able to get to pit lane before they're done.
No, but what I am seeing on my point of view is that, remember how they were kind of more on start-finish? They're actually doing a very smart thing. They're dragging them back towards turn number 11, right, which is the pit entry side of things. So I think that's very savvy from our track team out there, because then all they got to do is bring them to the garage/pit stall area, versus if they crossed start-finish, they would have to go up into the turn 1 area and then really kind of turn around. It just kind of makes for a logistical maze when you're dragging a car. So huge props to Sonoma for actually saying, hey, we're just going to take them straight into pit in.
Yeah, that's very smart on their part, and should hopefully make it quicker and easier to get a hold of the car, try and assess it, get them back out there. We might be getting pictures of the pit stop, because it sounds like the 57 team is preparing for it, but I can't imagine they're going to get too much longer. At that point, it doesn't really give them any advantage, but it also doesn't give them a disadvantage either. So it just becomes neutral, if you will.
I was just kind of looking at some things that have happened just a minute ago as we
There's
get
the green.
that green flag racing already. Huge prop Zenith Racing Series and this Code 60 that they have implemented out here. We've now seen it in action 3 times, right? A little bit more in depth on the first time, but second time and third time around where we've had the easy extractions, this couldn't have gone smoother.
It really has been, I'd say, one of the least intrusive ways to ease up the field that I've seen in sports cars in quite some time. So, yeah, I do like what we've got out there. And I didn't see, yeah, okay, so the 98 is in pit lane naturally because they had to get towed into there. But I also see the 41 still in there. And actually, they were in there earlier. I wonder if that's still the same. I might see if we could get Sloan down to the 41 pit stall to see if there's a major issue happening for that team, the Retro Rockets, because I don't think they've been out since I saw them, gosh, about 5 or 6 minutes ago.
Yeah, definitely have to catch up on exactly what happened down there, but since we are back green flag racing, coming up to about 4 hours, plus that 1 lap remaining, riding on board here with our overall leader, the Stratus Racing Machine, the number 57, Matt Million, currently driving, and that was, he's hugging over on the left side of the racetrack there, letting a GT4 car by it, and Joe, that's typically not what we see out of this car. He has been moving forward all day.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious about that. I mean, a fuel saving potentially, but I'm not sure why you would try that. Maybe trying to get to the 1 hour mark once again. I'm a bit confused by that, if I'm honest.
I'm with you. So not really quite sure what happened there, but he certainly seems to be back on pace. I'm just trying to analyze the driving. Hasn't lost anything to that GT4 car, and I think we're getting our answer right here. Matt Millian was simply leaving some room. He didn't want anybody in that rear view mirror, so I'm going to explain this maybe just a little bit more. Pit entry at turn number 11 is almost on the racing line. Matt was doing a heads-up thing, making sure nobody was behind his car, so that way there's no potential impact from somebody not knowing they are coming into pit lane.
Very smart, very heads-up stuff. I mean, I think we're seeing why they're leading this race. This team has been so put together so far. Hits his marks, and yes, I know it says 59, but this is for the 57 team. As they hop out of that car, we lose our picture, at least temporarily, as they have to turn it off, but we'll come back to them in just a little bit. Meanwhile, the other Stratus car still circulating. This is the 59 that we've got on our screen, with Alder currently hopping into that machine.
And Joe, I think that Sloan is actually standing by at the pit stop of the 57 car, who is doing a driver change right now.
Yeah, talk about a driver change. Talk about Sloan running down pit road, trying to get here coverage. We have Matt Millian, who just hopped out of the car, Ben Waddell, who's hopping into the car, and looks like it was a good, successful driver change. I think that we can say didn't look like there were any hiccups from what I could see when I was running up here. And Ben has taken off. Seems like the crew's okay. Doesn't seem like anybody's shaking their heads or going to get a talking to. So super exciting knowing that they've been super efficient, that they're leading the race. And I'm excited to keep seeing where they're going to go and what Stratus has in store for us. I'm out of breath.
We can tell. Great job, Sloan, getting down there in time. Seeing them take off, full up on fuel, and back they go racing once again. They did lose the lead, so the 80 with Rist in that car right now will re-inherit the top spot, but pit stops have been the strength of the 80 team, getting them track position a couple times already. We'll wait and see what happens when they cycle around to take their service.
Oh man, this is really finally getting into kind of endurance racing at its finest, and here's another aspect of endurance racing: the team getting to work on the car, seeing if they can fix exactly what is wrong with it. And Joe, this is the 41 car. This is the Retro Rockets machine in that ZR2 class that they are under the hood of.
Yeah, so that was kind of what I was talking about a little bit before. So they brought it back to the garage and are definitely working hard away. You can see there's a fair bit of action happening. So there's definitely something serious going on, and that's put them multiple laps down. So we check in with Steve Libby for 9-4 Motorsports. This is third place right now in the ZR2 class. We're going to take another small break here. We'll leave the coverage live for you as we ride on board with Libby. Now 92 laps into this race, the overall leader. Welcome back. We're here with a little less than 4 hours left to go on today's opening race in the entire history of the Zenith Racing Series, the first ever round. And here at Sonoma Raceway, it's put on a very good show. I'm Joe Peak, joined by Joey Atterbury, and we have Sloan Polisner down on pit lane. Right now, Sebastian Rist is your current leader in the number 80 car. We're still waiting for them to come in for a pit stop, probably in the near future. They've been trading that lead with the 57 in the ZP2 class. Meanwhile, in the ZR2s, it has been Colin Garrett who has been leading after he picked up that vehicle and has just been running away from the field in that 95 BMW. And then down in the ZR3s, it is Alex Pollard running in the number 14, leading the way down there. But we're definitely settling into the point of the race where things are just kind of getting into a rhythm. Everybody's more focused on strategy than necessarily side-by-side racing out there. We did get our first penalty, unfortunately, and that goes to the 237 car, exceeding number of permitted tire changes. So they have been docked one lap. And if you're just joining us, that is the method if they have too many tire changes, which is limited to a single tire, not a tire set, a single tire out there. And that is basically just to help them out if they have some sort of puncture out on track. So that is essentially made to try and make it so you have to run the race on a single set if possible. But if you choose to, you can try to overcome that one lap penalty out here, as it seems like the 555 certainly have its own interesting battles out up and over 3A. There is your leader in that ZR3 class with Pollard in the bright blue BMW, who has just been ticking off the laps one by one. So, Joey, it's been an interesting race so far. We're getting close to the halfway mark, though, so over the hump, as you will. And I think we're getting a good feel of who our major players are. But who have you been watching that you think is going to be kind of someone to keep your eye on?
I've really been enjoying kind of the seesaw battle between automatic racing and also the Stratus racing cars. The 59 and the 57 from Stratus Racing in that ZP2 class have really kind of been pace setters out there. However, the number 80 has really kind of ran a faultless race so far, and that's Rist in automatic racing, at least in the car right now. So I like kind of the seesaw battle of how the strategy is going to work out, you know, where the drivers are performing on what ends of the racetrack, and maybe who's faster in the car, or maybe who's just kind of got a really good rhythm out there and knocking off the good, consistent fuel mileage. I'm also looking at that ZR2 class. I've been very impressed with our overall leader in that 9-4 Motorsports entry. Not only was Matt Millian starting the car, handed the car over in the lead, and then drove the other car, right, the Stratus racing car, up towards the front. But I'm curious to see the rest of that 9-4 Motorsports effort, see what they've got, because it certainly seems like they are the class of that field, continuing to turn the fastest laps out there and be the carrot to chase. So those are really kind of the two areas that I've been focused on. And really, I need to pay a little bit more attention to that ZR3 class, because I was mentioning those E36 chassis. Those are really kind of my favorite cars out there. They're a little bit older. They might not be campaigned as much anymore in the modern times, but I have owned a couple of those chassis in years past, and so I really enjoy seeing some of those older chassised cars in the ZR3 class.
If it's competitive, if it fits within the class specs, you can run it here. And they've done a really good job with that. I just saw the 59 come in, so older for that ZP2 team has hit pit lane. We are waiting for Turner and the 237, who I mentioned have been dealt that penalty, also in there. And then Kevin Boehm has not emerged since they had that issue down at the end of the lap, and it had to be towed back in. So they are marked as in pit lane, but I imagine probably still working on the car at this point. So It has been a constant flux. Thankfully, we have only lost one car out of our 18 starters. It was the 722 who ran into some mechanical gremlins and have not been able to fix them, so they've officially thrown in the towel. Otherwise, everybody who started this race has kept in it, are still hoping that they can see the checkered flag.
Also, we've clicked over past 100 laps. I think we're working lap number 103 currently. They've completed 102 laps, so that's over 250 miles of racing so far, and we are not even halfway here. Taking a look at this ZR2 class car. That's that turquoise BMW GT4. Now we're getting the ZP2 class sliding up underneath it. Just a little bit more capability, and the fastest laps we've seen out of that green ZP2 class has been a 143.3 out there, and you compare that to that purple ZR2 class, and the fastest lap time we've got over there is a 146. So actually not too much difference, about 3 seconds in terms of that overall lap time, but where the speed is made couldn't be more different.
We've got a new leader. Rist has brought the 80 down to pit lane. Piatek now inherits it. Waddell moves back up into second. And in fact, I think that's Waddell just behind him. Yeah, this is a battle for the lead. So while they have been jumped in the pit stops, seems to be a theme here today for that 57 car, they're going to jump themselves back up to the top. And he overtakes Olivier. So Ben Waddell back to the point.
Nicely done. That was a great pass on the racetrack there. So good to see Ben Waddell continue right where he left off. Remember, he opened up this car for that Stratus Racing machine or Stratus Racing team and really didn't look back at all once he was out front. So he certainly seems to be right where he got out of the car. I mentioned fastest lap of the race so far turned by that same effort. I'm looking at this current lap of 44.4. So extreme consistency out of this car and driver.
And Max Sapolsky is getting back into the 80s, so he's taken over. In fact, he's already gotten in. They're back out on track as it looks like Rist is out of the car now. So a nice little change of position there. Also getting word that the 237 has gone behind the wall. We haven't heard any information on why quite yet. That's unfortunate. I wonder if that is related to some of their tire problem, that they felt the need to change more than one tire out there. And more good news, if you're a fan of the 41, Garton is back out on track in that ZR2 machine for the Retro Rockets, and they are running once again. While they are 22 laps down from the overall leader, actually only 1 lap down from the next car up, which is Kevin Bohm, and they should overtake them for overall position. Unfortunately, it's just not going to be within class here.
Just watching some of these cars slide up the underneath it. And remember, Joe, when we kicked this thing off, the first time that these ZP2 cars went through the other classes, the slower traffic, if you will, the drivers were maybe a little bit more tentative to present the car, really make these moves sliding down to the inside. But now that we've got 3 hours and change kind of under our belts, it certainly seems like the on-track activity has settled down. And by settled down, I mean that people are comfortable, right? They're comfortable sliding it into the brake zone when they know they've got a little bit more capability. They're comfortable leaving the apex open if one of these ZP2 cars is rapidly approaching in the mirror. And that's exactly what I expected to see, is these drivers settle into everything on the track.
And hopefully the track temperatures should be a little bit more consistent for now, because remember when we started this race, it was in the 50s. It is now 87 Fahrenheit on the pavement out there. That's a pretty dramatic swing from start to where we are now. And we see at least one car in the pits. Is that the 14? That might be the 14 that we just saw coming in. That is our leader in the ZR3s with Alex Pollard behind the wheel.
And you bring up an excellent point, because like you said, that is the class lead with Pollard behind the wheel. And you know what? I think we're actually going to get a little bit of a replay here. Joe, I caught this moment here from a few laps ago. This was when the NP cars were going through some of the traffic. Look at this blue BMW. Look at the slide. Look at this. Power slided at the end of the carousel, exiting that corner. That is at 100+ miles an hour where that BMW is just sliding four-wheel drift down there. Pretty cool to watch.
Very cool, but not what you want to do when you got to make these tires last another 3.5 hours plus than that, honestly. I'm sure that he's been told by the crew, that was fun, but don't do that again. He will get away with it and continue to lead his class. Colin Garrett doing a fantastic job up at the front. And he is also, it's worth pointing out, 6th overall. In an endurance race, your overall finishing position is somewhat down to attrition if you're not in the fastest class. But even still, we'll make that 5th as he just went by Barker, who's in pit lane now.
And, you know, while we're sitting here and watching these cars, I'll get a little bit technical with the racetrack, too, since we just kind of had that little bit of a replay. Because the carousel, I think, when you think of Sonoma Raceway, especially the road course, the carousel is probably the most identifiable corner that we've got out here. And it is such high commitment going into it, blind over crest on the turn-in aspect, and then it kind of stabilizes in the middle of the corner, but that's where the driver is really kind of balancing the grip between the front end and also trying to get as greedy as possible of rolling on the throttle as soon as they possibly can, because it still comes down to the fact that if you get on the gas sooner, you're going to have a higher exit speed. And also, you've got the compression at the very end of the carousel. It is downhill throughout, and then at the exit, it flattens out. So you got a little bit of extra grip. And I think what we saw out of that replay of that number 95 is that they were so antsy to get on the throttle, maybe just a touch too soon, and the back end kicked out probably right about here in the corner, and then it gripped up during that compression. Vehicle dynamics is so fun to watch out there when it's on full display.
As we watch our current leader just continue to tick off those laps, one thought that I couldn't help but think as you were describing that run through the carousel, you mentioned it earlier, how low to the ground the prototype drivers are. And take into account, especially with so many BMWs, those are pretty big cars. It's got to be kind of intimidating if they're following one of those up and over that crest into that turn.
Well, and also think about the sneaky aspect of it, right? What if you are in a BMW and maybe you're focused on coming up into the carousel and getting your turn-in points and making sure the car is balanced as, I thought we were going to go 3 wide here, but just a little bit of the multi-class traffic. Those are 2 ZR3-based cars with a ZP2 sneaking through in the middle. But kind of to my point, when you have these overcrest blind aspects on the racetrack, you're usually focused on that instead of what potentially is coming up in the rear view mirror. And with how small those NP01 cars are, I'm sure that it's caught a few drivers by surprise if they sneak down the inside and all of a sudden you just see barely a roof line out the door.
Down through the chicane now, as also has to deal with those BMWs through that section. But as we watch them coming up to the end of the lap, there you go. You have to give a little bit of space to those other cars coming through that section, since there's just not much room coming down through turn 11. No runoff on the exit of that, so you do not want to tangle with other cars. Almost a street course like section. But love that we have things going so smoothly so far. Knock on more of that proverbial wood. And I think we're getting ready to head off to Sloan in just a second. I know she's setting up for another segment here. And we'll get a little bit of behind the scenes at the track once again. But for now, again, Waddell leading, with Garrett leading in the ZR2s, and then Pollard leading in the ZR3s, while Waddell just goes around yet another of our BMWs through turn 5.
Pretty good action out there on the racetrack, and still have, like you said, only the one retirement out there, so still 17 cars on this 2.5 mile piece of pavement that we've got in North Northern California out here in wine country. So beautiful day for racing, beautiful cars on the racetrack, and I believe also some beautiful wildlife, Joe.
Indeed, it looks like, I thought we were ready to go to Sloan here, but we'll hop over in just a second. We're getting ready behind the scenes here for this one, as I know she's very hyped about this. One of our most popular ones yesterday was with some of that wildlife. And it sounds like we are indeed ready to go. Let's head on over to Sloan to find out who our sheep are cheering for.
So, believe it or not, I did ask this lovely sheep that was sitting there behind me how they were enjoying the race. They said it's not bad. They couldn't give me a live response, so this is just kind of what they were saying to me. They said they're super excited to continue seeing what's going on. They don't really understand it, but that's okay. We don't want to judge. And they seem to be moving away from me now, which is quite upsetting. And I really got lucky yesterday, guys. I don't know what to tell you. That bob was incredible. So we can try again later. But for the most part, halfway through the race right now, super exciting. Can't wait to see what's going to keep going. And hopefully my relationship with the sheep gets better soon, because that was rude.
Sloan, do they maybe have a favorite car that they're cheering for down there?
They tend to like green a lot. The grass is really the biggest thing that they're a fan of. So they're kind of a big fan of the Random Vandals car, which is actually heading right past us right now. We love that so much. The 97, gorgeous. It's exactly what they told me. So they didn't want to sound biased because green, obviously. Also for St. Patrick's Day, very exciting. They're turning the river green in Chicago right now. I'm from Chicago, fun fact. But green. The answer is green.
Sounds about right to me. So, thank you, Sloan, for showing us once again one of the fantastic and unique features about this circuit. I think I made her a little bit mad with some of the puns that I was using behind the scenes. But as we get going with the racing, we've been following Chris Walsh once again in the 85, still on that podium position. Don't believe that's for track position with that car behind. I know they're being chased by the 237 of Turner, who looks like they have come back to the track after having to go into the garage. So that's great news for fans of that Magic Develop team.
And if we're going to forecast something that I think will be a battle here relatively soon, I'm going to kind of watch our lap times as they go by this time. But our overall lead, Joe, Waddell is back out in front. The last lap time of 44.99, call it a 45.0, while Piatek behind was about a tenth of a second faster at a 44.90. Now, that's not a huge amount of time, but there's only about 5, maybe 5.5 seconds separating those two cars. And as you know, in multi-class racing, that can evaporate just with getting held up with a little bit of traffic in one lap.
Exactly. Yeah, so I think Ben's going to have to really watch out there, make some smart decisions. As we've seen, navigating the traffic can be a little bit tricky at times based on the strengths of these cars. There's another one of ours overtaking some of the ZR3 classes. ZR2 class cars, rather, going by as well. The car of Colin Garrett in the 95. And I think, actually, was that the 14? So maybe it was the ZR3 and the ZR2 with him at the same time. And he's even going to be letting by the 95. So interesting there that the 5 car is allowing one through. Although I say that is the car that is many laps down after they threw a rod earlier, I believe. So that might be Kenny, who is just not getting in the way.
Yeah, I think some driveline issues. If it was a rod, I think it might have been a little bit more serious out there. I think we had some axles going on. But you're right, some good multi-class traffic, people being respectful. I kind of sound like a broken record, beating a dead horse over here, leaving racing room, being respectful out there. But racing car drivers, when they are inside a race car, are very fragile. They're very fragile creatures out there. So if you chop a nose, if you do one wrong in a corner, they will remember it for the rest of the race, if not the rest of the lifetime, okay? So the more friendly everybody is out there on the racetrack, that's when everybody is smiling. Yeah, sure, I'll give you room down to the apex. I'm not going to crowd you down there. I'll race you fair. Sure, we'll do some over-unders. That's what puts a smile on everybody's face, and it makes everybody happy to keep on going.
It's a small fishbowl, right? Especially in the paddock, where if you do someone wrong, they're going to remember, and that's going to make your life harder. So yeah, I think you're right that just getting along with everybody out there can wind up paying great dividends. If you find yourself in a battle late in the race and you come upon that traffic, that driver pulling off to the side could make or break whether or not you take that class victory, that podium, or even just that lone position that you're fighting for in the end. As Colin once again just making his way around and utilizing all that experience he's had. Not just has run races in these GT4s before, but I believe he's also run in touring car racing as well. I think he's done TC America in his experience. Also, I believe, in a BMW. So very familiar with this mark and wielding it to, I have to say, great effect today.
One of the beautiful parts about a lot of production sports car racing now is kind of the global homologation between, call it GT4, GT3, and other classes. And what Zenith Racing Series has done with the horsepower to weight is fantastic, being able to group a lot of these cars together. And of course, when you already kind of have that baseline, if you will, and with how popular these GT4 based cars are, it's awesome to see them have another avenue to go out there and race. And I'm a firm believer in this class. This is a platform that I've spent a ton of time in. And I believe that it's just fast enough to really decide who can drive or who maybe needs a little bit of coaching help and needs a little bit of help along the way. A lot of people kind of skip over these GT4 cars until they see them in person and really how fast, how rapid they get around the racetrack. These are true purpose-built cars, even though they look like something that comes off of the showroom floor.
I want to report that Piatek has pitted in the 4, so they're losing ground to Waddell now. Haven't seen whether or not they're going to be swapping drivers out. We'll see whether or not they elect to. And then I think Lipple has got in the 85 for Walsh. So we've seen a driver change down in AOA Racing. They remain in 3rd place, so they haven't really had any effect. Clifton Lipple, another driver who has raced in TC America. Seen a general theme about that. A lot of these drivers hopping over and competing in this series.
Watching our class leader here in the ZR2, number 95 machine, go through turn number 11. And Joe, I just got the note in our ear from our producer. We have just crossed halfway here in today's Saturday race. Well,
if you're out there on the track, you just have to do that same thing all over again. And you're
easy
to the
peasy.
Finish from here. Yeah, that's simple. Hopefully it'll be simple for some of them, but I doubt it will. Endurance racing tends to bring complications. But it's not been too complicated for Colin Garrett, who is still 5th overall. I'd mentioned this a little bit earlier. Has gained a lot of positions. Looks like Piatek stayed in the car I'm seeing. They've emerged in 4th place. And I'm almost kind of wondering, at what point do we need to start tracking who's on what strategy to figure out who can do one more stop and get to the end, and where is that going to place them? Because when these strategies get all mixed up, Joey, it can be a nightmare for somebody to track, okay, who are we actually racing?
And we had it kind of introduce itself on our second Code 60, right? Our first Code 60 was after the first round of pit stop cycles, so it really wasn't advantageous for any of those cars that had just pitted to come in during that first slowdown incident. However, in the second incident that we had with the Code 60, I think that a lot of drivers took that opportunity to say, hey, you know what, we're far enough into our fuel stint that we can get away with that, call it cheap pit stop, but the Code 60 was so efficient by Zenith Racing Series, it caught a lot of those teams and drivers out that were hoping for the cheap slow stop, but ended up getting more of a green flag stop. So it's already convoluted in terms of my post-it notes being thrown away, crumpled out with the fuel numbers and everything, because it certainly seems like some teams took advantage of it, some stayed out on track, and then some had some misfortune about, hey, you know what, I thought it was going to be a Code 60, but it ended up being green.
Bad news for fans of Camber Performance. They have gone behind the wall. They've now lost that second place. It looks like Steve Libby's jumped up the 94. So it is a 9-4 Motorsports 1-2 right now because of that. No info on what has caused them their issues, but our lone Janetta is at least disabled for the moment.
Unfortunate to see, but maybe they'll be able to get that thing fixed up and get back out there on the racetrack, as this is the number 95 of Colin Garrett getting by a ZR3 classed car. This is turn number 7. They have a lot of different configurations down here at the far end of the drag strip at Sonoma Raceway, but that's basically the longest version of the hairpin they got.
Yeah, the widest, if you will, coming down into
that's
there.
That's the best way to describe it, yes.
It's almost not quite a hairpin. It's almost kind of like a hammerhead turn, the way it's got those two apexes. But I do think it makes it interesting because you see some fascinating over-under attempts that don't always end well, but it does give you some strategic options if you're in a battle to try and get tricky out there. So it sounds like Sloan is on her way down to the 177 garage. See if we can get some info. I'm hopeful to hear what's going on since they have been having such a good race. It'd be a shame if it falls away for something that goes a little bit out of their hands. But right now we've switched over to the 57, our overall leader. Gap down to Sebastian Rist in the 80 is 50 seconds currently. And they've got another handy gap once again. So I wonder if maybe they finally overcome some of the pit stop complications that have cost them that lead each time. We did see him overtake, I think it was Piatek on track a little bit earlier. So none of the speed has been lost by the 57.
Yeah, it certainly seems to be rolling out on the racetrack, and I think that we're probably going to be getting Sloan here momentarily. I think I see her down in the garage with that Camber Performance Janetta, and I believe she is standing by. Sloan, what do you have for us?
Hi guys, I'm here with Ian from Camber Performance. Ian, what's going on out there?
It's going pretty good. This car's trans temp's hot, so we gotta try to get that sorted out, figure out why the trans temp is hot, and hopefully get back on the track as soon as possible.
Okay, so for people at home, what does that mean exactly?
It means that the transmission, the fluid in the transmission is getting hot, and then that can cause premature wear on internal, gears, bearings, and things. Cause premature failure is essentially what that means. So we got to try to get those fluid temps down and hopefully get back on the track if all, everything goes as planned.
Okay, well, a little unfortunate right now, but we're hoping for the best for you guys and you get back out there and finish it strong.
Much.
Yeah, thanks for you. Yeah, always unfortunate when you got something that just kind of happens out of the blue, but we're hoping that they pull out strong and get to finish the rest of the race.
Thanks, Joe. I'm going to pitch in here. I think that could be a variety of different causes. Now, we don't know the exact reason, but I think that was an A-plus job from that Camber Performance team to read the data on the dash, right? The driver has a plethora of instruments and basically accessories that are monitoring the car, monitoring the engine systems, and they realized that transmission temperature was getting too hot, and then I'm sure the driver also felt it. When it gets too hot, it doesn't like to shift, whether that be up or down, and they did the right thing to prevent anything bad from happening out on the racetrack. Bring the car in and see if they can fix that thing.
We've got word that Colin Garrett is in pit lane with the 95 team. We understand that they should be swapping drivers out right now. So there could be some changes down there. Now, the good news for them is that they've got a huge lead over the 94 of Libby. So their sister team is under no threat of overtaking them at this stage. And in fact, it almost looks like, I think that team has already left their pit stall and they are done. No, excuse me. I do see the car down there. So it looks like they are not quite done with that pit stop yet, but they should be releasing them relatively soon because Colin is out of the car after an impressive stint. And that team really just kicking all kinds of butt on the circuit today and leaving the rest of the field behind. So we watch that 57 tick off yet another lap, and still at about 46 seconds ahead. So it looks like they've got themselves a pretty decent gap. I do believe it looks like we are ready to talk to Colin Garrett. Let's head down to Sloan.
All right, I'm here with Colin Garrett, who just freshly came out of the car. The pit stop's not even done yet, actually. Colin, how long were you in the car for?
I have no idea. Forever, it felt like. So.
Understandable. Well, how are you feeling after such a long stint?
I'm exhausted. Everything hurts. I haven't been in a car since August until these last few days, so I'm just sore. And then to go through that, this last half hour, I was just like, here we go. And then I ended up running my fastest laps there right at the end. I was just dying. So, but it was good to do it. My right foot's cramping right now, but everything's good. So yeah.
So what kind of goes through your head when you're like, I just need to finish this out. I got to do it. What are you doing mentally to not kind of fall apart?
Don't suck. Yeah, that's basically the main thing. And it's a good opportunity to be here, and happy to be here, and super lucky to be here. So just don't suck and keep doing your job. So yeah.
You heard it here first. Don't suck and keep doing your job. So thank you, Colin. We need to get him taken care of. But hopefully, you start feeling better, and we'll see you back in the car soon. You're a trooper. You are. Crazy.
Thanks, Sloan. It's understandable, especially if he has been out of the car and for, he said since August. So that's more than half a year since he last raced. That's quite a long time. Even though we do have the winter break here in North America, drivers tend to get at least a little bit of time at some point since then. Big credit there, considering how much he extended the lead, as Million has not only hopped out of the 57 car, he's hopped right back into the 95. Talk about being tired after all this. Matt Million is going to earn the Ironman award for today there, Joey.
I said it before, a racing car driver is happiest when he's inside the race car, but I agree with you that probably on dinner time tonight, he's probably going to have a nice meal and then probably just immediately hit the hay and try to rest up for tomorrow, because if he's putting in this much driving time for these two cars here on Saturday, I would expect him to kind of anchor it on Sunday as well. And maybe something that's going to be on the mind of Matt Million, right? Make sure you've got enough fuel for your body to perform not only today, but tomorrow.
Yeah, doing the double on these weekends is going to really require these drivers to get fit. I'm kind of curious who will go back after this weekend and change their fitness regime and try to maybe get themselves into a better position for the next race. And also who felt like they showed up and were ready for this kind of challenge.
And I do feel that usually sports car drivers, they're not in the car enough on a daily basis to really kind of get that muscle memory. Something that we would see out of, let's say, somebody competing at the top levels of NASCAR or IndyCar, where they're literally in the race car at least a few times per week. These drivers are plenty comfortable when they get into the race car, but they still kind of have to feel it out as a workout per se. But off the track, I think that the majority of these drivers are going to be putting in a ton of cardio. It's not necessarily how big a weights you can lift out there, but how much blood your heart can pump and keep pumping, as well as the oxygen levels from your lungs out there. So Lots of cardio. And then also if you have access to basically heat training, if you can do heat training or basically cardio inside of a sauna, you're doing even better because that's replicating those temperatures that you would see inside a race car.
And look at this. We even see, as we ride on board with Waddell, he was stretching his hand. He was rotating his wrist on the straightaway. I'm sure they are getting very sore with all the repeated motions that his hands are doing inside the cockpit. So that's perfect timing for us to see that one as Alex Pollard is coming through the final corner. This is our leader in the ZR3 class. You know, you mentioned the heat training. One of my favorite stories is I was talking to one driver last year, and he said that since he lives in a desert climate, one of the things he does, he puts full sweats on, hoodie up and everything, goes out into the heat and jogs in the middle of the day out in the desert. So, incredible stuff that people who don't think these drivers are athletes really need to come out and experience this.
I think that's the best way to do it. Not only experience it for yourself, but talking about that heat training inside the race car. Now, the ZP2 classed cars are a little bit different than, let's say, the ZR2 and the ZR3 classed cars out here because those are more prototypes. They're definitely more physical in terms of the driver having to muscle it around. But when you get more into the production-based cars, they're relatively simple to drive. They've got some nice driver aids with traction control and ABS, so it takes some of the worries out there. This is number 14 car. Actually, this is not. This is a fight on track. I believe this might be the 77 and the 3 out there on the racetrack. This is for position. This is going to be for 5th place overall. And I do think that maybe there's a car in between them right now, so maybe a little bit closer than what I thought there on timing and scoring. But what I was getting back to is those ZP2 cars going to be more physical. And when it comes to the heat training, there's nothing better than throwing on some sweatpants, a hooded sweatshirt, try to put as many layers on as possible because you just turn into a sweat pig inside the race car. It's not uncommon if you're doing a double or a triple stint out there to lose 4, 5, 6, maybe even 7 pounds of water weight, depending on how hot it is during that day.
Yeah, to clarify on that battle we were watching, that's Vaughn putting a lap on Desai. So it was between 5th and 6th, just unfortunately it wasn't actually for position as Vaughn is kind of demoralized the number 3 team. Very sad news, though. We've had our second retirement of the race officially, the 237 team, with Turner, Webster, Moore, and Friesen have called it, and they're maybe looking forward to tomorrow, see if they can prepare the car in time for that. But for now, they will not see the checkered flag in race 1 of the Zenith Racing Series. Piatek just moved back up into 3rd because it looks like the 59 team has pitted Alder. And we'll see where they emerge, as I think they got a big gap between themselves and Vaughn, so they should hold on to that 3rd in this pit stop sequence.
We've reached kind of the point in the race where a lot of it is kind of settled into where these teams are running individually. And now is really kind of risk management. Don't put the car in harm's way. I know I said that early on, and you don't want to take any risks at all during an endurance race because we still have these 3 hours, but don't overdrive yourself in the car. I think that the drivers and the teams kind of know where their strong suits are at this point. And you got to keep chugging, right? What do we say, Dory? Keep on swimming out there. And sometimes that's what it feels like inside the race car. It can feel like the horizon is just so far out there, but you got to keep turning laps, keep staying consistent, because if you're not consistent, you're going to be making mistakes all over the racetrack. Your lap times are going to suffer. So the more consistent you are as a driver and also on the pit stop side of things, the smoother things will run.
Looks like our leader has now pitted in. Waddell takes it to the 57 team. Makes sense. It does feel like the Stratus teams have been, for the most part, running very similar strategies. When one pits, it's not long before you see the other car also pitting in. And I understand there could be advantages to that. Does that also sometimes create disadvantages if they're both running the same thing? Is it good to kind of not have all your eggs in one basket sometimes, Joey?
I think there's always benefits to splitting strategies or going different directions with cars. But on the other side of things, if something is working, why stray away from it, right? And then it can also come into, what if everything is working so well on team cars that you're running nose to tail and you almost have to stack the pit stops? And sometimes, you can be in such fortunate positions to have those type of issues out there on the racetrack. But yes, going two different directions, whether it be strategy, whether it be car setup, whether it be raceability, how you're approaching the race, I think is very beneficial because you have two separate data points. However, you also have to sit back and look at what I call the Bob Ross landscape. And if something is working, why not replicate it on both cars?
Is it happy little tires instead of happy little trees in this situation?
Happy little sheep in this situation.
There you go. I like that. Looks like Waddell does emerge in the lead. Wrist is behind by a few seconds, but as their time and scoring updates, they've not been able to overtake. In fact, no, actually, I take that back. I think Wrist is ahead of Waddell, unless my timing and scoring is incorrect here, but we'll try and get that back up to speed here in a moment. Regardless, I can report that the 57 is on track once again. In fact, this is their perspective. No, excuse me, this is the 80 car, rather. This is Wrist right now that we're riding on board with. Scored in second place out of the turn 7 hairpin and down into the S's one more time. Beautiful, bright, sunny day here in California as the sun is now firmly up overhead.
And I'm trying to decipher time and scoring as well. There's the 80 car, so there is Wrist. And then just kind of on our timing loops, it does show the 57 is behind that 80. However, I do see that the number 80 is still second place on our timing and scoring, but we're going to see as they cross the start-finish line this time how everything kind of sorts out. As there goes the number 80, and now we see the reflection on timing and scoring. He is our new leader due to that pit stop on that 57. I think we just had to wait for those timing loops to finally come together.
Exactly, yeah. So they emerged ahead of them. Once again, I keep saying this, it's been repeated time and time again in the strategy, and if it comes down to those last few laps, that could give Wrist a bit of an advantage having that track position over Waddell or whoever they have in the car come the end of the race. But consistently, we've also seen that the 57 typically chases down the 80 and passes them for that lead after the pit stops. So that's the good news for them. The gap, I'm showing it about 5.5 seconds when they crossed.
And I think I'm probably pretty curious because here comes that 57 car. So the 80 is just up the road, and even sector number 1, Waddell was about 0.3 faster than Wrist directly in front of him. So you say 5.5 seconds. I have a feeling in the next maybe 3 laps, 4 laps, we're going to get a fight for the overall lead between the number 80 and the number 57, as long as they both stay out there on the racetrack and are not taking any more fuel stops in that time period.
0.2 quicker in the first sector, 0.1 quicker in the second sector. So you're right, it is trending towards a battle. And more sad news that we're getting from Sloan. The 59 car, one of the Stratus racing cars, has now suffered an axle failure. So it is not gone completely the way of the Stratus team, even though the race has been pretty good. Oh, and excuse me, they must have fixed it because I'm showing them emerging back onto the track now.
I do see Megoric
right?
has hopped into that car for Stratus Racing. It shows them on an outlap. I'm not sure if it's just crossing that beacon at the end of start-finish, but yeah, I'm with you, showing them on an outlap. And
this is them.
Yeah, they are back out there on the racetrack, so good spot on that, Joe. And if they are having some axle issues. I wouldn't say that they are the only ones out there that are having that same problem.
It's showing its head in a few of our ZP2 class cars here, so it's definitely something to note for later. But glad to see that they're able to get back on track.
From my experience now, a totally different car, right? I went through a lot of axle issues and call it GS GT4 cars back when the Camaro program was still around. But when we would have those issues, in fact, I'll probably talk about them here in a little bit. I think this might be a fight for the lead, but it was mainly on heavily loaded racetrack, mainly Roval type courses where you had heavy loads on one corner. And what do I know about Sonoma? Heavy loads in a lot of these sections on the racetrack.
And we are going to be going to at least, I know, Homestead as a Roval on our calendar, so this won't be the last one where that could be something to look out for. I do love this. Sloan was saying that when she asked the team how they fixed it so fast, they just said, we are fast. So I guess incredibly efficient down on pit lane.
And it could be a variety of things that is causing it. It could be as simple as putting a breather in the boot itself just to allow some of that temperature from the grease inside to escape. That was a wiggle up at the top of turn number 2 from the 57 car. Definitely shows you how on edge Waddell is to try to make these lap times.
They'll have another one of our BMWs stay off to the side down through turn 4 and stay out of the way. And with that, the 80 starts to dash away a little bit with that traffic, using that to their advantage. Waddell now has to catch back up. There you can see him flash just on the side of the screen there for a brief moment. Sebastian Rist still doing his best to get away from him. Last lap, he was the one that was compromised, as it was a 147 essentially. But Waddell ran a 145, 2 seconds quicker. Now, is he going to experience that one when he crosses the timing line? We see what his lap time looks like.
Well, already from the first sector alone, Waddell was 0.8 of a second faster. And now we're starting to see the shots of Rist in that number 80 car just barely in front. This is still Waddell leading this train right here. And then there is Rist. So he's all the way at the top of the shot here, entering turn number 11. But visually, we can already see that gap coming to a close here. What was 5 seconds down to 3 seconds through sector number 2. And I'm sure even closer now at start-finish.
Oof, that is bad news if you are Rist and you want to hold on to this lead, because yes, he had the traffic, did Waddell, but it did not slow him down. He still ran 0.9 of a second faster that last lap by compared to Sebastian. He is coming, even if he has the traffic to help him a little bit. It seems like the speed is very much with the 57 today.
This is going to develop, I would guess, it's been about maybe 1.5 to 2 seconds on the lap time differing between these two cars. And Waddell just ate up a huge chunk of time as Sebastian Rist got held up going into the carousel, while Waddell was just able to roll the speed right around that ZR2 class car. And now you see firmly in that rearview mirror, the number 57 has injected himself into that spot.
Wow. Just very, very much impressed with the way that Stratus has approached today's race this weekend. They've been looking difficult to beat, and I think they're going to have a target on their back tomorrow as he starts to get closer to that number 80 machine. Going to try and see if he can overtake him on track again, as they've done repeatedly today, despite taking a little bit longer in the pit lane in comparison to that team. It just hasn't been enough. Strategy-wise, though, it does seem like the 80 team is still in with a shout, because they've been back up to the lead multiple times in this race. It's just every time they come out ahead, they keep being reeled right back in.
Dealing with multi-class traffic yet again. It certainly seems like the number 80 this time was the one who benefited from that number 85 ZR3 base machine that is currently third in class. So maybe stretches the gap between first and second just a little bit. And I think that Waddell, I always love to analyze the difference between the drivers. And right there at turn number 4, you could just see that Waddell was a little bit tighter onto that apex curb. And once again, here he's shortening the distance into the carousel. The carousel is such a long corner that you don't need to be necessarily way out wide to enter the thing. And so Waddell was just shortening that distance that he takes every single lap, shaving some of that distance between himself and this number 80 car directly in front. But I think this is going to be another bit of an odd situation where we're going to run up on the traffic in a near single lane section of the racetrack.
Yeah, this is not ideal if you are Sebastian. And does he find a way to sneak by? He's going to look down to the inside coming into the chicane. That will at least dissuade Waddell for the time being. Nice job by our BMW to stay off to the side, not get involved in that fight. But look at how much it slowed down Rist. I think Ben has a very good shot here to try and attack if he wants to. Slight defensive posturing, a little bit of a weave from Waddell coming down into turn 11, but decides not to take it yet.
And this time it was Sebastian that was maybe covering off the inside, but let's look at the run coming out here. This is going across start-finish. Waddell in the slipstream, trying to inch that ever bit closer towards the top of turn number 2. Does he pick driver's right to try to make a move? Sebastian Rist late on the brakes between these two, fighting for our overall lead. You saw them both wiggle at the top of the apex there at turn number 2, trying to grab whatever grip these cars will produce.
Is this Rist responding well to try and cling to this lead, or is this Waddell just kind of a cat playing with its prey right now and waiting until he gets a nice solid move to finally make a slam dunk pass? He was so fast in those previous few laps. I would think he's got quite an advantage here. Remember, they do have a little bit of an engine advantage as well, even though they are making their power relatively similarly. But as they come down into the hairpin once more, just can't seem to get into position that time through. He still sits and watches that rear wing as they once again return to the S's. Could be a move into the chicane here, Joey, but I'm not seeing it this time because I think he's too far away.
Patience, right? Very, very patient is what Waddell is being in that 57. We've seen it already that it's the fastest car on the racetrack, and look at the run there, just being able to put the power down, literally tucked up underneath the rear wing of the number 80 car. Now he pops out driver's right, late on the brakes, no lockups that I see, maybe just a tiny bit of puff of tire smoke, carves through the apex of turn number 11, puts the power down, move Waddell and Stratus Racing back up to the front.
Wow, Ben has been fantastic today in that 57 car. That was a smooth move, and that will jump him up to the lead once again. Credit to Rist for holding on to that as long as he did. Now, that's not for position behind him. I was trying to make out which car that is, but that I believe is a lap down. It looks like they're almost ready to make that lap back, but they'll have to try and overtake the 57, though, still.
And turning very, very fast laps, right? A 45.2 is that last time that Bai and Rist was at a 46.7. So I'm with you. I think that number 4 car is probably looking for a way through, and just the attitude of the 57. Did you catch that coming down the carousel? There was actually a couple moments where that car really yawed and rotated in the middle of the corner, and that's exactly what the driver wants, right? If the car doesn't turn, you can't get back on the gas, but you also have to limit too much turning as well.
Sounds like now that we've had that pass for the lead, that gives us a chance to step away for just a brief moment. We will return, as don't worry, the coverage will not leave. We'll still have pictures on your screen. We have 3 hours left to go here in the very first race of the Zenith Racing Series. Don't go away. Welcome back to our with Joey Atterbury, and we have Sloan Polesnik in pit lane helping us cover everything around the track. Currently, we see Ben Waddell leading the way up here at the top. Colin Garrett has hopped back into the 95. He's leading in the ZR2 class. And then Alex Pollard leads in the number 14 for the ZR3s. Just about a little more than 2.5 hours to go. I'm sure some of the teams, especially the drivers, Joey, probably feeling a little bit by now.
Definitely feeling it, but hopefully also feeling a little bit of lunch in the bellies. I know that Sloan Polesnik is down there on pit lane. We got all of our great camera crews out there throughout the racetrack, and I know they probably have hopefully at least got some food out there. The only ones that I maybe feel sorry for, well, I don't know if I feel too sorry if you're inside the race car and have to wait to get to your lunch.
Exactly. And I'm sure with this ending right, I guess, over on the West Coast before dinner time, really, they'll have plenty of time to go out, have a big meal, decompress with everybody, and then get going. And once again, we see that hand kind of being rotated and stretched a little bit here in the onboard with Ben Waddell to make sure that he keeps it in good condition. But drivers will no doubt get those stretches in, watch out for their body throughout this race. We've already heard that even the ankles get a workout on this one as you're constantly doing that same motion, Joey, back and forth. I don't think a lot of people realize that so much of that soreness comes from that repetitive motion that you're putting the body through.
It really does. I'll try to draw a parallel for everybody. Everybody's familiar with a stress ball, right? Just a little balloon filled with some sand or whatever, and you squeeze the stress ball to release some of the stress. Well, these drivers are squeezing that steering wheel, especially in these faster performing ZP2 classed cars, because they have to wrangle that machine all the way around each one of these corners, and you got to keep a tight hold on that steering wheel. Now, my dad would always tell me, wiggle your fingers, wiggle your toes, relax in the car. You can still drive it with a light grip. However, at a place like Sonoma Raceway, when you have heavy loads on the car, you have these aerodynamic add-ons that are providing even more grip. The driver needs to hold those controls, and depending on where you are, you can certainly have a little bit of a bumpy area of the racetrack, and all the while you're squeezing that stress ball the entire lap and having the vibrations go through your hand, go through your wrist, go through your arms and your body. It is a physical racetrack. It is not a 2.5 mile super speedway that these guys are driving out here.
No, there's so many corners in such a short amount of time out here that they're just constantly tackling. This is that 57 once again coming down into the braking zone. Looks like they're going to be able to sneak by the 85 briefly and then carry on their way. Did have a little penalty for the 177 while we took a break, and that was actually for cutting the course, interestingly, down at turn 9. That's at the chicane. So I'm guessing that was sort of an emergency maneuver, maybe outbraked themselves or was avoiding something or other. Regardless, I think it was mostly a warning in that penalty rather than anything that they actually suffered from. So thankfully, the race control hasn't really seemed to be all that busy, which I think is fantastic, Joey, because when you get a new series, you compared it to the playground, everybody's still getting used to how everybody else drives around here. They're getting used to new regulations. There's always going to be all kinds of things that slip through the cracks. And to see so few times that the stewards are actually having to do anything, to me says that everybody, I mean, they showed up prepared.
It is a playground for the drivers and the teams that are on it. However, there's still the principal's office at the end of the day, or detention that you might have to go and help sweep up a corner if you constantly are driving it off of the racetrack. But in complete agreement with you, I think that all of the drivers, all of the teams, they have showed extreme respect not only to their equipment out there, time and scoring personnel, everybody that's running the event, but also their competitors. We haven't seen any sort of moves that are over aggressive out there. Plenty of racing room being left on the racetrack when we do have those door-to-door battles. It doesn't matter in what sections of the racetrack. We all see the competitors familiar with their space on the racetrack, leaving room for others in their cars out there. And it even goes down to the multi-class stuff. I mean, how often do we see in other forms of motorsports where we get these faster class cars and they almost kind of become the bullies out there on the racetrack and kind of muscle their way through? I haven't seen any sort of attitudes like that here today.
Yeah, again, can't praise them enough for everybody really coming here and getting it right here the first try. It's not easy to do. And sounds like, speaking of getting things right, you also want to make sure that you get tech right. And Sloan Pollisner has caught up with our tech control, our people who cover this up and make sure that everybody is compliant. Sloan, what kind of information have you found from them?
They're coming to us. Hello. Thank you for clarifying that my last name is Pollisner, not Polisnik. I'm going to hang on to that one for a while. But I'm here with Adam Thomas, who is the technical chief over here at Tech. So he's going to kind of go through what this process is like, what teams can expect when they need to get their cars. What's the proper way of saying it, checked? Or
so they'll come to post-race technical impound. They come here, we'll select a handful of cars in each class after the race or after qualifying sessions. We'll keep them all here at Park for May. We'll keep care and custody of the car so nobody can mess with anything, change a tune or anything like that. And then the great thing about Zenith is there's really only three things that we care about. It's the skinny little rule book. We care about power, weight, and fuel capacity, and those things are all three related, so you can really bring any car you want here as long as it fits in the power to weight ratio. And we verify those things using tools that most competitors are going to be familiar with. We've got the chassis dynamometer here, so we'll do actual power pulls that are corrected for the weather. So you're always getting a consistent result. We check with scales, obviously. That's pretty standard. I've got this sort of fancy looking thing here. This is a Seraphim. It's a precision instrument. We check density of fuel, and we can back calculate what the fuel capacity on the car is by weighing the fuel as it goes in. And so all those tools are going to be pretty similar to what competitors may have experienced other places. But the thing that we're trying to do is really prepare people for pro racing. So I think what you're going to find over here is that the process is going to look like a professional weekend, but still use those tools that are very familiar to amateur racers.
Awesome. Yeah, that's really cool. I think that our setup here looks really nice. And what are you hoping to come out of this inaugural weekend?
Well, we just want to really get our processes and procedures down. It's first weekend. We've all got first event jitters, and we're honing in on some things. But our goal is to make sure that the competitors don't see the chaos that maybe we're seeing back here, and we just want to be consistent and objective in how we're adjudicating the rule set and making sure that everybody's in compliance. So we've got a good, fair, professional style weekend.
Awesome. Is there something you guys are checking on every car?
Well, we really just have three things: the fuel capacity, the weight, and the power, and we're going to bounce that around over the year. If we did everything on every car, it would be a really cumbersome experience. So there's some standard things that we're going to do, and we're going to mix in some other things, and we may have some tools that we're not telling everybody about to check compliance. So we're looking at some experimental things to maybe streamline the process even more, but we're going to sprinkle those things out, and nobody's going to know until it's time to check them.
Whoa, well, you heard it here first, folks. Always be prepared. You never know what they're going to find. That sounds so scary. Well, you heard it here first. Back to you guys.
Well, I think it'll help people try and respect the tech folks and the people in charge around here. And I like that, Joey. I like that it's more about, obeying the spirit of the rules here, that they're not getting teams that are essentially trying to find loopholes and get an unfair advantage.
And I feel that they'll probably, after today, maybe circle a couple car numbers or a few car numbers and say, hey, you know what, this was an outlier at some point in this 7-hour race, and we want to take a little bit of a closer look. But I think it's fantastic how they're running it. They want to keep it strict, right? They don't want any rule breakers out here at Zenith Racing Series. They want to keep everybody within these confined classed boxes. And so you need to have tech inspection and you need to have qualified personnel down there in order to evaluate all these cars. But at the same time, they're letting the teams do what they need to do. You don't need to have the car for 2 hours and park for May afterwards. They're letting the teams work on their car, and if they see something, I have a feeling that's really when they're going to be raising the red flag and taking a closer look at everything. But here at Sonoma for race number 1, they're letting the teams and competitors do what they want to do, and so far everything that we've seen on track is reflective. Everybody is smiling so far.
Certainly, and one driver that's smiling is the number 3 of Neil Desai. Took the fastest lap of the race recently. Now, the reason that's significant, he's sitting down in 6th position, and I believe, 7 laps off of the leader right now. So they're not really in the hunt for the win, but they found something in the car late in the race that they've been able to pick it up.
Late in the race, and another car that I was just kind of keeping an eye on, actually fastest car on track the previous lap, was our second place overall, the number 4 car. Oliver Piatek has hopped in that a little while back and has been turning consistent 44s. Now, I do have to say that Waddell just responded, right, with a 44.8 himself. So just slightly faster than Piatek, but keep an eye out in that round 3 racing number 4 car, and still lots of time left, and especially with the ZP2 cars, the NP01 chassis, as we're getting to know. Got to keep care of the equipment underneath you still.
Looks like Eric Powell is bringing the 97 Random Vandals car back onto the track after a quick visit to pit lane. Sadly, we have not seen the 98 return after they came to a stop just before the start-finish line, probably more than an hour, actually a couple hours ago, I think, at this point. So far, we have lost the 177 as an official retirement, the 237, and the 722. Otherwise, we still have 15 cars that should still be running, though that may become 14, depending if Kevin Bohm and his crew with Random Vandals number 98 team decide to call it a day. But into the final 2.5 hours of this race, we talked about trying to time it to the last pit stop stint. I think we saw people go maybe an hour and 10 at most. Was it? Do you remember anybody going longer than that, Joey? What's our maximum here?
It was about that. I think we saw as early as about 55 minutes into the race, maybe even about 50, and then as long as about hour 10, maybe an hour 15 to completely stretch it. But it also depends, I feel like, on the driver inside the car. You might be getting slightly different fuel mileage between maybe a little bit of a faster driver compared to a driver that maybe is saving a little bit more fuel with off-throttle time. But I think, at least loosely, we can consider 60 minutes, 65 minutes maybe for the majority of the field.
That seems to be what most have been kind of going for in terms of stints. Speaking of stints, though, Ben Waddell just brought in the 57, so they're going to be slightly off from that, getting to the 1 hour to go mark. Again, maybe, I wonder if maybe they're just trying to hold on to go as late as possible, because typically in endurance racing, because safety cars are usually a thing, Joey, you want to go earlier so that you can kind of jump everybody else. The first pit last is kind of the adage people go by. I wonder if here it's hold on to it in case of a code 60, get a cheap pit stop at the end is the way that you should approach it.
Yeah, I feel that typical strategy maybe, I don't want to say throw it out the window, because the pit stop cycles are different, right, with the code 60s. And then also, I think the biggest difference with what we see here in the Zenith Racing Series is the consistent grip level, right? And that comes down to the tires that are on the machine. These drivers really, and teams really, not changing tires other than if they absolutely need to. And even then, they're going to take a penalty aspect, which you kind of talked about a little bit earlier. And that's when we really see the difference, the grip level difference. You can have the same exact car on a brand new set of tires be a few seconds faster than what they are on a used set of tires. But because they're always on the same set of tires here today and tomorrow, the grip level is staying very, very consistent. And when it's consistent, I'm purely coming down to minimizing the time on pit road. If we can eliminate a stop, even better. If we only have to spend 30 seconds on pit road instead of a full 45 for the final stop, then we're 15 seconds better. So yeah, I think you're always working towards that final stop, and a code 60 would definitely help shorten your, call it, time loss on the racetrack. But one thing that I have learned with strategy, never count on a yellow. You cannot bank on a yellow.
Yeah, exactly. And Matt Million has hopped in for Waddell, by the way, and he's already back out on track. Piatek is now in the pits for the 4 car, so we'll see if they put Hibbett back in that machine. He's been the one sharing with him for much of the weekend, but Olivier could potentially stay in the car for one more stint, maybe make sure that you get a fresh driver in for the final pit stop to take them to the end of this one. They're still waiting to see that car get back out, and you can see a few of them. Yeah, that yellow and white machine, that was the number 4 that we saw getting service out there. This is, in the meantime, the 95. Colin Garrett is back in for this ZR2 leader, as they have been doing nothing but leading, I think, this entire way. Maybe only the pit stops is the only time that we've seen them hand that over.
The lap times have been reflective of that, too. Fastest car on the racetrack in terms of their class in that purple ZR2 class was just going through the order. Colin Garrett, a 48.9 that last time by Ian Barberi, 155.5. So dealing with a little bit of traffic there in that number 94 car. And then unfortunately the issues with the Ginetta a little bit earlier with the Cambrian Performance car, also the Retro Rockets car. So this ZR2 class maybe has thinned just a little bit as the hours have progressed in this 7-hour race, but one thing has stayed consistent. 9-4 Motorsports has yet to let off of the gas. You were just saying they've led pretty much the entire race. I think the only reason why they wouldn't have led a lap so far is maybe a pit stop cycle.
So that that Janetta Pacelli's number 177, I mentioned that they were retired from this race. The 41 just went behind the wall. They're still scored is behind that 177 team. I know they've been having some struggles of their own. Hopefully they'll be able to get out there and wind up ahead. I'll need to double check the rules to see if there's a minimum distance to be able to be scored on this one, because that would be a bit unfortunate if they were able to make it to the checkered flag but still not get that podium.
And I can't see there being at least a rule in that sort of sense with how much that Retro Rockets team has already raced. I see they've done 96 laps so far, so I mean that's in excess of 200 miles. I have a feeling maybe, if they went out and turned a handful of laps and then called it quits within the first 20 minutes, but they have put together a great effort today. It hasn't worked out necessarily how they had pre-planned everything, but they have certainly put their best foot forward and maybe even a better foot tomorrow.
So I was able to dig up finishers outside of the top 10 receive 1 point if they complete more than 50% of the race, but this is above the top 10. So I haven't really quite found anything yet other than shortened races. I'll continue to dig through here to see what I can find. But regardless, it is still that 95 up at the front. It does look like the leader in the ZR3s is pitted. Alex Pollard in the 14, and Abdallah Bassam in the 555 has also come into pit lane.
A good catch right there. And those are actually our two class leaders in that ZR3 class. So I will say that the number 14 does show a few laps ahead of the 555, at least on timing and scoring. So the AOA Racing crew has a very firm lead on everything there in the ZR3 class, but definitely first and second there on pit road. Actually, from the drone shot, there they are, sitting there on pit road, taking service right now, and we'll be re-entering the racetrack momentarily as we keep our cameras focused here on this Aqua number 95. Joe, what color would you call it? Is that a sky blue? Is that an aqua? What would you call this?
Yeah, I feel like sky blue is the right description on that one. It's all kind of subjective. It is eye-catching. I do appreciate that. Not a color that we see as often on a lot of race cars these days. So just a hint for all those teams out there: give your car that is something very distinctive, and it helps us out a bunch. You'll probably get more time, as we'll talk about you more, to figure out who you are out on track. But the red and white colors, red, white, and black, definitely ones that we see a lot of. And those are good colors on cars, but there's a million of them. You can easily be mistaken, as it looks like one of the random vandals. Is this returning to the track, or is this after a pit stop?
I believe it is returning to the track after a pit stop. I showed the number 97 in pit lane, and so I have a feeling that it's going to transition to an outlap here. But I believe, Joe, both of these cars have at least been fixed and been running out there on the racetrack for some time.
And I just feel for the team, because they looked so solid earlier in the race. They were looking at maybe a top 5 in class, but now they're sitting 8th and 9th, which is last and second to last. So they're on an extended test run from here, both compromised. But at least they got them both running, which is a testament to the grit of the team. Currently, Eric Powell heading back out on track in that 97. Kevin Boehm returned in the 98.
Still watching this 9-4 Motorsports BMW M4 GT4 platformed car lead its class, dealing with the ZR3 car that just re-entered the racetrack. And then I believe that NP01 car directly behind it is Matt Million, our overall leader. So right here on screen is actually lead of ZP2 and lead of ZR2. We're going to see how nicely they play next to each other.
Yeah, so Matt Million was at one point in that car that's now overtaking, in the car that he's overtaking, I should say. He's in the 57 right now, confusing even us out here. Hopefully he remembers which one he's in. Colin Garrett, who he's sharing with that 95. is continuing to plug away. Wouldn't that be something, though, if he gets a double win here today in 2 different classes?
Would be very impressive. A nice feather in the cap for Matt Millian, and he certainly put the performance in that is deserved of that, right? Was the fastest car on the racetrack in that ZR2 machine, and when he hops into this ZP2 machine, is also the fastest car and fastest driver on the racetrack. So leaving nothing out there at all. I think putting everything to everybody else and saying, hey, you know what? If you want to beat somebody in the Zenith Racing Series, you're going to have to go through me first.
Oh, and we're hearing from Sloan that the 80 is experiencing transmission issues. That is Brandon Kidd in that car, but that's the one that's been swapping back and forth with the 57 each and every pit stop. Looks like Sloan is down there. Let's head down to Sloan to find out more information.
Hey guys, well, it seems like from what I've heard, it is a transmission issue. It's always, interesting to see how the crew is going to attack it. I don't have all the information just yet since this is all literally developing in front of my eyes. But we're hoping that they're able to figure it out pretty quickly. It's actually very impressive how they just kind of unbolt it on both sides. They take the thing off and they're ready to kind of dive in there and take a look at what's going on. So, yeah, I mean, it's never fun to have to come in, not know what the issue is, hope that you're able to figure it out, not have to return to the garage. But we're hoping for a speedy fix here. So if I can get some more information, I'll let you guys know. But for now, we're here.
And things were looking so positive for that team up to that point. We've seen a lot of drivers run into those sort of issues today. And it looks like trying to minimize the impact of that could be a big factor in that. By the way, a huge thank you to our friends at Zenith Racing coming in behind the scenes and letting me know that points are granted if completing 50% or more of the race total distance. And that is of their class leader, by the way. So if you're in the ZR3s, you're not going to be out of luck trying to complete as many laps as the ZP2s out there. So big thank you to everybody who has dug in to help me understand with that one. In the meantime, since we have had some more problems, that means some drivers will want to try and get back out on track as quick as they can to try and get some of those spots. For those who are following the ZR2s, it looks like the 41 team is on 96 laps right now, and it's 114 for the 177. And those are the two that are kind of fighting over the last podium position, Joey. So it might be down to which of them can get going. Since the 177 has officially retired, it'll be whether the 41 gets whatever repaired that they need and gets on the circuit.
That is what they are trying to overcome. I did see that the number 80 car was able to roll off of pit lane. And when I think of a transmission issue, it usually is probably going to lock you out of a gear or all gears. So great to see the car re-enter the racetrack. Just probably have to keep an eye on those temperatures, make sure everything is running great here for the next couple laps. And I think I also see some more of these ZP2 cars on pit lane right now, maybe dealing with a few more of the issues, having some of the crew go underneath the bonnet of these cars and try to figure out exactly what's going on. I'm getting word that this is the number 97, the Random Vandals machine that is currently on pit road, Joe.
Yeah, not the first time we've seen them digging into that engine bay, but they've got the three crew members hard at work there. I guess the positive that could be taken out of that is they are working on pit lane instead of taking it back to the garage. So they seem to feel that it's something they can fix relatively quickly.
Well, and if memory serves correct, they were mainly having the axle issues, right? They had the axle issue on the car on the front straightaway, and then the second car almost in an identical spot. And what they were working on pit road right there was definitely not an axle issue, so something else with the car.
Interesting. See what we can find out on that. Fans of the 80, since they got back out on track, that means they are still running on third. That promotes the number 4 with Bellarmine in the car into 4th.
And I'm not
we
sure
got a car
if
stuck in first gear, we're hearing?
Joe, that's the 80 car that we were just watching on pit lane. You know, it rolled off. And usually when you have a transmission issue, it either locks you out of all gears, like you can't find a gear, or it will be stuck in a specific gear. So that's usually what happens, and it sounds like it was first gear that it was stuck in.
Oof. Yeah, that's not going to help. You can't do a Schumacher Spain 94 situation and cruise around in 4th gear on that one. It looks like they've made it back to the pits now and have crossed the timing beam. So Opalski probably rather frustrated with that situation, having to crawl so slowly around the track to get back into it. It really is becoming more of a traditional endurance race, enduring to the end, Joey, keeping away those gremlins from the cars and really making sure that you have set everything up and don't wear out any of your equipment.
And this sounds maybe a little bit funny, but I'm sure you guys have been to the fair and you played whack-a-mole out there, and you wait for the mole to pop up and you got to hit it back down into the hole. And that's almost kind of what these teams and managers are kind of observing right now, is that, hey, what is the issue that's going to pop up? Is it just a tiny little itty-bitty issue that might be a little bit of a warning on the dash that we can clear out and it's no big deal? Is it a little bit of a bigger issue that we need to come down and take a look at it on pit road? But call it 4+ hours into this one so far. And that's what these drivers, these teams, these managers are trying to keep under control, is that if anything does pop up, they go ahead and clear it out for their drivers.
There you can see them working. Drivers is still in the car, thankfully. Oh, and they're shutting it. So have they got it figured out this time? Let's see if they take off from here. As everybody's stepped away from the car. Remember, they have to have the crew back over, barring one who releases the car. And they've got him back going. Let's see if he actually gets out of first gear. No, he's going to the garage. Oh.
Yep.
Man.
Yep. Really unfortunate to see. I was afraid that when they were closing the door, that was going to be kind of the situation of go ahead, drive it back to the garage. But hopefully, hey, there's still 2 hours left. And if it's a relatively simple fix, you know, it might just be in the linkage itself that's not allowing the car to physically shift out of first gear. It could not even be inside the case. So let's just hope for the best situation and we get to see that 80 car back out on the racetrack.
And you know who's loving this is Jason Alder and that 59 team, who ran into some issues a little bit earlier on in today's racing. They're promoted back onto the podium by the 80 having to take itself back to the paddock there. So it's an ebb and a flow. So at some point you might find yourself in the situation where you have to go and take those repairs, and then other times the drivers that you're racing against also suffer similar or worse conditions, and suddenly you get that spot right back. 7 hours is a long time to go racing.
I think I see just kind of in our chat behind the scenes here that the 59 is in pit lane. They are currently doing a driver change. I see that the fuel is finally done. They're still getting everything strapped in. And Sloan, I believe you're standing right there with them.
I am in on the action here. It's been busy for the Stratus team. Looks like we just did a driver change right now, and we have, you know what, I'm going to confirm who actually just got into the car, because I personally don't know. But busy time. I believe that we have Jason Alder getting out of the car right now, who has been in the car for a very long time. So I'm going to try and get some words with him soon. I'm going to introduce a new segment here shortly. So stay tuned for that. It's been pretty busy, and I feel like things are kicking up and they're heating up. So stay tuned.
Hey, Sloan, while we've still got you down there and the pit stops are still going on, it is getting significantly warmer here at Sonoma Raceway. How warm is it down on pit road? Because the temperature fluctuation from when we started today to right now is quite different.
Well, I am sweating. My hair has gone up into a low bun, and the shirt is a little wet. It is currently 73 degrees, I believe, in this exact spot, especially when you're in the sun, too. It feels really nice, but definitely I would not recommend wearing long pants, especially not long black pants, because I am, and I am sweating. But the weather's really nice. Obviously, I've gone from a coat to a quarter zip, now to the T-shirt. So definitely some good weather, but prepare for it to be cold in the morning and then a little cold once the sun set as well.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Also, to what's relevant for the drivers, over 100 Fahrenheit on the track. So we have literally doubled the temperature on the pavement right now. Big thanks to Sloan for the update down there. We'll see if she can get a hold of some of the drivers to get us some information from them about what it's like in the cockpit. 59 back out after they changed drivers. We're hearing that we've got another car slowing on the track. Oh, that's...
Yeah, Joe, I'm getting word that it's actually our ZR3 class leader. He has made it to pit lane, but I think the worrisome issue is that it started to slow before he made it there.
Browning's been in that car. He's taken over recently from Messenger and Walsh, but that's not what we like to see. Hopefully the car is able to start back up and get going. They built such a big lead over Tompkins and the 555 that they've got a little bit of buffer. So that's the good news. The bad news is before we know, it could be anything. It could be race ending. It could be just a small hiccup in the process. But we'll sit tight, see if we can find out as we are now actually getting pictures. Oh, and that doesn't look like a quick fix. We got mechanics underneath the car.
Sloan, what do you see down there?
A lot going on, honestly, and this is kind of the big thing with crews. People jump in as quick as they can, trying to all help out. We've got new things developing, obviously, so there's a little bit of yelling going on too. It's very intense. Hard to kind of report on what's going on when we don't really know what's going on yet, but hopeful that we'll be able to get some answers soon. It really is a big team effort out here. Everyone is, it's a lot of teamwork, I will say. We got the driver in front of the car, putting his hand up, doing all, everyone's just playing every type of role, which I think is actually pretty cool. So,
I guess my big question right now is there any fluid? I don't see any fluid that maybe trailed in following the car at all, so it certainly seems like this crew is trying to diagnose something underneath the car. Is that what you see?
Yeah, no, I'm not seeing any fuel, nothing, no liquids on the ground or anything. Yeah, that's all I got for right now, guys.
Thanks, Sloan. So if it isn't fluids, then at least they're not having to top anything up there, but they're definitely digging deep under the rear bumper of that BMW for the time being. Let's see, is Tompkins going to be catching up yet?
And, sometimes, once again, I'm purely speculating, but lots of times coolers are placed underneath the rear ends of the cars. Think about transmission coolers, differential coolers, things like that. You see the crew member with the towel over his hand, but that's just to protect himself from how hot that exhaust is. So, Joe, I'm sure we'll get more info as that situation develops because we're just guessing at this point.
Yeah, and the 555 just took over the lead. That's, as we said, really the first time that we've seen that lead handed over this entire race, barring maybe a couple pit stops. Also, I'm hearing word that it may be related to the exhaust of the car. We don't have anything solid, but there is some suspicion that it may have shown itself as slipping up earlier out on the track. So, yeah, and Sloan is telling us the muffler actually fell off. Wow, okay, that's interesting.
Well, you saw, I was making the comment that the crew member was holding the exhaust there, and it could just simply be trying to align it to try to get it back into where exactly its home is, get the flanges back sorted up. So, certainly seems like the car will be out back there running here soon enough.
Okay, it sounds like Sloan is ready to go. Let's head down. She's got someone with her.
Hi, guys. Back here with team owner John. So that was crazy out there. Can you tell me what happened?
The exhaust hangers broke, so we had to bring him in, and he got a flat tire at the same time, so it was a little crazy. But I think we got it patched up. I think it's good.
Yeah, that was quick. I mean, I was kind of saying I have no idea what's going on right now. I couldn't even tell. So how do you handle that type of situation? Is it everybody, like all hands on deck, or what do you tell your guys when something like that happens?
It's pretty much all hands on deck. What we try to do is always have miscellaneous parts in our toolbox in case we need something in particular. But this is a very rare occurrence, so we have an exhaust fall off. It's not common, but I guess the bumps here at Sonoma are a little rough.
Yeah, I mean, is the Sebring? I don't know at this point, because respect the bumps.
Must be.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you guys got that fixed, and it seems like you guys are going strong, so we're wishing you the best of luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And so there you have it. That's the craziest thing when things are just developing and you really don't know what's going on, having a flat tire at the same time. Talk about anxiety. I would have a panic attack. I don't think I would, but I might. You never know. Because truly, you never know what is going to happen. You can be leading 1 minute, next minute you got a flat. And I think that's a really exciting thing with endurance racing, and I think racing in general. You're feeling really good, and then out of the blue, everything kind of just goes black. So I'm super grateful to AOA for filling me in on all of that, and I appreciate all the teams that are just absolutely working so hard and also allowing us to get a closer look and understand what really goes into help making everything run and get back on track.
Absolutely. And glad they were able to rectify that as quickly as they did. Again, some impressive stuff we've been seeing from the teams really working on the fly. I was not expecting them to be able to correct all these mechanical issues this quickly, Joey.
Huge props to the team. And I just also want to echo to Zenith Racing Series how amazing they've done on the administrative side of things, that when we do have stuff that happens on the racetrack, now knock on wood out here because we haven't had any issues here in the last few hours, but when we did have those couple of little hiccups earlier, the code 60s could not have run smoother. And I think when that side of the machine is well oiled and running properly, it really makes the competitors happy. They don't have to second guess what is happening behind the conference table and everything. So a really good props here to Zenith Racing Series to come out with a great platform to really put on display here at Sonoma.
We are still being led by Matt Million now with less than 2 hours to go in the race. He's in the 57 car. He's also been hopping in our other leader over in the ZR2 class. So with Colin Garrett currently in that number 95 from 9-4 Motorsports. And we've got a new leader down in the ZR3 class with Tompkins in the 555 for Bruce Innovations, currently leading the ZR3s. So a few changes in the recent times out here. Just saw seventh place in the ZP2s head on in. That looks like Kenny in the number 5. And we're still waiting on the 80 car to return to track after they went back into the garage. Otherwise, everybody else seems to be out and circulating.
Million is your leader overall. Stratus Racing ZR2 leader is going to be the 9-4 Motorsports team. Colin Garrett currently behind the wheel, and Tompkins in the Bruce Innovations machine leading that orange ZR3 class with the 555 machine. 163 laps so far have been turned by our overall leader. I'll go ahead and do the math over here, but easily 300 plus miles. I can't wait to see what these cars actually do over the course of 7 hours. I've been trying to keep up with it. Sonoma Raceway is not necessarily known for turning massive amounts of mileage, right? It's more of a medium speed track where it's up to the drivers to really drive the racetrack and roll the speed versus having these hugely long straightaways that just eat up lots of mileage. But like I said, I've just been very impressed with how much green flag racing we've had.
Yeah, I agree, especially with it being the very first race of the series. They've been doing a fantastic job out there, drivers and the people behind the scenes alike, really doing a good job. I have to ask, did you have to take the shoes off to try and do that math, or were you able to count it without that?
You think I got shoes on over here, Joe?
Okay, true. Good. Touche.
This is a regular old airplane ride for me. No, I'm just kidding.
Gotta let those dogs breathe. In the meantime, I do believe it looks like we might be heading over to Sloan because she's got a brand new segment that we're going to introduce here. Sloan, what you got going on?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to A Stint with Sloan, where drivers trade the seat of a cockpit for a very nice, comfortable, inflatable chair that I found at Target last night for $30. I am here with Oliver Piatek. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Who are you?
Hey, my name's Oliver Piatek. I raced a bunch of karting. This is my first proper, campaign in cars. I ran some second Miata, did a bunch of sim racing as well, but, entering this year in Zenith, trying to do my first full car campaign and trying to learn a bunch and go try to win the championship as well.
Very cool. So I also heard that you've got a history with sim racing. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so in 2023, I ran out of budget to go racing, had no money to go race, so did the next thing I could and went sim racing and, started as just kind of for fun to go replace the feeling of racing, but got better, ended up being, I think top 10 in the United States, got signed to Williams Esports Academy, and I just kind of progressed from there, and I kind of became almost my part-time job.
That's incredible. I did not realize that is something that you could do. Okay, so be honest with me. Do you like sim racing more, or do you like being in an actual car more?
Oh, it's not even close. Being in an actual car is much more fun. Sim racing's there to replace it, and to, help but not replace it. You can never replace the feeling of being in a real car, the G-forces, the people in the paddock you meet and everything like that. It's just so much better in a real-life car.
So tell me, when it comes to preparing for a sim race, do you have to prepare as hard as what you do for a car on track, or is it like it's just not the same?
It's much more. So to prepare for a high-level sim race, like the 24 hours, I'm putting in 30, 40 hours of practice in 2 weeks. So it is a full-time job up into an event. So it is a lot more preparation in close to the event for a sim race. But in a real-life car, you're preparing every single day entering a race, but only an hour or two going to the gym, all that stuff. But in a sim race, you're really pushing really hard right as you get to that event.
That's incredible. Do you have any advice for somebody who maybe wants to start getting into sim racing?
Just do it. Don't take it seriously. Do it for fun and just see how you end up. You're going to get better the more you drive, and at some point you'll find yourself at a pretty good level if you just keep to it and keep learning.
That's awesome. Let me ask you a very serious question. What'd you have for lunch?
Nothing. I need to go eat something, actually. You reminded me.
Oh, that's not good. What'd you have for breakfast?
A pancake. So
delicious. What are you going to have for dinner?
No clue yet. We'll figure that out later.
What would you like to have for dinner?
No clue. Something. Maybe some Mexican.
Mexican food is always a good choice. Okay, well, I guess to wrap it up, what is one thing... okay. I got asked another question to ask you. Are you a fan of the sheep?
Oh, they're great. They're good friends of mine.
Yeah, I thought so too, and then they just didn't respond to me today. They responded yesterday, but not today, so...
I hear that.
No, it's okay. I'm still a little hurt by it, but I think I'll recover. So I think to wrap it up, though, what is one thing that you're excited about for the Zenith series in general?
The level of competition, there's so many good drivers in the Sebeco class. There's, so many pro drivers, and it's great to be able to compare yourself to some of the best in the business.
Yeah, that's awesome. Well, you heard it here first, folks, with Sloan's Stint. These are really, really great Target chairs. Wink, wink, wink. And he's having an incredible time sitting next to me. So stay tuned for more Stints with Sloan. And thank you so much for joining us, Oliver.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
They do look comfy, I have to admit. But yeah, $30, not a bad cost as we come back to the cars on track itself. Clay McGurk in the 59, having jumped up into those top three positions now that the 80 continues to slip down the order while they work on the car back behind the wall. And that has meant Yaney, I believe, in the 77 has moved into fourth as well. So everybody kind of shifts up a position due to the misfortune of another.
And just kind of going back to that interview with Sloan and Oliver over there, awesome to get that insider knowledge from on pit lane. A lot of these drivers spending a ton of time inside the race cars, and now you heard Oliver going to probably refuel himself. I was thinking maybe the only other addition to those chairs, Joe, is maybe we could fill them up with some water and have some goldfish in there.
I feel we're in California right now. There's probably some sort of animal problems with how we're handling that one. Yeah, so I don't know if we can get that one
goldfish.
There, I like that. Yeah, that'll probably keep us nice and safe. In the meantime, I mean, the other thing that we have to remember in all that, how few drivers before this era would get to say, yeah, I worked with Williams, a team with incredible racing heritage. And now sim racers a sim racer like Piatek can come in and say that, hey, yeah, I come from Williams. Yes, it's an esports, but that's still prestigious. Esports is incredibly competitive for those that aren't aware. To be able to race on the level to work with Williams, you have to be among the top.
And it goes back to when we were talking about sim racing earlier in the broadcast. I doubt that Williams is looking stateside for a lot of these younger generations before sim racing, right? Typically, you stick in the region that you're comfortable with, where the team is based out of. So without sim racing, a driver like Oliver Piatek might have even never gotten the chance to even meet the Williams esports team, let alone drive for them.
So I do love to see that for a lot of drivers, making a few dreams come true that would have seemed impossible 10, 20 years ago for most of them. Sounds like Sloan has got a little bit of info from the 80 saying that the car won't shift. They're thinking that it's something internally in the gearbox. So I'm sure they're continuing to work on that. We'll see if she digs anything up. If she does, we'll throw down to her. I can see her chatting away with some of the team members right now. So hopefully it'll be good news eventually, because I was looking forward to seeing a nice battle for the potential win later on. Bellarmine, unfortunately, not looking like they'll be able to bring that 4 into the same fight with the 57 Stratus Racing team. They're currently shown at about almost a minute behind them in second place.
They are, at least on timing and scoring, but they are on the same lap, right? Those two cars, 167 laps in. Check out all this busy multi-class traffic going on. So the caboose on the train, that black and red with white highlights, that is Matt Million, our overall leader. Then we got the 59, that's Megoriuk. He's the meat in the middle of the sandwich there as they both head off, or I should say all three of them, heading off towards the far end here. Turn number 11, turn in those NP01 cars, and really they are on rails. Look for one of them to maybe get a better acceleration phase, but when everything is based down to the horsepower to weight, they are dead even on the straightaways. We see that number 57 car, the tail end, maybe close it in a little bit, but we also have to remember that's some of the slipstream effect here on the straightaway.
Exactly. And there's some aero work on these cars, so they're definitely punching a hole there as we watch them work their way through 3 and 3A. I was kind of looking at some of the top speeds between the classes while we were on break and riding on board. And it was interesting because I know that 14 car at one point was hitting, I think it was 126 was its max, whereas the ZP2 cars only getting up to about 119. So one of the drivers telling us the top speed isn't necessarily there. They were spot on the money, that they are really making so much through the corners in these cars.
This is Megoriuk looking down to the inside, getting by that lapped car. I believe that might be the number 3 out there on the racetrack that they're getting by, and then patiently wait for Matt Million. He's that black and red car here, third in line. He's going to try to get by as well, not get held up too much. Probably make a move down here into this turn 9 chicane section. This is the car that just was able to clear, and actually, no, they're going to stay in that same exact order, head off down in towards turn number 11. I will say that both turn 9 chicane and then also this turn 11 hairpin down here both provide great passing opportunities because it is a clearly defined brake zone where you can present the car down to the inside if you're close enough. That way everybody on the racetrack knows exactly what you're doing.
Yep. The body language of the car you'll often hear us talk about that, because we have to remember, going back to sim racing, for those that are used to that, Joey, you can hop on the radio in the sim and verbally let a driver know what you want to do or what you want them to do. You can't do that in these cars. You can maybe in some of the ZR2 and ZR3s, put your hand up to be visible through the rear window. You can't do that in these prototypes. So the only method of communication is where you place your car.
and hoping that the driver in front is noticing you in the rearview mirror. That's the other half to that equation, is that you can present the car, you can try to make a pass all you want, but unless all parties in the situation are aware that you're too wide or trying to make a pass, that's what is needed for proper cohesion out here on the racetrack. And I like what I'm seeing. I don't think that Matt Millian is necessarily getting held up very much by Megoriuk. You got to remember, both of these cars are Stratus racing machines. So I'm sure if Matt feels like, hey, you know what, he's held me up for multiple laps, he's going to be on the radio with the team manager. That relay is going to happen down to this number 59 car. But as of right now, both team cars playing very nicely.
Which is what you want to see. And like we've been saying, Stratus has been very on top of things throughout this race. So no doubt they'll be letting them know, hey, you know, this is what's going on with the sister team car. Don't hold each other up. And it doesn't seem like there's too many egos in this paddock so far. So I think they just kind of let them buy down into the hairpin. I mentioned earlier that the 14 trying to catch up to the 555. They've gone back into pit lane. I don't know if that's scheduled or not, but I'm sure Browning is hoping, with the speed that we saw earlier out of that number 14 BMW, Joey, that they can get back into it, try to chase them down. They seem so quick. They've still got an hour and 45. Theoretically, if you've got enough pace advantage, you could maybe get that lap back.
And you never know what is going to happen on the racetrack. You can't throw up the white flag and say, you know what, we tried our best and we're going to come back tomorrow if you've got a running car, because you just plain and simple don't know what others' misfortune might happen. You never know what can happen with the 555. They might have an issue themselves where they need to come down pit road. They think they got it fixed, or they might need to come down pit road multiple times. So in the case of AOA Racing, that number 14 that you were just talking about, sometimes it's just a matter of turning laps, and you got to make it to the checkered flag doing your own race.
You cannot give up. You just got to keep at it. And like we said, keep on swimming all the way to the checkered flag, because in an endurance race, something could always happen out there. And I think the same goes for the 85. Yes, they're quite a ways back, but they're into third. Lipple currently in that car, and they've been kind of chipping away bit by bit after starting from last in their field, and now looking at a potential podium finish. So I think we might be going back down to Sloan in just a little bit once again, as two more of our ZP2s deal with the lap traffic. In fact, let's head on down to Sloan, because she's got another driver at her special chairs.
Hello. Welcome back to A Stint with Sloan, where drivers trade the cockpit seat for a seat on a $30 couch that I found at Target that is deflating under us as we speak. I am here with
Bassam Abdullah.
Bassam, I just want to say, when we met, I think, yesterday or the day before, I asked for a fun fact about Bassam, and he said, well, here's the thing to remember how to pronounce my name. It's Bassam like ham, but I don't eat ham. So I thought that was very funny. But go ahead and tell the viewers just a little bit about yourself.
Yeah, so first, I love these chairs. They're actually very similar to the suspension in our 240 IRs.
What do you mean by that?
Nice and bouncy and soft and everything. But yeah, so I live in Austin, Texas, but I'm from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. So, go Brewers and Bucks, a huge F1 fan as well. But this is my third endurance race. I did a couple of WRL races before this. First time at Sonoma as well. I didn't know it would be this beautiful. I had no idea about the sheep. And so when the race director was saying there's a flock of sheep, I thought he was referring to us in like a very derogatory manner, but he's a great guy though, the race director. He wasn't. It was like little sheep out there, which I...
Shout out to Brian.
Yeah, Brian. All right, great guy. I like Brian. But this is great. Like, it's a lot of fun. I mean, I know the series is going to grow for sure. Everybody on the track knows what they're doing, which is great, except for me, but I try. But it's definitely Sonoma, great track. Everybody driving out there. I've met so many different drivers and teams and everything. You can already see like there's a Zenith community being built, which is really awesome. So just met one of the drivers at AOA who were in P1. We're now in P1 after they had some issues. So it's exciting. We're approaching the end. We're running pretty fast. We got Jay Tompkins in the car. We had Eric Powell there in the morning. Eric's our pro, so he's doing his thing. I was the slowest guy, but so far it seems like I'm not. But Jay, all right, shout out to Jay. He helped me a lot. But no, it's really fun. And about myself, I mean, I don't know. I told you I'm not interesting. I work I work at Amazon fulfillment for Whole Foods Market. So when you order online for Whole Foods, if you have a problem, email Andy Jassy. Don't email me. I don't know. No, but yeah. So it's a fun job. I'm in tech, software engineering, based out of Austin, Texas.
Very cool. Okay. Can you tell me what's something that you're looking forward to for the Zenith Series season? Are you excited for a certain race? Are you excited to see more developments with how the series grows? Like, kind of tell me what you're looking forward to.
Yeah, me personally, I like the format structure. I'm actually really looking forward to doing the 12 hours because I haven't done it 12 hours. We don't have the headlights.
I think they're 14 hours.
14 hours. Okay, well, I got to maybe prep a little bit more then. We're going to have to put headlights in the car, so that'll be something we'll have to do. But I'm really looking forward to it. I like the 7 and 7 format, right? Like how it's set up. And then I know Barber's like a 5 and 5. But yeah, just like that variation. The tracks are great. Couldn't pick better tracks. I'm looking forward to. I'm not going to be at all of them. I'll try to make as many as I can. But there are going to be a lot of new tracks to me as well. Teams got experience, but really, to me, I'd love to see it grow even more. I think people will start to add on, cars will start to go on, ZR3 will get even more competitive. We'll try to win as many races as we can before it gets to that point, though.
Yeah, for sure. I think you're selling yourself a little bit short. So tell me, you're saying you don't have a ton of experience, but how do you prepare for your races? What's your prep like?
Yeah, I've got I built the sim during COVID, like a lot of folks did, source computer parts from all over the world. But at home, I've got a simulator, so I'll just like load the track in the iRacing or Assetto Corsa. Spend the time just going in there. Sometimes like I'll have a coach join in or whatever and get some tips and feedback. A good buddy of mine races in IMSA, so he'll give me some tips like always. But yeah, it's really just preparing, watching video, talking to the guys, being on the sim, and then when you get here, it's like completely different. But no, I actually, when I came out, I was like, okay, I know this turn, I know that turn, I know that turn. So it's just getting ready and mentally focused. And, after 10, 20 laps, it seems like the first 10 or 20 are equal to the last 50 because you start to settle down, heart rate starts to come down, and you're just relaxed, and it kind of feels like you're just going for a stroll. And every once in a while, one of these ZP2 cars come by, and it's like, but it's still great.
So let me ask you, though, you say when the ZP2 cars come by, how do you deal with traffic? What goes through your brain when there's a car that's so much faster than you coming by you?
No mistakes, stick to my line. Their obligation is to find an opportunity to pass, let themselves be seen, and they've done a good job of that, most of them. But it's really, just stick to your line, because, I'm still relatively new, but if you're spending a lot of time in your mirrors, you're just going to go where your mirror is pointing, and that's the opposite way that you want to be on the track. But really, it's just the drivers, there's a lot of trust. Everybody here knows the rules. Everybody knows where you got to be parallel. Don't dive in the corner. And these cars are faster. They know that they're going to pass. They know you're going to let them pass. So it's like being a little bit patient. And then when I've done that, I haven't lost much time. Like sometimes maybe a half a second tops. And that'll be on an entire lap of maybe 3 of these cars passing me. So not too bad.
That's awesome. Well, thank you so much for filling us in. I am a big fan of you now. I'm so proud of you, first and foremost. I think you're going to do great. And but Sam like ham, but he doesn't eat ham. We'll talk to you guys soon.
Thanks once again, Sloan. We return attention back to the track once more. Looks like we've had a pit stop for the 94. Steve Libby has brought that in from second place in the ZR2 class. And Opalski continues to drop down the order for that 80 team, as they still have not returned to the circuit, unfortunately. Actually, I do see, it looks like the 41 team is back out on track. Now, let's see. They are at 102 laps, and their class leader is 168. So that's the good news. If they overtake the 177, Joey, they still could take this podium position.
Yeah, and kind of speaking on that, that's only about, 12 laps away. Plenty of time out there for that number 41 to go up there and make up those 12 laps. So that's some of the adversity that these teams are overcoming out here. In endurance racing, we always think about getting to the checkered flag first, but what happens when there's an issue out on the racetrack with the race car and you need to bring it back into the garage? That's when the team jumps into action, and a great job from that Retro Rockets team in that ZR2 class to get their car back out on their racetrack and potentially get a podium at the end of the day.
Yeah, they know if they make at least 50% of those laps, they are still eligible to take the points today. They'd sure love a trophy and some champagne to add to it out there as we watch our leader in the 57 come down towards turn 7 once more. Besides the fact that they've kind of jumped back and forth earlier in the race in terms of the lead, since we've had the problems with the 80, they've, for the most part, been just up at the front kind of cruising. The 4 team's been the one chasing them, with Bellarmine currently in the car. He's taken over for Piatek, and then Camden Hibbett started this race. Don't see as many of these 3-driver teams for this race. Seems to be mostly these 2-driver teams kind of set up, which seems very doable in a 7-hour race, Joey.
In a 7-hour race, yes. Now, if we were combining both Saturday and Sunday together, let's say if we had a 14-hour race all nonstop, then I feel like we'd get more of the 3-driver combinations or even 4-driver combinations. But because it is one day for 7 hours, it is totally able to be split up into, call it, a few doubles, or just kind of swap back and forth every single time the driver has the end of the fuel stint out there, which we've seen be about 65 minutes. So 60 minutes inside of a race car is no small feat. You're definitely going to be sweating inside that thing. You're going to be working out. So having a nice little hour break to rehydrate yourself, make sure that you're ready to go out there, is a great way to go about it. And yeah, if you're doing doubles or even triples, it may even give a possibility for my favorite thing at the racetrack, Joe, a nap time in between.
I should have known that's the direction you were going to go with it. But some of the drivers probably do want that time to decompress, to relax, get their body to just kind of get rid of all that stress and adrenaline before they hop back in, ready and refreshed to go. I don't think Matt Millions had much of that time to do so. He's back in this 57. He's been sharing duties with the 95 car as well. So we see him hop out. He gets, maybe it feels like only 15 to 30 minutes. And then suddenly we see him show up on our timing screens once again. And it's just been a nonstop day for our current overall race leader. Joey mentioned it a little bit earlier that the 4 team is still on the lead lap. So they have not lost complete touch with Million, but it's still looking like they need maybe, Joey, something a little bit out of their hands to come to help, because I don't think they've had the speed to try and race them down.
It has gotten closer, though. Let's see, this last time from Matt Million was a 44.8, and I think just the overall lap times from Bellarmine, they've been hanging very, very similar to Million. Now, this previous time by, they're pretty much on opposite ends of the racetrack, so I can't give you direct lap comparisons so quickly. But about 3/4 of a second difference. But I was going to say the outlier is the number 4 has definitely picked up the pace, at least here in the last hour. And you don't get to stay within the same lap if you're not turning a similar pace. I mean, look at even all the way down to the number 59 car, which is the teammate to our Stratus Racing lead car. They're 3 laps down. So give credit where credit is due to the number 4. Yes, our Stratus Racing Matt Million has been the fastest car, has been the fastest driver, but the number 4 is hanging, just kind of lurking in the shadows.
And I was checking up on Thomas Belleman here. I had forgotten that he's another one that comes from that sim racing background, which is actually kind of fascinating because he started out trying to go the karting route, but from what I understand, maybe had a little bit of my experience with karting where it wasn't as fast as he had hoped. But once he went into sim racing, he's found some of that pace and went into spec Miatas in the real world, and now actually competes in the esports version of the GR Cup here in North America. So getting back into both the rear car as well as continuing to race virtually out on the track. We'll see whether or not that speed that he's found will help him to catch up with Million, because last lap does show that he was a little bit off still of that 57.
Anytime you mention spec Miata, I am always ears perked up. You know, that's where my driving career really started, up here in the Pacific Northwest, competing in spec Miata. You'd talked about SCCA. You know, I'd actually started in a different regional club and then graduated over to SCCA and actually started touring up and down the West Coast in spec Miatas. And one of the big true first events that I decided to kind of take the driving career to that next level was here, Joe, at the Spec Miata Festival at Sonoma Raceway. So anytime you mention that class, that car, plus Sonoma, I am always a happy camper.
I suspect so. And there's a lot of drivers here that come from spec Miatas when I was doing my research. So it's a very common theme. It's an incredibly competitive series, so it's prepared a lot of these drivers quite well. Sounds like, though, I think we're going to be heading off to another little break. We've hopped on board with our leader once again, Matt Million. And in fact, this is going to be the last break, because after this, we're going to take you all the way to the finish. So don't go away here at Zenith Racing Series. Our inaugural round will wrap up soon. Welcome back to Sonoma Raceway. An hour and 22 minutes plus one lap left to go in Zenith Racing Series inaugural race. I'm Joe Peak, joined by Joey Atterbury and Sloan Polisner out there on track in the pit lane, giving us the ground's eye view of all the action that is happening. And Joey, it's been fascinating to see the sort of the chemistry of this race, the complexion of things out there, because we've had some good on-track battles, but we've also seen a lot of battles against the endurance aspect of it as they try to get these machines to the finish.
It's a team sport out here. I keep saying that we always focus on the drivers when it comes to the racing aspect of things, but it really is a team sport. And when the hurdles arise, that is when the team jumps into action, trying to diagnose what happens with the car out on the racetrack, what has happened, how do we fix it, what parts do we need to get laid out on pit lane so that way when the car comes to a stop, we can get to work immediately. And you're right. I think that we've seen several of these teams overcome adversity. Specifically, I want to say that Retro Rockets machine that most recently has had the problem. They spent several laps behind pit wall in the garage area, but now they've got that number 41 back out there on the racetrack.
And the reason that is important is because they've only got to make up 5 more laps and they'll get promoted into third. All they need to do is stay within 50% of the laps that the 95 car, or excuse me, no, the 555 car has done. No, it is the 95 car. This is ZR2 class, excuse me. And they are within the rules to be able to earn the points. So that has worked out well to their advantage to try and stick with it and get back out there. There is that 95. Colin Garrett currently in that car right now. Matt Million at times is in that one. Sounds like we might be lining up potential interview with what might be the busiest man.
Very, very busy, I think. I mean, pretty much nonstop inside the race car, hopping out of that ZR2 car, hopping into the CP2, and then back and forth, depending on how those fuel stints line up. And I think my biggest question, Joe, is how organized is he with those fuel stints? Is he talking with both teams to say, you know what, this car can make it just a little bit more, so I need you guys to fuel save so that way I can hop directly into the other one?
Exactly. Yeah, I can only imagine being in Colin's position or Ben's position where you're tired, you need to get out of the car, you're wiped, and then they tell you, nope, you got to stay in for another stint because Matt's not ready yet. So I'm sure they've tried their best to coordinate between them.
I wonder what dinner is going to be for Matt tonight. You know, after doing as much driving
Something
as
big.
That's what I was thinking. I was thinking maybe like some extra loaded fajitas with some extra tacos on the side, you know, really kind of fill up that belly. What do you think you would be getting?
I mean, my suggestion, and I'm trying to remember the name of the Mexican place that we went to last year there, that the burrito was about the size of my thigh.
Yeah, I remember.
Yes, so that would be my recommendation. Huge portions at that place. But we are hearing that he does need to take a breather, so we might not get to chat with him, and that's completely understandable. He's probably pretty wiped this far into the race, especially if he has one more to go. And yeah, I can confirm they're saying he'll get back in to the BMW here shortly.
A busy bee at the racetrack, and I bet you the time is flying by for Matt Million. I bet you this day is just not long enough. You can never be in a race car for long enough out there, and I'm sure that he'll look back on this weekend and really enjoy that he was provided this opportunity to hop in not only one but two race cars and then show everybody what he is made of in terms of a driver, because I've said it before, anytime he's out there on the racetrack, he's usually the fastest car in class.
Really is. I mean, he's been setting the pace all race long. Even when they lose the lead, he charges his way back up to the front. Ben has done the same, though we can't short sell Waddell in this one, and the fact that he's also kind of been matching Matt each and every time. So I'm impressed with both of them, and just frankly with the Stratus Racing team in general, and then also with 9-4 Motorsports, which is the other wild thing, is that Matt's not just swapping between classes, and not just teams, but truly between two completely different teams out there. It's not like he's got sister teams, but credit to him for being able to manage what is no doubt a tricky situation, and also coming out shining from that one. Besides that, I want to give a shout to our leader in the ZR3, since we keep talking about the other two classes. Tompkins in the 555, still leading up there.
And I'm going to take your point and expand on it even more, because you were mentioning Waddell and just the performance that he has done. What about this driver that we've got on screen right here? You were mentioning 9-4 Motorsports and Matt Million being able to hop into both cars, but what about this driver, Colin Garrett? I mean, I think an identical thing can be said from Ben Waddell to Colin Garrett, that yes, they were inheriting the car into the class lead, but they have yet to look back. Their lap time's extremely competitive when Matt is in the car, and they've kept the car clean and towards the front of their class.
Certainly. There is our leader down in the ZR3 class. They inherited it a little bit, but are doing a fantastic job. I actually need to check and see where they started this race in their class, because I feel like it was a little bit farther down, but the fact that they have come up to the lead, they're now sitting in a very good position with just a little bit more than an hour to go. All they got to do is bring it home from here. And as you can see, sometimes easier said than done with multiple ZP2 cars trying to find their way by.
It's getting pretty busy out there. In fact, I was actually just noticing that I believe one of that ZP2 class cars went off of the racetrack in that turn 9 chicane area. I was trying to find a replay of that thing, but didn't look like there was any contact. Simply drove it straight off of the racetrack and then rejoined back on. But I think it's just a testament to how much these drivers are still pushing it. Nearly 6 hours into this race, and the driver's still on the ragged edge.
I'm kind of amused that Jay Tompkins here in this leading ZR3 describes himself as the second fastest accountant in the world behind Matt Travis. So already a bit of a unique claim to fame, but not even putting yourself up at the top, but saying you're second quickest. Definitely it seems like he knows how to crunch the numbers the way that he's been able to play this one out. And as the son of an accountant, I have to say, he's at least faster than my dad.
Big shout out to the Peak family. We were talking about sim racing earlier, and I think that Don Peak is probably the most prevalent sim racer out of London.
Yes. We've got a replay, though. Let's see what we're going to take a glance at here. That happened a little bit earlier in the race.
Off track here at turn number 9. So check out this white and red ZP2 class car sneak down to the inside hard on the brakes, but just couldn't quite get it stopped in time. And that was off that I noticed, but no contact, no huge dust clouds, just simply drove it straight off to limit any sort of damage on the car.
Yeah, those split-second decisions when things are going wrong often will make the difference. So glad he was able to kind of abandon the corner, get through and back onto the track there without any sort of big dramas. And that's what we're kind of crossing our fingers for at this stage is no more big dramas. Bellarmine just finished a pit stop for the number 4, and they are out behind the 57. Now, that might be relatively close. We, again, need to wait until we get both cars back around to the timing line, I think, to get a more accurate reading, we've learned. And Waddell back in that 57. Bellarmine stays in the 4. And what I am going to assume should take them to the end of the race, that's going to be a bit of a long stint on what we've seen, unless they have a really short splash and dash at the end.
Which is certainly possible. And we have seen some of the cars push it past that 1 hour mark. I think if I was to circle the majority, they do about 65 minutes on fuel. And now that is a rough number, folks. Some of them have been a little bit shorter. Some of them have been a little bit longer than that. But just over an hour is kind of what they've been doing out there on the racetrack. And I'm always never a fan of counting on yellows or banking on yellows for your strategy. But it could be a situation that they can stretch it this, 72 minutes, 73 minutes. We have seen some of those cars go about that hour and 15 total. And if you are going to save fuel, let's just say, hey, we're sending you out there. We need you to save 5 minutes. We need you to save 7 minutes worth of fuel. You just need to start it at the very, very beginning, because if you start saving halfway through, you're just going to be in bad news towards the end.
Yeah, in regards to those cautions, to those code 60s, one of my favorite quotes is from Eddie Cheever: luck is a bad strategy. So I think that's kind of what these drivers need to go by. So 3.5 seconds is the gap between them. I was right that Bellarmine emerged right behind him, and that is going to be a battle for the win to the finish. Now, granted, now the 57 still owes us a pit stop, though, don't they?
Let's see how everything cycles through, because like we're talking about, it's roughly 65, maybe 70, up to 75 minutes on the stint. So if they did come in and do that pit stop just maybe a couple minutes ago, it's possible that they can make it to the end. However, if it's been 15, 20 minutes since they've been in pit lane, then yes, I'm in agreement with you that I would expect that the number 57 has to stop it one more time.
Well, in fact, I can check because we were talking behind the scenes in our text chat with Sloan about Matt getting out of the car. So let's see when that update was. And that was about right on the hour. So yeah, that is a massively long stint for the 57 team. They might still need another stop.
Unless they have been going to a pre-prescribed plan with their driver stints, and now they are just going to run it completely empty. But I don't know that information for sure.
Yeah, and it should be a very short pit stop, I would think, to get to the end from there. Like you said, probably keep the driver in. So it should just be in, put whatever you need to try and get to the finish and get back out. But then can they try and run down the 4 from there? So maybe that's something we'll have to send Sloan down to see if teams are willing to tell us if they've got another stop to go or if they think they can stretch to the finish. But regardless, after 6 hours, nearly 6 hours of racing, we have a battle for the overall lead within 5 seconds of one another.
Pretty fun to watch out there, and the 57, like you said, has been the fastest car on the racetrack. That number 4 has kept him honest all race long, and I actually do see behind the scenes as well, Sloan has given us some info that I think the number 80 car should be returning to the racetrack here soon enough if they got that car fixed back up. So I hope to see that automatic racing machine back out there on the racetrack. And I think the best news is that even if they don't get back out there today, it sounds like they'll have the car fixed for tomorrow.
Yeah, that's the big news there. Is you'd hate to see it compromise not just one race, but both of them. The good news is, according to the rules, they have the best 10 out of the 14 races. So they've got quite a few drop weeks that can help in their favor. You just don't want to rely on those, especially right at the very beginning of the season, kind of putting yourself under the gun to play catch up and hope you don't have further problems down the line as well. The 80, not likely, I think, to gain any positions. And yeah, it looks like they're not back out on track quite yet, it looks like. But they're ways behind Ericsson in the 97, who's the next one up for Random Vandals Racing. I also see that the 41 with Garton in the car is in the pits. Hopefully they'll be able to return because they have not overtaken for that third position yet down in ZR2.
What is pretty fun right now on the racetrack, we're watching the 57 of Waddell up front, but certainly seems like these Random Vandals racing machines have gotten going again out there on the racetrack, and I think the 98 and the 97 aren't actually separated by too much. We're getting a shot of 3 of these cars on the screen, and I believe 2 of them are those green cars from Random Vandals. They are several laps down, but you had mentioned some of the adversity that the teams are battling out there through these endurance races, and that's another example of a team that has had to overcome some on-track hurdles.
Yeah, both of them, like you said, are out around the same part of the track, but they're not racing for position currently. Walco in the 98 car, and then they've got Ericsson in the 97 right now. Maybe giving a few tips here and there on who's doing what, since they're kind of just circulating. The good news is, with none of the classes being over 10 points, the worst you can score today, double check on that, is going to be 3 points for 9th place in the ZP2 class. The points go down to 10th, which is at 2 points, and then if you finish more than 50% of the race beyond 10th, you score at least 1 point for showing up and giving the effort out there. Sloan says that the 80 is back after replacing the compressor on the car, and they're just coming out of the garage now. I can tell you that they are on an outlap on my timing and scoring. That is fantastic to hear. They are within 50% of the lap, so they are going to score points today if they can just bring it home from this state. Although Max Opolsky could have been hoping for much more after he was swapping the lead back and forth in the first half of today's event.
Well, tides change, right? Fortunes can change out there. It's great to see the 80 going back out there on the racetrack, but we have been covering this retro Rockets car, Joe. Remember that number 41? It had some problems early on. They went behind the wall, they fixed the car, they got it back going, and now I see it agonizingly on the same lap as P3, but back on pit lane.
Yeah, I know Sloan is down at that pit stall. I don't know if she has any information yet. Yeah, and she's saying that they haven't let her know anything. So they're probably working hard on something down there and are more focused on that at this stage. But if she gets anything, we'll throw down to her. God, it's so close but so far away. And it's not that I want to see the 177 get past, but it's just a fascinating story to see unfolding. And both teams would have liked to have not given up, but the 177 had to throw in the towel, and now the 41 is there trying to get past them if they can. Looks like McGurk in the 59 has just hit pit lane. That's going to be their last pit stop for Stratus Racing. And I think they should be able to get back out ahead of the 77, hold on to that third place. Look at this, though. Quite a bit of traffic out at some points on the track.
And I think this might be the 80 in the front of the train. And then the second car is actually our overall leader. That's the 57 of Waddell. And then we have two cars from Random Vandals Racing that are several laps down, just trying to kind of race amongst each other out there, learn as much as what they can for tomorrow. But this is a little bit of a different situation for our overall leader, the 57. Look at how wide he is out there in the carousel section. That's turn number 6. He's going to let one of the Random Vandals cars go, and this is just a very peculiar position, and it's going to let the second car go as well. I think that this is smart heads-up racing. Both of these green cars were showing a lot of pace back there. No need to have them ruffle your feathers, especially when you've only got a 4-second lead to second place. Let's make sure that we keep care of the equipment, keep our head on straight, and keep the race car on the racetrack.
And we need to go down because there is a pit stop happening, and it looks like Million is back in the car, Sloan.
So I thought I was really busy today, but I think Matt Million might be busier. He's actually just getting into the car. Colin Garrett has just gotten out. I was able to steal a few minutes with him, just trying to see where his head was at, if his head is still attached to his body. I'm happy to say that it is. His comments were that his legs hurt, but he's doing pretty good. Other than that, he's having fun. He's really enjoying the Zenith series, which is great. I asked him what keeps him going. Hopping in and out of these cars, you have to be absolutely exhausted. What kind of things do you have to do to switch on and off from going from an NPO1 back to a BMW? He said that he just keeps having fun and he likes getting into the car and trying to keep getting better. He likes to try learning something new every time he's back in for a stint. I think that's honestly very incredible to want to keep trying to find new things, even though you're probably at your wit's end. He seemed like he was in good spirits, though, which is always good to see. I know we were kind of talking about what we thought he was going to eat for dinner, so I asked him, and he said that he's looking forward to a nice crispy chicken sandwich. So I don't know where the best one is in Sonoma. If you happen to know, please drop a comment. I would love to let him know. But he seems like he's in good spirits, and we're hoping to see him at the podium.
Joey, do you have any input on that? I know you've had more experience being around Sonoma and finding places to eat than me.
I mean, it's still Saturday, right? I'm pretty sure that God's Chicken is still open over there. Might as well go get some Chick-fil-A.
Happy to report they actually had Chick-fil-A for lunch. I was able to ask them, what they were eating, and they did bring in Chick-fil-A. So I don't know if he got that for lunch, or maybe he's been thinking about that because he hasn't had lunch, so we didn't get that far in the conversation. But it is Saturday, so if he's feeling like Chick-fil-A, I mean, that is definitely an option.
Got to get it now because you won't be able to get it tomorrow as we got a car off in the chicane taking the escape road. And was that Million right there?
No, that was a production-based car that was off of the racetrack, so that's definitely going to be one of the ZR3 cars. But to your point, it was the train of the cars that contains our race leader that was going through.
Oof, so close stuff out there. And as we now watch Bellarmine. Oh, has the 4 caught up here? Because I'm showing about 1.2 seconds between the 57 and the 4 now.
And this is the interesting position that the 57 has been forced into, right? He was playing nice, and oh no, this is another problem with one of the random Vandals car. This is at the top of turn 3A. They are pulled off drivers left at the very, very top of the hill up there. But those cars that were just passing our race leader, now one of them is stranded on the side of the racetrack.
Watching to see, and yeah, on my track map, the 97 is not moving at turn 3A, which is a very blind corner. That's not where you want the car to be stalled. Could this bring out a code 60? And would this be the thing that the 57 team has been looking for? Since we think they may owe us another pit stop to get to the end, they could get a cheap, less harmful stop here if the code 60 is brought out with enough time and enough fuel to get them to the end.
This is anxious time for the strategists right now, punching in all the numbers. Do we make the call? Do we pit right now? And I'm a fan of, hey, throw it out before the yellow actually comes out. If we can get to pit lane before anybody else, it provides us the most amount of, call it buffer room, but all 4 of these prototypes, including our race leader, are opting to stay on the racetrack, at least for this time by.
Oh, and there you go. We've got a graphic up saying code 60 is coming. Yeah, starting, I'm seeing race control is counting it down now. And there it is. Code 60 is out. So when will we see that 57 duck in? Will we see the 57? Because we do not know for sure. And in fact, as we hopped on board, they did not go into pit lane.
And that's kind of what I was just kind of pointing out is none of those cars, none of those ZP2 cars went down pit road. So here's an option, Joe, that I want to kind of get your brain going on. Let's say if the 57 could not make it on fuel, but they were close, right? They were within maybe a minute, maybe a lap or so of making it to the end. You don't necessarily have to come into pit road when you get a full course yellow or a code 60 as we have here in the Zenith Racing Series, because right now you are also saving fuel while killing the time out there. There's that stranded car from Random Vandals Racing, the track crew will get over to. But remember, this right here is also saving and extending that fuel window.
That's a very good point. Yeah, so there's multiple ways that you could go about this, and we'll see which one they elect to do, because they could make their way back around to try and go into pit lane if they wanted, but they could also just continue to try and conserve fuel during this portion. Remember, it's only 60 kilometers an hour. It is not that quick that they have to circulate. There you go, 32 miles an hour, 33 miles an hour that they are going to be running here under the yellow. In the meantime, sounds like we may have solved some of the mystery of the 41 who is back out on track. Sloan, what's going on with that team?
Guys, I'm here with AJ. AJ, can you tell us a little bit of what happened over here?
Well, we've had kind of a wild weekend from the start. We've been just kind of behind all weekend. We had a software update in our trans controller that sidelined us through all the practice and testing. So we hit the racetrack this morning with 0 laps on. The chassis and the car's working really good. Our team really pulled together and did a lot of amazing stuff to get us out there to begin with. So I'm super proud of our guys. But we unfortunately were down a couple of cylinders early in the day. It seems like we're having some problems with the fuel. It seems like we're not the only team. So we're going to try and sort that out. But we basically got the car back out to get enough laps to move up a position, which we just did. So we're going to pull it back into the garage and really just concentrate on getting it ready for tomorrow. The good news is we're making a lot of progress, and we got the car working and functioning good now. So tomorrow should be a new day, and we should be a lot better. But again, I can't say enough about our little team. These guys changed the transmission preemptively. They've busted their butts all weekend. I'm super psyched and proud of the effort they've put out.
That's awesome. Yeah, it truly does take a village. So, I think the hard work and the positivity is what really goes the longest way. What are you looking forward to for the rest of the weekend, I guess?
Well, if we could just get into our normal flow, and we have a pretty tight program usually. We've developing this car over the last couple of years has really had its ups and downs, but last few races of last season we were really finding our stride. So I'm just looking forward to getting back to that, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, good luck to you guys for the rest of the weekend, and we're looking forward to seeing you back out there.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks you.
Thank you, Sloan. And glad to hear about that perseverance as we watch the 97 get towed on back around. Actually, it almost looks like they're going to just take them all the way back to pit lane and get them back in there from the route that they've been going. But, they are right that the 41 has moved into third place. Good news is, even at these 117 laps, leaders would need to reach 234. Right now, they're 187. That is a little close if they want to score the points, but it sounds like, Joey, since it is fixed, if they find the lap count getting close to that, they can send it on back out.
I think that's exactly the thought process. I do see the other Random Vandals machine on pit lane right now, as well as the number 4 car. So that was our second place runner. So that is Bellarmine on pit road for round 3 racing, as this stranded car is still getting pulled into pit lane. I think that this is an excellent strategy call, that if you need fuel, you might as well take the cheap stop. We talked about the cheap stop so many times earlier today, but this is finally a long enough code 60 that these drivers and teams can take advantage of it, and there's fuel going in the other Random Vandals car.
Yeah, the 4 coming in to take a bit of a pit stop there kind of confuses me, because we saw them pit later than the 57, and Bellarmine is back out. No, I'm still showing him as in pit lane here on my timing and scoring. Now he's back out, and it's actually Piatek. So they not only came in necessarily maybe for a top-up of fuel, they've swapped drivers out. Okay.
And maybe we can actually get Sloan to head down to the pit of the number 57. I know that she was really paying attention when Matt was hopping back into that 9.4 Motorsports car and out of the Stratus Racing machine. But I think that if we're looking for fuel numbers and if we're guessing on if they can make it, maybe we can get some insider information from that Stratus Racing team.
Yeah, so we'll see whether or not she can get that info from them on what the reason was for that switch around for them. And also, I'd love if she could talk to the 57 to see if they do need to come back, as the green flag is now flying and we are back racing. Just about everybody managed to get that pit stop done in time. The 14's still in there, and we saw the 97 topping up on fuel. They're still in pit lane. Everybody else has managed to make it onto their outlap.
This is our class leader in the number 95, this 9.4 Motorsports car for ZR2 class, with Matt Millian behind the wheel. Leads with a very comfortable lead of about 5 laps in that class. Ian Barberi and the other 9.4 Motorsports entry giving chase. But Matt has been the busiest driver in the paddock, hopping between different class cars and quite honestly doing a fantastic job leading both of them.
Back to racing speeds now. 197 laps that we have run. And we've got the info from Sloan that 57 does need one more stop. They have 29 seconds of a gap that I'm seeing. That might be different, because I think we're waiting for Oliver to come back around to the line.
And that is going to be very nervous to watch, right? Pit lane here at Sonoma is extremely long. The pit lane speed limiter starts before turn number 11. So we're getting shots. Oh no, this is so heartbreaking right here, Joe. But what I can report, it looks like this 41 car from Retro Rockets was able to do a few more laps, which does put them at least onto the podium in class.
Indeed, yeah. They're up to 117 laps at this stage. Their leader in that class, Matt Millian, is up to 188 laps. And in the math that I did, it was 234 is what they need what Matt would need to reach and go beyond to deny points to the 41 team. Of course, they're not really concerned about what the 41 team is doing. They're just running their race. But that's what the 41 team needs to watch to see if they can score those points today. Again, if you're just joining us, drivers, or teams rather, need to complete 50% or more distance of their class leader to score points today. And that's where the 41 team has been oh so close and has been trying to get those laps in now that they finally at least passed the 177.
I'm just patiently waiting over here for timing and scoring to really kind of give me something new, because if it doesn't, talk about excellent execution so far, at least for the round 3 racing. I know that they're not on top of our timing and scoring board right now, but only call it 10 seconds back, and we know that the number 57 owes us a fuel stop. They're going to spend more than 10 seconds on pit road.
And again, I'm a bit confused that they didn't utilize that code 60. I don't know if somebody missed a trick or if they know something we don't, but
you know, it just flipped back, because I was going to say timing and scoring all of a sudden showed the number 4 about 90 seconds behind, and now it's back to 10 seconds behind. So before I jump to any conclusions on my map over here, I just want to let a few laps go by and really see what timing and scoring shows me.
Yeah, and I'm trying to look at the map as well. It does look like that is about a 10-second gap between them right now. It's just about one corner on most parts of the track between the 57 and the 4. So unless they're a full lap behind, I think that should be accurate. And considering it's about a minute 46, then yeah, I think the 10 seconds is the right number that what we're looking at between those two. And they are 3 laps ahead of the 59, the other Stratus Racing car. So it is down to essentially those two, unless either come to some sort of grief here at the end of this race. Less than an hour to go, less than 50 minutes essentially left at this stage to wrap this one up. And we've got a 2-horse race in which one of them has their leg tied behind their back.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if he confirmed it or not. I was just noticing that Sloan did go down that round 3 racing team paddock, and they said that this white and yellow number 4 car is good to go on fuel all the way to the end. So the 57, our leader, has to stop. Second place does not have to stop. Look at how long pit road is here. I think if I'm the team manager, the spotter, the strategist for that round 3 racing team, I am relaying this information to our driver of Bellarmine and saying, hey, we absolutely need to make it to the end. We cannot afford to stop to bring it down for more fuel. So we need to see the checkers before you run the thing dry.
Good point. We also had a couple safety warnings for drivers out there. Car 3, pit lane speed violation. That's a big one. Plus 13. Oof, they must have really pushed on the way in. And then a code 60 violation for car 41, which is a bit of a moot point since they are currently behind the wall. Granted, they don't want to have that happen too many times, because safety is one thing that the stewards take of the utmost seriousness out there. There's violations in terms of the rules out on track, but when it comes to safety, you cannot skimp here at the circuit.
And you know, I'm going to throw a bone to that number 3 team. I think that there's a lot of things for drivers and teams to kind of sort out during a pit stop. And got to remember, some of these drivers, it might be their first foray into endurance racing, sharing cars with different co-drivers. And it could be as simple as making sure the pit lane speed limiter is still on when you hop inside that car and make sure it's rebooted and everything. We always think that it's so straightforward on the racetrack, but there are so many little things to get right. And even in a pit stop where it's not practiced all the time, sometimes those little things can slip up. But what I do like to see is that Zenith Racing Series is kind of letting a little bit of leeway happen out there, saying, hey, you know what, we saw it, make sure you see it, fix it, and don't let it happen again.
Yep. And that's part of that training ground. That's part of this really building up drivers, giving them the experience. I do see the 14 with Acaranza in the car has been in pit lane. I'm not sure how long that's been. I was trying to see from our overhead view there up on the drone if I could spot them, and I didn't see them down there. So I'm hoping they're not actually behind the wall, because I don't think we've seen a message. No, we have actually. Excuse me, the 14 is behind the wall. That was the car that at one point was leading that ZR3 class.
Unfortunate there for AOA Racing. You know, we were talking with the new manager there not too long ago on pit road with some, I think, surprising issues, right? I think they were having maybe a little bit of a muffler issue on the back end of that car. So definitely just maybe sorting through everything.
So this is turning into quite the strategic race at the very end. Unfortunately, I think for Waddell, it's going to be difficult to try to come back from what is going to be an extra pit stop effectively over the 4. They're only about 10 seconds ahead, or 9 seconds really now, as we've been talking about. And Bellarmine has been proving quite quick in that yellow and white machine. So Ben is going to have to hustle very quickly. He is a little bit faster. Has been a little bit quicker than the number 4 up to this point. In fact, that last lap was showing it, well, it was about 0.8 of a second quicker. This lap by, they were 0.1 of a second slower. That's not what they need. They need big chunks over the number 4 machine once they pit to try and reel them back in.
And we have seen that Stratus Racing car have the overall pace in comparison to everybody else in class. I do wonder if it's a case of maybe they're trying to stretch the fuel, right? If you can maintain that same gap, but call it 9.5 seconds, and actually you can bleed a little bit of that gap if you really want to try to do extra fuel save. I wonder if they've realized kind of the hole that they're in and are trying to dig themselves out of it. If not, maybe Waddell is just kind of on cruise control, knowing he's got to come into pit lane here shortly.
Sad news for fans of the 14. Sloan was able to get with the team. Sounds like they are having electric steering issues. They've reported they are done in this race, and that is in their M2 for the ZR3 class, but they are well within the the 50% mark, so they should be scored as third and on the podium, even if they aren't going to get to the checkered flag. It is just the number of laps. It is not whether or not the car is running at the end.
A little bit of side-by-side right out the front booth here at start-finish line as they race their way up into turn number 1. Also see a pair of these prototypes here now across the start-finish line. This is the number 4 car, and there's that seesaw gap. You were mentioning that Waddell needed to start taking big chunks of time if they want to extend that gap and defend off the number 4 car, and I think that last lap was a little bit more representative of what they would like to be doing, a full second faster than Bellarmine.
Yeah, that's kind of more what we were expecting out of them, and it needs to be consistently quicker than that ZP2 machine that's behind them, both here before their pit stop and then after. I guess at this point, Joey, maybe they're waiting for another potential code 60. There's really no reason not to try and hope that you'll get another one to cut down on that loss of time.
No, but you just can never count on it. And when you're the driver inside of one of these machines, it can kind of feel like a little bit of a helpless feeling sometimes, at least if you're informed of the strategy going on, or maybe informed that, hey, we're going to have to take one more stop, but you know that there's only about 40 minutes left in the race. But it's a team sport for a reason. And I'm sure that they're going to go back and look at the strategy. And guys, we could be putting the horse in front of the cart here. With 41 minutes, we don't know what can happen to this number 4 car. We don't know what can happen to the number 57 car. At least right now, the cards on the table show that the strategy is leaning towards the favor of round 3 racing, but there's still plenty of time left.
Yeah, we can't forget that we've seen a number of mechanical issues for a lot of the ZP2 cars in the 6 hours and some change that we have been racing. So you can't put it past any of these vehicles to potentially have one more issue before the end of the race. And that's all that the 57 would need to be able to stay ahead of them if another problem forces them to have to take that rear bonnet off with just a few minutes left to go in this race. So it's not over yet, and we know that there's still much to fight for here. Million still leads down in the 95 for the ZR2s, so they've been actually, if I'm seeing this right, 5 laps ahead of Barberi in the 94 team. Both of those drivers for 9-4 Motorsports looking at a 1-2 finish, so things looking quite handy for them. And then the 555 with Jay Tompkins leading over in that class. I do see that we've got Sloan down near where our celebrations are getting ready to take place. Sloan, what's the setup down there?
Well, let me tell you, we have quite the setup. This is the podium. This is where everybody wants to be at the end of these next 40 minutes, at the end of the 7 hours that we have been racing. We have such an incredible setup here for you guys. We've got some really cool Zenith Racing Series hats. We actually have non-alcoholic champagne because we do have younger kids here, so I do love that, you know, we're not promoting alcohol here. And then the really cool thing is our trophies. So I have Sarah who's going to pick it up because it is quite heavy. But the very cool thing about these trophies is that every race, these little green things will move up a notch to show all the races that have happened. So the next one for Barbara will be moved up one, and then the final one will be back here. So I think this design is incredible. It is very heavy, and I could not pick it up with one hand. So I think I need to go back to Pilates probably, because I should be able to pick that up pretty easily. So I think the also cool thing is that we're going to have the cars come up here. So when we are celebrating all of our drivers, they're going to get pictures in front of their cars, how to make it feel like a pro series, and really just celebrate the end of an incredible 7-hour race and make all the teams and the drivers feel special, because they have worked so hard today. They're going to continue to work hard tomorrow, and they deserve to celebrate. So we're super excited to see everybody here in just a little bit, and we're excited to celebrate.
I'm sure the drivers really looking forward to those celebrations themselves, but they can't celebrate too early. You can never count those chickens until they have hatched, as there goes the 4 on by our other leader, or at least one of the leaders there, with Jay Tompkins in that BMW. One thing I am glad about, Joey, is that you and I won't have to worry about trying to dodge the champagne this weekend.
You're right, and I think the other one that's probably pretty happy is Bordy, right? Matt Borders is always the cameraman down there that's always trying to avoid everything. So big shout out to one of our favorite camera ops, Matt Borders, and not having to deal with the champagne here this weekend.
For once in his life. But yeah, the drivers no doubt will be making sure to get everybody they can with it once they're up on that step, as we look towards what'll be the final half an hour very soon. And let's not forget, if you've been seeing the +1 lap up there and you're wondering what in the world that's about, the way this series will work is that they will get the clock going to 0, and once the clock hits 0, the next time by the line is when they will get the white flag, as opposed to how you will often see it here in endurance racing, where they try to time it out to the checkered flag being the next one by. So should be nice and simple. Once you see it happen, you'll probably understand if I haven't explained it properly, but regardless, drivers also watching for that white flag to be shown as we get closer and closer to the end of our inaugural race in the Zenith Racing Series.
This is that 555 machine, our class lead in ZR3. Having a beautiful drive right now, completed 183 laps, 4 laps ahead of the next car in class. That's that AOA Racing machine. So right now, Bruce Innovations with the 555 for a nice Saturday drive. I can't call it a Sunday drive because we are here on Saturday. But and Joe, I'm noticing, is that 6 5s on the side of that thing?
Oh, yes. Yeah. I guess you're right, because they kind of added them to the livery, and then they have the standard plates that all the cars are supposed to have to identify them as well. So, yeah, I think there's a couple cars that I've noticed kind of like that, almost taking kind of a NASCAR approach, I suppose. They just need the giant number on the roof, too.
Correct. And, typically, maybe a little bit more with some of your previous racing experience and pit road experience over in the dirt oval world, where they start mixing in a few letters in with the numbers. But usually it's limited to about 3. But great to see them taking advantage and really showing off that 555.
Absolutely. We still never heard whether or not the team is paying any homage to the old Subarus from the World Rally Championship days. We'll have to have Sloan check that out maybe on another day, since we're getting so close to the end. Teams, no doubt, very focused on trying to wrap up this race. Don't want to be distracted out there. I just saw that McCall, I think, has swapped positions with Lipple, but that's between classes. Some of the ZP2s have been trying to play catch-up after they've had major issues out there on track, and are actually taking overall position.
Letting some of those cars get through. That was the turn 4 area of the racetrack. I love these drone shots too. You were commenting when we opened the show how green it is around Sonoma. We only get the green grass here in the March spring seasons at Sonoma. Otherwise, it kind of turns to that burnt, dry grass once we get into the summer months. So great to see it out here. But I also love getting the drone shots because it shows off the elevation of Sonoma Raceway. Nearly 50 meters total, over 160 feet of elevation from its lowest point, pretty much right here on the circuit, all the way up to the top of turn number 3A. This side of the racetrack, relatively flat. You kind of have a few of the rolling hills going into the S section. Up here at the top of the hill, this is actually turn number 2, but it's not the highest point. The drivers actually climb even taller in elevation right here to the top of turn 3A. And let me tell you, folks, if you've got a bicycle and are at Sonoma, it is a ride to get up there. It is a steep hill.
Yeah, I've had to climb my way up to a few of the points, just trying to go and watch some of the practice sessions the past times that I've been here. And it gives you a bit of a workout. There's a little wobble there, though, as we watch the 57, our current leader, still trying to hustle. But the bad news for them is they have not gained time over the number 4. It has come down. It is now 8 seconds between themselves and the round 3 racing car. So if they were hoping to extend the gap and try to burst their way back to the front, right now it's not happening.
We'll just kind of have to be patient to really see if they're going to stop for fuel. All of the indicators have said, yeah, the 57 still needs fuel and the number 4 does not need fuel. I'm very, very anxious to see how it all plays out. 57 has been the class of the field all day long when it comes to that outright pace. But, I mean, how many times have we seen the lead actually flip-flop?
Is that him? That's them?
Yes, you're right. Here comes the leader, 57, onto pit lane. Maybe we can get Sloan over there because this is incredibly important with our overall leader taking their final stop of the day.
I think she is bursting her way over there right now, trying to see if she can get the scoop on that car. Now, Bellarmine has gone by already before they even come to a halt. They've already been overtaken. This is going to be a massive gap to make up in 32 minutes plus a lap of racing. Again, I am not feeling confident. I know you keep saying, Joey, that the race is not over, and you're right, but they've got a mountain to climb here.
Literally up and down 160 feet of Sonoma Mountain to really see what's going on. I think I'm actually getting some pictures on pit lane right now. I believe that Sloan is standing in front of the 57. Sloan, what you got for us? Because it certainly seems like they're already done with fuel.
Yeah, just fuel. It was just fuel. Oh no. It seems like we're having an issue starting the car, actually. So it was just fuel, and now just getting the car turned over. So that pit stop was just fuel. I'm out of breath again.
Thank you for your hard work, Sloan. You've been doing awesome today. Somebody go get her a drink out there. But okay, now we wait to see what that time gap is between the 4 and the 57. Again, it's probably going to be just a huge amount of time between the pair of them to get to the finish. Ben Waddell, who has been so fast, has got to try to catch Tom Belleman at the finish of this race, whereas Tom only has to be consistent. He just has to cruise to the end here.
And this is the strategy aspect of the team game here in endurance racing. You can have the fastest car, you can have the fastest drivers, but it still comes down to some of the math on the box there to optimize those pit stop times and really take advantage of when we do have the code 60s, when we don't have the code 60s. You don't want to come into pit lane. I mean, you were mentioning it earlier. It could come down to some of those strategy calls that were happening early in the race.
It all comes together. There's important parts of the race, but there is no one part more important than the other, because it all adds up, and it's who gets to the finish quicker than the other. Sounds obvious. I mean, it is a race, but it is all the parts that you have to try and execute on to win here in ZRS. And right now, it is looking like round 3 racing might be able to dethrone Stratus, who were looking so good early on. I give credit, Joey, to the 59 team who bounced back after some early issues. They're looking at a podium finish here today. But I think this 57 kind of handed over what could have been a win.
It certainly seems that way. 30 minutes plus a lap remaining, so let's not count our chickens yet, like you were saying, but at least in terms of the stats on the paper, a 1 minute 15 second lead is what Belleman has here over Waddell. We do know that Stratus racing machine, once they get rolling, typically the fastest car on the racetrack, but I mean, with 30 minutes, you're looking at a massive gap to try to climb yourself out of, and credit to the number 4 car, because round 3 racing and Belleman have done an absolutely phenomenal job really in the last hour to maintain that lead lap status, right? If you're not on the lead lap, you can't take advantage of it. And not only that, but the performance, they have been turning identical lap times, so it has not allowed that number 57 to run away like they did earlier.
Yeah, and Thomas being the anchor, I'm sure he feels a lot of pressure, but you think about Piatek with his stint in the middle, and then Hibbett as well, starting things off. All of them really came together and did an awesome job. I think it was Piatek that we saw in a battle at one point, trying to hold back some of the faster cars at one stage, trying to fight with a car that's a lap up on them. And again, I think it's come back in handy. But the drivers all knew what they had to do. They've all executed. Now they just have to cross their fingers that Thomas can finish the job.
He's been doing a terrific job. Kept it on the racetrack. And I can say that about everybody. Every single driver out here. We have seen a minimal amount of cars off of the racetrack. And, I mean, Joe, we've been around enough racing and enough practice sessions, enough qualifying sessions, let alone enough racing out there on the racetrack to keep it this clean, to have the pavement not have dirt, dust, and grass on it is something to be said about the drivers.
Now, our current leader down in the ZR3 class, Bruce Innovation, sounds like Sloan has caught up with one of their team members.
Hey guys, I'm here with Devin, the team owner of Bruce Innovations. I heard a few people were wondering if their livery is an old homage to some old rally Subarus. So I wanted to ask Devin, is it an homage? Can you kind of tell me the story behind the 555 car?
It's nothing to do with the Subaru, even though it does have some similarities to it. We just took it. It was a design that was used probably about 5 to 8 years ago on another car, and we just took the same thing, switched the colors around, just to give the car a little bit more other than a plain white car.
Very cool. You're kind of telling me you had 222, 333, 444. Are you a big Zodiac guy? Like, what are those numbers? The angel numbers, maybe?
No, we had a M3 and all the other
numbers were taken with 3, so we just went 333, and then we have an M4, so we're like, we'll just do 444, and this is a 2 series, and we were going to do 222, but that was taken, so we just went up instead of down, and we went with 555.
It's so funny because they say men really don't care about like angel numbers or star signs, and you just literally proved it, because a lot of people probably think that has to do something with some spiritualness, and you're like, nope, it actually doesn't. So that's kind of refreshing, but also very funny. How's the weekend going for you so far?
So far, great. We came out, we ran Thursday, we've had no problems. The guys were able to test. This is the first here for some. Our other coach, our pro, he's been here a lot, so he was able to get the guys up to speed really fast. But I mean, we're doing well, doing solid. We were battling back and forth with John and AOA, and it looks like they had some problems and some tire issues, and we were able just to stay consistent and come up the field, and we're doing good. So
yeah, it's incredible. I mean, you might even say your car is a lucky number, right? Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, good luck to you guys. We're super stoked to see you guys out there and hear that it's been a really great weekend. So we'll see you maybe at the podium, huh?
That's the plan.
I see you there.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
So while we wait for the last laps to tick through, the 14 is showing stopped. Is now they went behind the wall, I thought. So that might be just old news on that one, as I try to sort out what's going on there. In the meantime, the 4 still up at the front. We've been watching them. Belleman in that car. Jay Tompkins has shared that 555 with a couple drivers here today. We've had Eric Powell out there, as well as Sam Abdallah, who we got to chat with a little bit earlier. So it's been a team effort, as Joey has been saying a lot of times today, and the teams will get to enjoy the fruits of that effort here hopefully pretty soon.
I was just noticing on race control, car number 3 had a little bit of an innocent spin up at the top of the hill at turn number 2. That is John McClintock in the car with round 3 racing, but no harm, no foul, no cars stranded up there, so they are back onto the racing circuit. And I'm noticing this gap. Timing and scoring maybe was a little finicky earlier, but it kind of fluctuates between the 4 and the number 57 depending on where they are on the racetrack with the timing loops. It goes all the way up to about 75 seconds and can kind of fluctuate down to about 30 seconds. But on my track map, it is the bigger of the 2 numbers, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing, looking at where those 2 are kind of positioned. The 4 is just there crossing the start-finish line. The 57 is just heading through turn 5 right now. So, yeah, they are almost a full lap behind because of that extra pit stop. But they are unlikely to lose anything beyond that second place. It's just they had to make that extra visit in to try and get enough fuel to get to the end, and that is what put them behind the 8 ball. 23 minutes plus 1 lap to go. 7 hours of racing today. Remember, we started locally at 8:30 a.m. It was less than 60-degree air temperature out. It was less than 60 degrees on the track even when they started this race. It has since changed dramatically. It's in the mid-70s in the air right now, and it got as high as about 100 degrees on the track itself. It has since cooled, I can report. It's actually down to about 86 degrees Fahrenheit on the track. So the cars probably have been getting a little bit quicker, but we have to remember these tires are the same ones that they started with.
Same tires, same equipment, different type of weather. I got to say, where we are, Joe, at the USAC Global Broadcast Center, it stayed pretty consistent, and it looks much, much more sunny out there at the racetrack in Northern California.
Exactly. Yeah, they've had beautiful weather out here, which is pretty typical for the California coast, and you'll often see wonderful skies here near the San Francisco Bay Area. If you're ever going to go visit a track, Sonoma's definitely one of those that I can highly recommend. We've already touted about how beautiful the scenery is around it, but it's not far away from all kinds of fun stuff down. In fact, some pretty major North American landmarks as well, within just about an hour's driving distance if you want.
It's a very, very popular place, and yeah, just not too far from the SFO airport. Can actually fly into a few different areas in here to get out to Sonoma Raceway. And you're right, it's not too far. If you've ever been to wine country out there in Napa, you've actually probably driven directly by the racetrack.
That's a good point. Yeah, it's literally down the road from a number of vineyards. If you are on our times in the past going to this track, you can go right past them on your way from the hotel. And sometimes some series actually utilize that instead of the champagne, having a little bit of wine out there. Not sure if that's something I really want to be drinking after a long race, but I'm sure you'll take anything you can get to quench your thirst here today in these stuffy cockpits while we watch the 95 and Matt Million, who has had his fill of being in a race car cockpit. Joey, you keep saying you always want to be in this race car. Man, it's a long time today for Matt. I think he's deserved a break from this.
I'd be very curious about how much weight Matt has actually lost today. Now, it's going to be in water weight, but when we have a really hot day at the racetrack, typically hotter than what you would get in Northern California, a couple hours in these cars, specifically kind of the GT4-based cars at your maximum performance level, it's not uncommon to lose a few pounds of water weight. So I'm sure he's going to be a little bit later or a little bit lighter on the scales here this evening, but I think we're actually going to get a little bit of a replay of what happened to that number 3 car here at turn number 2. Joe, this is from our static camera, and we're going to see the ZP2 car enter the shot, and this happens so commonly at the top of turn number 1 / going into turn number 2, where it's just a little bit of a loose condition. Whoa. The back end comes out and it spins around.
Thankfully, it looks like did not find the wall. Did a beautiful job staying within our frame. So nice job to the 3 team. That's McClintock in the car right now, and had a relatively clear track. Did have to wait patiently for at least one car to go by, but I think they should be able to carry on from there and kept the car rolling. They'll stay within a top 5 finish in today's race. Will that round 3 racing number 3 car?
Pictures back over to the number 95. He is just on rails out here, and we keep making the comment that race car drivers are happy inside the race car. I forget who Sloan was talking to, but he said that his stint never seemed to end out there. He was always stuck in the race car. I wonder if Matt right now is saying 18 minutes. How long is 18 minutes? How much longer is that actually?
It's no doubt going to feel like an eternity in that car, especially with how long he's been racing. One thing's for sure, I'm pretty sure Matt could tell us, describe every single inch of this racetrack here today. I'm curious how many laps were his out there today, because our current overall leader, 216 laps, but we know that Matt's been jumping in both the ZP2s and the ZR2 class out there. ZR2 leader, which is Matt, is actually up to 207 laps. So I don't know. I'd wager, maybe about 150 laps, somewhere in that range that he's done today?
That's probably what I'd guess. I mean, it's been 2 driver combinations in both of the cars that he's been in. And that 57 has turned 215 laps, so call it 100 plus alone for Matt. And then in the other car that we're watching right now, they have turned 207 laps. So another 100 laps. Now, I will say that he might be getting the slight short end of the stick, that the other driver might be doing 60% while he's doing 40%. However, 40% times 2 is a whole lot of driving, and we got to consider it is both cars that he is in.
Exactly, yeah, and that's what is so astonishing about this performance. Curious if he's going to try this again after this weekend, or if he says one is enough. I don't think I really want to attempt it, especially considering this is in the spring in a very nice climate out here near San Francisco. So
let's draw to another driver that we do know from some other series and some other forms of motorsports, Scott Blend. I brought him up earlier.
That's exactly what I was thinking of.
Yeah, he always competes in as many classes as possible. And does he want to get back in the race car?
Yes, he always does.
I think that's going to be our answer for Matt as well.
Yeah, you're right. You're absolutely right. But I mean, looking at a few of our other ones, I mean, we're going to VIR in June. You have a lot of experience over there. In the summer months, would you want to try and do nearly 7 hours inside a car at VIR? Yeah, I thought not. September in Miami, Homestead, that's also going to be quite torturous.
Yes, I'm actually really, really happy we are going to Homestead, Miami. Surprisingly, it's one of my more cherished Roval racetracks out there. Lots of people kind of skip over Homestead, but really looking forward to seeing the action towards the end of the season out there at Miami. And then we have several other tracks on the schedule that I'm sure the other drivers are looking forward to. But when we get into those summer months, like you were pointing out, I wouldn't be surprised if maybe they'll bring in a third driver into that.
So I'm glad that you agree with me on Homestead, because I've kind of long felt the same way. I feel like Homestead's Roval is underrated, but that's not the only Roval we're going to. We are going to wrap things up this season at one of the biggest Rovals, one of the most famous Rovals at Daytona International Speedway. And I believe I heard that is going to be a 12-hour race for that one, so even longer. Very excited. I've actually never gotten to call a real-world race at Daytona, so that'll be one to tick off of my bucket list.
You know, and now thinking about it, I don't think I have either gotten plenty of time on the 31 degrees of banking, but I don't think I've actually had a microphone strapped to the headset other than being up on top of the spotter stand, which is a little bit of a different role, but still using the voice.
Yeah, and I could probably see a whole lot better than some other tracks, no doubt, there.
Cold
at Daytona. This is true. At least if you're there during the big race, shall we call it, for that one. But we continue to watch now the 95. Less than 15 minutes to go, a quarter of a run around the clock as it gets anxiously close for many of our drivers. Million continuing to just impress everybody with this incredible effort that he has put in today, getting what is looking like no, it's not going to be a double win now that I say that, because the 57 car fell out of the lead and had been trying to play catch up to the number 4. So at least a double podium, it appears.
Pretty neat, and 13 minutes plus a lap out here and some change, about 25 seconds or so. I think all the drivers, the strategists right now are just patiently waiting for that clock to continue to tick down, and when they finally hit that plus 1 lap to go, I think there's going to be lots of sighs of relief to say, hey, we'll only have another 2.5 miles around this place, but we still got to get up to that point right now. Everybody is chugging along there on the racetrack. I think there's maybe one car in pit lane. Actually, there's the shot of the 94 leaving pit lane from this amazing drone that we've got parked here above the racetrack. And we keep talking about that number 95 car that we're watching from 94 Motorsports. Well, they're about to put that orange car that I was just mentioning a 7 lap down, and they are second lap.
Looks like Barberi is back in the 94, the sister 94 Motorsports car, after they had a last-second pit stop to get to the end. Again, we've talked about it before, but they're under no threat of losing that spot because the 41 team is in the pits and feeling unlikely to return to the track. They've done 117 laps. We're up to 210 now. It's going to be a little close, but I think they should still stay within that half distance mark.
And also just to kind of report on the ZR3 class while we watch our overall leader pass one of the cars conveniently. It is Tompkins in that Bruce Innovations car. Remember, we were just talking to that team member not too long ago. That's that 555 BMW out there. They are leading that orange ZR3 class, and by quite a margin. Right now, they're on lap 195. Second place in class is Lipple in that AOA racing machine, working on lap number 191. So about, call it a 3 or 4 lap advantage there in that ZR3 class. Almost very similar to what we see in ZR2.
So looking at the timing here, I just kind of noticed as I was inspecting some of the fastest lap information that Million holds the fastest lap in the 57 car, but it's the sectors that are fascinating. Waddell was the quickest of anybody in the first sector over this entire race, but then Million was fastest in the second and third. So that 57 car locked down all 3 sectors in terms of who was fastest overall. Which again goes to my point where, you know, you can be a very fast car, you can be quick over a single lap, but that is not the factor that determines who is the winner in the race itself. It is the complete picture that you have to compete in. And the number 4 is the team that has executed that this weekend so far.
And I don't want to be too hard on the 57 because, like you were just pointing out, that they have been the fastest car. They have been the fastest drivers out on the racetrack. And so I'm sure that they feel this has probably been stolen away from them a little bit. But it goes back to being a team sport that sometimes you need to review those mistakes that happen on a given race weekend. Was that by the driver up in turn number 3? Was it by the driver overshooting a brake marker in turn number 11? Was it just simply miscalculating our fuel strategy that we should have come in at X time and we came in at Y time? Or maybe we just needed to stick with the number 4 car and pay a closer attention to what they were doing on fuel so that way we don't get caught out on it. This is a team aspect, and I'm sure that Stratus Racing is going to go back, review everything, and say, hey, you know what? I don't want this to happen to us again. I want to make sure that we stand on top of the box next time.
For sure. Maybe that goes to what we had discussed about this being a series that kind of helps introduce drivers to this style of racing. It's not just the drivers, it's the teams too. So if they realize that they made a mistake, they'll go back. They'll, like you said, make sure that they don't let that happen again. And it is growing pains for some of them here today. It is also their very first race ever of this series. So a rule set that some might not be used to. And we'll make sure and take that into account next time they go out. Which the good news is, if you made a mistake today, Joey, you get to go back and try it again tomorrow.
That's the beauty of having 2 races per weekend out there. Or it could be the negative of having 2 races per weekend, right? What if you feel like you didn't do a great job out there, and then you got to sit through the team meeting and everybody's pointing the finger at you? And, you know, but it is a new day tomorrow. It's a new opportunity for these drivers and these teams to come out and potentially correct whatever mistakes have happened today, or if everything ran perfect today, just like the number 4 car or the number 95 car out there, it gives them an opportunity to go back and do it again, prove it wasn't a fluke.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm going to take the positive spin on it. It's like, yeah, maybe everybody's pointing the finger at you, but now you got a chance to redeem yourself come Sunday morning. But Sunday afternoon, really, when we'll be wrapping things up, as we're almost about 3:30 here local time in Sonoma, and we have been going since 8:30 in the morning. And impressively, we do still have 13 of our 18 cars still on the track circulating. Officially, we have lost the 722 team for Hyperion Autosports. Magic Develops number 237 bowed out early as well. The 177 Camburn Performance also gone. While we do not see the 41 team out on track, the Retro Rockets team, they have not officially withdrawn from this race, so they should still be scored. And then I think we've got a similar issue with the AOA Racing number 14, where they've been stopped, but so they are not officially out of this race.
under 10 minutes and coming up to 5 minutes remaining plus a lap. Round 3 racing is doing a terrific job just to keep the car on the racetrack, make sure the driver is happy inside that thing, and bring it on home to the checkered flag. Oftentimes, as a driver, I kind of like the information being given to me, but not too much information. As soon as they hear, you know what, I got 10 laps remaining, or 5 laps, or 5 minutes remaining, or whatever that number is, they're going to start asking more questions on the radio, and you just want them focused on the driving. A focused driver is a happy driver, and a focused driver is going to bring you home a car in one piece. So provide them the information that they want to hear. Keep the information that is needed to yourself to make sure that they make it all the way to the checkered flag without any hiccups.
It ain't over yet. You still got to make these last few laps. And with the 57 within 1 lap, that means that they really can't afford to have anything major go wrong with the car from here. And we know that that is a possibility based on what we've been watching out there today. But for the other teams, thankfully, 2 laps separating second and third in the ZP2s. We're getting close to the point where they could park that one and not lose that second place. But 7 laps between Million and Barbary. Matt's been running such a hard... Matt could hang up his helmet early here today and still take the win in that class and not have to put himself through more laps.
That's exactly what they could do, right? I'm sure that there might be some italics or asterisks in the rule book that you need to make it across the checkered flag, or at least see the checkered flag, which I completely understand as a competitor. You know, it would be the worst thing in the world if I am, call it 7 or 8 laps down, and I see the leader get to this point and be like, you know what? I don't even need to do this anymore, and just park it.
Yeah, that is a real flex if you do that. But it's not going to endear you to your competitors without a doubt. But they're down to less than 5 minutes to go. Remember, we have the +1 lap, so once we get to 0 on the clock, they will do 1 more circuit around here. Thomas Belleman wrapping it up, playing the anchor for this round 3 racing car, who is moved themselves into the lead. They haven't been the fastest car, but they have been efficient. They've called the strategy right. They've got this massive gap over the 57 at this point, and they're looking like they are going to wrap this one up with some celebration shortly. In fact, I think they've been gaining on Waddell, looking at the lap times every once in a while, and he's been consistently quicker than Ben, so he's actually closing in on potentially lapping him.
It's very impressive, the performance that the number 4 car has been able to gain in really the last 90 minutes. I'm going to put on my tinfoil hat over here like I always like to do. Remember that number 57, Sloan said it's got the turbo motor in the car, while most of the other cars are the naturally aspirated chassis out here. Now, typically with elevation, you get more the advantage in horsepower with the turbo motors. But Joe, remember how cool it was this morning? Cool air usually makes more horsepower than this hotter afternoon air. I also just wonder if that has played into effect with maybe that turbo motor not being as strong once we get here into these afternoon hours, and maybe the balance, the overall balance, has shifted over to this number 4 car.
That's a good point. Yeah, I hadn't thought about that until now, and something for them to consider as well. Maybe they need just a little bit more of an advantage at the beginning of the race to try and capitalize on that strength that they have when it is in the cool air. And again, things that the teams will all go over once the race is over. And maybe that will shift later on in the season too. So maybe today just isn't their day. Regardless, Stratus Racing, I think, has done a commendable job with both cars. They're still going to get second and third today. Yes, it's not the top step of the podium, but Stratus is looking at a fair bit of hardware to come home with.
So far, so good. Now under 2 minutes for these competitors before they'll see that +1 lap white flag, 1 to go. This is the number 94 car, being Barberi, that they're passing. That's that second place in ZR2 with 9-4 Motorsports. Gets down to them nice and easy down through the inside of the far end of the racetrack. And it's muscle memory at this point. You know, drive the racing line through the S's when you approach these ZR3 cars or ZR2 cars. Clearly present yourself in that rear view mirror. Make the pass nice and clean and continue on for the next, call it 60 seconds here. I think he's approaching the number 3 car right now, which is actually going to be a familiar sight. Another team car directly in front of him.
Yeah, this is going to be the 2 to go signal when he gets to the line here. About a minute left on the clock as he rounds the final real corner of this track. And then, of course, through turn 12 and across the line. So it's getting so close he could probably taste it at this stage. Thomas Belleman with a fantastic effort, having shared this number 4 with a couple drivers this weekend. Piatek and Hibbett can only sit and watch from the stand, nervously knowing they could take the inaugural victory in this series at the first time trying. And down the hill through turn 4. Again, just not much to report, which is exactly what this team wants. Just steady as she goes.
And as we're getting the pictures of our overall leader, I can say that the number 80 is actually on pit lane right now, getting some more fuel in the car. Just a splash in order to get the thing to the end.
Interesting. Okay. And again, this won't make much difference. I think this might be something where they want the pride of being able to say they took the checkered flag here today. They're not going to gain any spots, and they don't need to try and take half distance.
And remember that 80 car had those problems early on, right, with that transmission issue. So it could have been just maybe a little bit of an off sequence to get them all the way to the end there. Just needed that splash of fuel.
Yeah, exactly. So Opalski's also going to finish in the car. So Max has hopped back in, but the white flag is being prepared for Thomas Belleman as he comes up to turn 11. A little bit more lap traffic in front of him once again. In fact, I think that may be the number 4 that he is coming up to. He crosses the line. 1 lap to go after 7 hours of racing.
This is what the drivers and teams have been working towards here since the drop of the green flag. Just under 2.5 miles and now under 10 turns here at Sonoma Raceway. Up to the top of the hill, turn number 3A for the last time. This is the absolute peak of the elevation. And now we start to drive it downhill. Going to have to deal with this. I believe this is the number 85 car, the ZR3 that they're going to tuck down to the inside. And this is the final blind over crash that the drivers are going to have to deal with today. They're going to have 7 more hours of it tomorrow through the carousel for the final time. And now Joe, he's only got roughly about half a lap remaining before he'll see that checkered flag at start-finish.
And let's not forget, he's not the only winner here today. We've got Matt Million in the 95. Looking to take victory down in the ZR2 class, while Tompkins is going to finish 8th overall as well in the ZR3. An impressive job out there to take the win in that class. Coming down to the chicane one last time, just have to hit that brake marker. Don't do anything foolish from here. And then accelerate towards turn 11. Thomas Belleman, Oliver Piatek, and of course, Camden Hibbett, who started this thing off. All combined forces here today. And even if they weren't the outright quickest, the team is going to get to celebrate here at the pit wall as the checkered flag is out. And the 4 car is going to take the win in the first ever Zenith Racing Series race.
What a wonderful sight to see. And now they get that very deserved victory lap around Sonoma Raceway. This is actually going to be our next class leader here. This is Matt Million. I mean, how many times have we said his name in today's broadcast? He not only was driving the number 57 with Stratus Racing in that other class, but looks like he's going to get a class victory in ZR2 with this 9.4 Motorsports machine. This is a BMW M4 GT4 platformed car. 2 big brake zones remaining, and then I think Matt is really going to enjoy dinner here tonight.
Yeah, and Colin Garrett will as well, who joined him out there. 2 drivers who have their experience in these BMW GT4 cars and have done an amazing job with them. They kick off this new series and have planted a flag in the ground saying, we are the ones that you are going to have to beat. A victory for the 95 team for 9.4 Motorsports today.
I think we've got a few more cars that are going to be crossing the start-finish line here shortly, but the majority have made their way through. Bruce Innovations in that 555 machine with Tompkins behind the wheel is your ZR3 class victor as well. I think really we're just waiting on the 57 and the 77 as of right now, and then we'll be making our way down to those podium celebrations. I can't wait to see how excited everybody is. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of sweat down there too, Joe.
A huge congratulations to that 555 team taking the win this weekend, not just with Tompkins, Jay Tompkins in the car, but they've had Bassem Abdallah as well as Eric Powell also helping them to victory here today. Let's go through your finishing order. It was the number 4 car with Belleman taking them across the line with the win. Waddell in the 57, coming up a bit short. The only other car on the lead lap, but still getting a nice podium in second, with Alder finishing in third for the 59, making Stratus Racing a double podium today. It was Barker in the 77 team for Nimbus Motorsports finishing fourth, and McClintock finishing in the top 5 for round 3 racing in the ZP2s. From there, we get to the ZR2s. The 95 taking the win, Matt Million in the 9.4 Motorsports car. And then the 94 of Barberi coming home a little bit behind them, but they'll still finish in P2 for that class. We have to go ways before we get to third in that ZR2 because we're switching over to the ZR3s where the 555 of Jay Tompkins takes the win for Bruce Innovations. It was a 9th place overall for McCall in the ZP2s. Then you've got 2nd place down in the ZR3s with the 85 of Lipple. Waco finished in 11th overall for the 98 team. Kidd taking home 12th in the 80 car, and then Erickson in the 97 finishes 13th. Third in the ZR3 class goes to Acaranza in the number 14 for AOA Racing. Then we finally get to third for Garton in Retro Rockets in the number 41. From there, it was the 177, the 237, the 722, the 22, and the 24 who were DNFs finishing at the end of this one today. And there we go, Joey. That's what we love to see. The teammates coming up to the side of the car and celebrating this win.
A full team effort. Every single driver right there so happy. And, of course, Belleman climbing out of the car with that number 1. And this is what endurance racing is all about. Yeah, I know that we really focused on that 57 and kind of how it fell apart, but congrats to this number 4 team. They were the ones that went up there and challenged Stratus Racing and ultimately came home with that victory.
Very much so. They're now getting a chance to chat with one another, talk about how it went. Belleman still with the helmet on, bringing this one home to the finish. I think we're going to have the podium ceremonies shortly here as they've brought the car over. And, of course, the very important rehydrating, because they're going to need that for tomorrow's race, too.
Yeah, make sure you get everything up and going for tomorrow's race, of course, and that includes putting some food in the bellies and making sure they are hydrated. It has turned into quite a warm day in Northern California, so while there is plenty of excitement and adrenaline, always got to take care of it.
Sounds like we do have Sloan down by our winners right now and ready to chat with them. Sloan, what's the mood?
Hello, everybody. I am here with Thomas, who is the first ever ZP2 champion in the Zenith Racing Series history. Thomas, how are you doing? How are you feeling? First and foremost, also congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I'm exhausted. You know, I've been racing like 4 months right now, so that was a long lesson for the last hour to try to keep my head together and make sure we got the car home and brought it safely together. And, you know, we got the job done today. Really happy with the team and really happy to get the first victory in the Zenith Racing Series.
That's amazing. So you say you have to try to keep your head together. What do you do to keep your head together?
Yeah, honestly, it might sound weird, but I like talking to myself. It's kind of like a way to like keep myself awake and make sure I'm not going crazy or like falling asleep in the car. So that's my best way of trying to make sure I'm still focused and getting the laps in as we keep going.
That's awesome. Well, congratulations. We are so stoked for you for being the first ever ZP2 winner, and we're going to celebrate in a little bit here.
Okay, thank you.
And quick words with our finishing driver for that team. Let's see if we can catch up with the other ones in a little bit. Does look like they're heading on over to our number 95 car to chat with them from here. And emerging from that cockpit somewhat slowly, Joey. I can see Matt Millian actually looking like he's a little bit winded here. My goodness.
I don't think that he's winded. I think he's stretching, Joe. He's bending over, trying to touch his toes a little bit, stretching out the muscles in his back a little bit. I don't blame him. He looks like a little bit of a tall human out there, and I know that if I get shoved into a race car and then literally strapped into that thing, plus maybe an airplane ride out to California a couple days ago, it's nice to do. I'm going to call it maybe the old man stretches when you get out of the car.
They're old man stretches for you and me. Matt Millian looks like he's still got some years before they reach that as he mugs for the camera. And now it sounds like we've got Sloan ready to chat with Matt, so let's head on down to Miss Paulisner for the update.
Well, guys, here you have it. You have the man of the day. I don't even want to say hour because it's been 7 hours straight of seeing Matt Millian jump back and forth between two cars and blow all of us away. So, Matt, are you okay, first and foremost?
Yeah, mostly. My legs are a little sore, a little crampy, so I definitely need some more fluids and a nice massage tonight. But ultimately, I'd say me, both Ben Waddell and Colin Garrett, all of us did probably over 5.5 hours today. So I got to split it between two cars, which is awesome. But we all drove heroic efforts today, I would say, in true endurance fashion.
How does it feel being the very first ZR2 podium winner?
It's really cool. I mean, I really think that this class has so much growth potential, and I think we're going to have a lot of awesome competitors in this class, and a lot of good tire data and a lot of good just class data to come from us after this weekend. So hopefully we can inform whoever wants to come play.
And I think this is the burning question that all the viewers have been wanting to know, or at least Joe and Joey back at home. What are you going to have for dinner tonight? Is it still that crispy chicken sandwich that's on your mind?
Just about anything you put in front of me, it's probably going to be gone very quickly. So whatever that might be, I'm not too picky right now.
Awesome. Well, rest. They called you an old man. I don't think you're an old man, but go home, stretch, do what you need to do, and congratulations again on taking podium in the first ever ZR2.
Thank you so much.
I also heard that you are the fastest lap of the race, too. So we're going to be giving that award later, but also just would love to let everybody know Matt Millian also took the fastest lap of the race. So congratulations.
Thanks.
Great job from Matt. Doing a lot of stuff this weekend out on the track, and he gets to do it all over again. As we then have one last winner to chat with. Jay Tompkins just getting out of the 555 machine. Already looks like Sloan is heading over there as we watch from the stands currently. And no doubt those drivers going to be just as pumped. It's not just the overall that's important here. It matters just as much, Joey, to those that finish at the top in the ZR2 and ZR3 classes. And in fact, we're not going to go to Joey. We're going to go to Sloan because it looks like she has caught up with Jay.
And And last but not least, we are here with the ZR3 class winner, Jay Tompkins. Jay, congratulations. How did it feel those last couple of minutes out on track when you knew that you were going to be taking home the checkered?
Just simply don't wreck the car, bring it home, be safe.
Awesome. Love that. Did you have any strategy today? Did you have anything that really helped push you and keep you going?
Simply managing the gap, right? When I got in the car, we were actually in second. As we went around, there was a couple laps. I saw the first place car in the pits, and then they had some issue or whatever, and we got up maybe 2 laps. Like, okay, just manage. Don't try to push the car. Bring it home. Don't crash it.
That's awesome. Well, congratulations, and we look forward to celebrating you in just a little bit.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sloan. Love to get to hear from today's winners out there on the track, and some of them definitely looking a little bit fresher than others, Joey. I would love to see how they look after 7 hours tomorrow repeating this process.
I have a feeling that Matt is going to look nearly identical, and that is completely wiped out there. He's done such a terrific job, really a terrific job to all of the competitors. Can't speak enough about that round 3 racing effort in that ZP2 class to literally steal away the victory towards the end.
And here is our fastest lap of the race. Joey, do you want to talk us through what it takes to be quick around here? This is Matt Million we're on board with.
I think that Matt probably knows far better than I, but here's Overcrest Blind Apex number 1, charges into that thing. Sonoma Raceway is a roller coaster. Here comes Overcrest Blind Apex number 2 at turn 3A here. Pretty amazing stuff watching him go to work inside the cockpit of this NP01 car. Of course, this is the GPX Fastest Lap Award here that we're riding on board with the number 57 with Matt Million driving. This is down through the carousel. The last downhill section here, accelerate through. And Joe, you were making the comment, not necessarily huge top speed with these cars, but the amount of speed they carry through these corners. Look at that, only about 40 or 50 miles an hour bled off to the slowest section of this racetrack down at turn number 7. And now we go blasting through the S's once again back up to 100 miles an hour. Look at that throttle input flat to the floor through that entire section. The Indy car chicane, really bounce it up and over these curbs, take advantage of the track width. And now we just sit at 1 more brake zone remaining for turn number 11. You know you've put together a great lap so far. Don't overshoot the brake marker here. Let the car roll through the middle and crucially get on the gas as soon as possible.
So there is your GPX Fastest Lap Award for today's race. Million doing it all. As I can see the drivers getting lined up for our podium ceremonies here shortly. Looking forward to getting them getting to celebrate here today. Already seeing the sun get a little bit lower in the sky, but not too late in the afternoon as we're just past 3:30 here local time. The drivers already decompressing. I can see them chatting away down there as they wait for our celebrations.
Yeah, just kind of getting organized with everything down there. And I don't blame them, Joe. I think it's time that we finally get to take a breath up here because the action has kind of stopped out on the racetrack. But this is kind of that decompressing time for those drivers that have just gotten out of the car. They want to go talk to the competitors that they were just racing elbow to elbow with out there. You see a lot of that driver language, at least I am looking at a lot of the driver language. And when I say that, I see lots of hands in the air, lots of describing how they were driving on the racetrack.
Yeah, the traditional driver language. It doesn't matter what you speak. If you kind of know how to maneuver that, you can communicate how that all happens. I think we might take a brief break on the... well, no, we're not going to take a break on the mic because it sounds like we are going to start the podium. Let's head down to Sloan, who is going to lead the way here.
competitors, drivers, friends, and family, I am so excited to start our very first podium of the Zenith Racing Series. We are going to start with the ZP2 class. When I call your team name, please stand at your respective spots. In third place, we have number 41 with Retro Rockets. In second place, we have car number 94, 94 Racing.
Nice job, guys. Good run.
And in first place, we have car number 95, 94 Racing. Congratulations to our ZR2 class. Pause for some photos. You'll see right next to your trophy we have some non-alcoholic champagne. I believe we have the go to pop your bottles and to spray them whenever you're ready. So pop those bottles and celebrate, guys. Oh, come on. Let's spray some champagne! Thank you guys so much. Congratulations. Our next class will be the ZR3 class.
Hey, do you have Mike switch cameras so that I can clean this up? I couldn't find you.
Alrighty. I think we are ready to announce our ZR3 winners. In third place, we have car number 14, AOA Racing. Yeah, I think that's the third place one. Yeah, there you go. And in second place, we have car number 85, AOA Racing. And in first place, we have car number 555, Bruce Innovations. Congratulations, guys. Pause for a quick photo op. Pick up those trophies. Be proud of what you earned. And when the cameras give the okay, let's get ready to spray some champagne. All right, you got the okay. Let's go. Let's spray it, boys. That was a good pop. Heck yeah. Go for it. Let's go. Celebrate. Let's spray it. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. Congratulations. And last but not least, we will bring up our ZP2. Our poor camera people are getting some champagne sprayed in the face. Alrighty. In third place, we have car number 59, Stratus Racing. There you go. And in second place, we have car number 57, Stratus Racing. Yeah. And in first place, we have car number 4, Round 3 Racing. Congratulations, guys. What a huge feat. What an incredible 7 hours we have all been through. Hold up your trophies. Be proud of what you've earned. Pause for a quick photo op. What a good-looking crew up there, huh? And when the photographers say okay, let's get ready to spray some champagne. All right, good to go. Celebrate, boys. Oh, that's a good celebration right there. That concludes our podium ceremony. Congratulations to all teams, competitors, drivers. What an incredible day. And we're very excited to do it all again tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. from Sonoma Raceway.
I think that is pretty much going to do it here for the racing action at Zenith Racing Series at Sonoma Raceway. But don't forget, we still have a 7-hour race tomorrow. So what we saw here today, we are going to replicate tomorrow. Same time, same place. Make sure to join us on the track tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Pacific time here on Monday morning.